Alright, so before we move on, we first of all need to install two things. The first one is Node.js. Now to download Node.js, just go to this website nodejs.org and then it's download section /en/download. Now depending upon your operating system, you need to install Node.js. Like for example, if you're using Windows 32-bit operating system, just simply click on this thing. And now if you're using Windows 64-bit operating system, just simply click on this thing. And now similarly, if you're using Mac, just simply click on this thing. Similarly, if you're using Linux, just simply click on this thing right here, and it will start downloading Node.js on your computer. And now I will be using Windows 64-bit operating system in this course, so I need to click on this thing right here. But I'm not going to click on this link because I already have downloaded Node.js on my computer. But in your case, just simply click on any one of these links to download Node.js on your computer. And once it is downloaded, just go to the download section to install Node.js on your computer. Okay, so it is actually a very simple process. Just simply click next a couple of times and it will be successfully installed on your computer. And once it is installed, you can just simply open your command line and start writing down your JavaScript code. But it's going to be really difficult for you in that way. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using an IDE to write down our JavaScript code. Now, you can use any IDE or integrated development environment of your choice. Like, for example, you can use Sublime. You can even use Notepad++ if you want. But the one I'm going to be using is the most popular one, and it is known as Visual Studio Code. Now, again, depending upon your operating system, you need to download VS Code as well. Like, for example, in my case, Windows, I need to click on this thing right here. And now if you're using Linux, just simply click on these things depending upon your operating system. And now similarly, if you're using Mac, just simply click on this thing right here and it will start downloading VS Code on your computer as well. And once it is downloaded, again go to the download section and then just simply install VS Code on your computer as well. So again, it is actually a very simple process. Just click next a couple of times and it will be successfully installed on your computer as well. And once it is successfully installed, you can actually open it like this by searching it in the start menu and then just opening this thing right here, which is Visual Studio Code, which is basically its app. So once you actually open it, it will actually open this screen right here. Now in here, you can actually create JavaScript file, you can create HTML file, CSS file, whatever you want. You can open a file, you can actually open folders, you can actually create folders, whatever you want to do in this IDE. And this is what we're going to be doing in the coming videos. We're going to be creating files. We're going to be actually creating folders where we're going to be putting our files and images and all things we need in our JavaScript. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing in the coming videos. So for now, if you have any problem downloading Node.js or Visual Studio Code, then just let me know and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Now, till next video, thank you for watching and I will see you guys next time.
Alright guys, in this video I'm going to be teaching you guys the difference between thread and a process. It is very important to understand thread with process because both are very much the same thing, but at the same time there are some key differences between both of them and we're going to be covering these things in this video. So let's get started. Alright, so first of all, let's understand a very common term, that is a process. Well, a process is simply any program under execution or in the running mode. But you might don't know that the process can run independently and do not share memory with each other. And therefore, the operating system treats all different processes separately. For example, even you open 10 same processes, then it is same for you, but for the operating system, they are all different processes because operating system is treating each process a different process. So for example, if you open a program MS Word, then that program is known as the process. Now let's say if you open MS Word 10 times, then for operating system, it is 10 different processes. Now similarly, if you open a Google Chrome browser, then it is also a process and if you open a game, then that game is also a process. Okay, now let's see what is a thread. Well, thread is also a process, but it is a lightweight process and it is executing within a process. So we can say a process can contain single thread or it may contain multiple threads as well. So a process may contain 1 or 100 or even thousands lightweight processes inside that one process, and we call all of these lightweighted processes as threads. So consider the same example in MS Word, which itself is a process, but inside Word we have many lightweighted processes. Like for example, one thread is auto saving the document while you are typing the document, while on the other hand, at the same time, there is one more thread which is checking for spelling mistakes. And there are many other lightweighted processes or threads inside MS Word. And when there are many threads running at the same time in a process, we called it as multi-threading. So multi-threading is when you have multiple threads executing at the same time inside a process. Okay, so now you know what threads and a process is. Now let's cover some differences between both of these things. So process is a heavyweight process while a thread is a lightweight process, and therefore processes require more time for context switching as they are more heavy, while thread requires less time for context switching as they are lighter than processes. And also communication between processes require more time than between threads. And then processes require more resources as they are heavy, while threads require less resources than processes because they are lightweighted process than a process. And then as I told you in the start that processes do not share memory with each other, while on the other hand threads share memory with its peer threads. Now there is one more thing that you often come across while learning threads, and that is the main thread. Well, main thread is nothing but a process. So we have the main thread and then there are many lightweighted threads inside that main thread. Alright, so there are three ways we can create a thread in Python. We can create a thread in Python using a function, and then we can create it by extending the thread class, and then we can also create it without extending the thread class. So we will be implementing all of these three ways in Python in the coming videos. So yeah, that's it for this video. In this video we covered the difference between thread and a process. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me through email and I will definitely get back to you as soon as I can. So up till next video, thank you for watching and I will see you guys next time.
Now, in this video, I'm going to be talking about the difference between asynchronous versus synchronous. And by learning the difference between both of them, you will actually understand what actually asynchronous and what actually synchronous mean in computer programming. So let's just first cover what actually is synchronous in programming. So synchronicity in programming happens when the execution of operations is done sequentially. So an operation will only be executed after the previous one is done. This means that a potential complex task may take a while before all its steps are executed and completed. So synchronous tasks are done in a single thread. So just imagine, let's just understand synchronous programming with an example, and just imagine that when a person is alone preparing a meal, they will have to do all the tasks by themselves, and some steps require food processed in previous steps. Well, you can rearrange the order slightly, but some steps have a fixed order. Like, for example, you can only mince a carrot after you have unpeeled it. That is quite obvious one. Now, let's just understand what actually is asynchronous. So asynchronous processing is done in parallel, means that in asynchronous, multiple tasks are actually happening in parallel, or you can just say at the same time. So since tasks are not dependent on others, so they can be actually executed at the same time as one main process or operation. So each asynchronous task is done in a different thread that reports back to the main thread with the result when it is actually completed. So all the tasks in asynchronous report back the result when they are done. And again, let's just understand asynchronous by having the same example. So let's just say that you add another cook to the kitchen that will allow you more time efficiency. So for example, when one person is taking care of chopping vegetable, another person can start making the sauce. And let's just say that you add another cook as well who can prepare the meat while the other two one are working as well, and so on. Now there are some steps that needs to happen in sequence. The summary of the dish after every ingredient is prepared is an obvious one, but others can be carried out independently to speed up the process. So I hope that you now have understood the difference between synchronous and asynchronous programming. Well, actually, you will understand the difference between both of them more accurately once we move on to the coding part of asynchronous programming. But now, since you have understood the basic difference between synchronous and asynchronous programming, my question to you is that is JavaScript synchronous or asynchronous? So just pause this video for a while and just think about it. Okay, so let me just answer this question. So by default, JavaScript is actually synchronous. That is, each task in JavaScript is executed sequentially, means that the second task cannot be executed after the previous one is done. Means that, in other words, I can just say that the third or fourth line of code cannot be executed before the first and second line of code. So that is why JavaScript by default is synchronous, but actually we make JavaScript asynchronous with callbacks, promises, async await, and other built-in functionalities in JavaScript. So I hope now well, actually this question will actually make more sense once we actually move on to the coding part of asynchronous programming. And I'm going to basically show you the synchronous and asynchronous examples once we move on to the coding part. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. If you have any problem understanding the basic difference between synchronous and asynchronous programming, then you can just let me know. You can just directly message me and I will get back to you as soon as possible. For now, thank you for watching and I will see you guys next time. Okay, now in this video, I will be coding an example of synchronous programming. So let's just say that I will have some console.log like 5 or 6 times, and in here, let me just add a space right here, and then just copy it. So copy, and then let's just say I'll just paste it 3, 4, and then 5 times. And in here, let's just say that I'll just say that 5, and then in here I'll just say um I am making an ice cream. Okay. So I am making an ice cream. Okay. So now just save it. And since we are just running it on our console or console screen. So to open your console screen, if you're using this code, just simply click right here and then just click here on terminal. And now since you want to run script.js, just simply type node and then script dot js, hit enter, and you can see that we're actually seeing this output. I am making an ice cream. So you're seeing that it first of all executed this line of code and then this line of code and this one and then this one and then this one, because JavaScript is actually running the code from the top to the bottom. So let's just say that if there is some problem, let's just say with this line of code, then the entire execution will stop. So this is an example of synchronous programming, that is the code is actually running from the top to the bottom. That is, this line of code cannot be executed before this line of code, because JavaScript is actually executing it sequentially from the top to the bottom. So let's just say that I've just I just changed the order. So let's just say that I just add this thing right here. And now this sentence is actually not making sense. I am ice cream making an, but if I just save it and run it again, the same script file, you can just see that JavaScript doesn't care. It's just saying I am ice cream making an, because JavaScript doesn't care what actually I'm executing JavaScript doesn't care that if I have to make sense as well. It doesn't care about this thing. It just simply execute the code from the top to the bottom sequentially. That is, this line of code cannot be executed before these lines of code, and then similarly, this line of code cannot be executed after these lines of code. The code will be executed synchronously, one after the other. So now you can just say that by default, actually JavaScript is synchronous. So in here, let me just add a comment right here and just say that this is actually an example of synchronous programming. Okay, so this one is an example of synchronous programming in which the code is executed one after the other sequentially. Okay, so now in the next video, we'll just do an example of asynchronous programming. Okay, let's have an example of asynchronous programming. So in here we have console.log 5 times, which is saying that I eat ice cream with a spoon. Okay, so now let's just say that we will add a set timeout function, which is an asynchronous JavaScript function. So now right in here, I'll just say that set timeout function. And now in here, the first thing that will pass out is a function will be basically an arrow function, and this arrow function will be executed after, let's just say, after a certain amount of time. And let's just say that it will be executed after 4 seconds. So it actually takes a time in millisecond. So this 4000 actually means 4 seconds. Now for the first argument, we'll pass a function, and this function will be an arrow function. So now right in here, we'll just pass an arrow function. And now for this arrow function, let's just say that it will actually execute this line of code. So I'm going to basically cut it right from here and I'll just paste it right here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that let's just say that I will just add it right here. So now just save your code. Okay, so now what I'm actually doing is that I'm just saying that I eat and I'm just adding a set timeout function which will actually execute this line of code, which is ice cream. So I eat and then with set timeout function, I'm just adding console.log ice cream and then console.log with a spawn. Okay, so now let's just first of all see how it will be executed. So now just save your script and now let's just execute it by just saying that node and then the name of this file, which is script.js. Okay, now hit enter. Okay, so it's saying that I eat with a spawn because we have instructed JavaScript that this line of code will be executed. This function, that this whole function will be executed after 4 seconds. And after 4 seconds, it actually says that it is an ice cream. Okay, so now how actually this whole thing is working behind the scene. So for this, I have this thing in my notepad. Okay, so basically this whole thing is actually this whole program, this whole JavaScript program is actually a main process, or you can just call it as a main lane. So first of all, in the main lane, it executed this line of code, I, and then it says say eat. And then since it is an asynchronous call, so what JavaScript will do is that it will actually create a new thread, which will actually be the part of this main thread, but it will be executed separately. So what JavaScript will do is that it will actually take this whole thing, basically this whole set timeout function, and then we'll put it in a separate lane. So in the separate lane, this thing will be executing while the main thread will be executing parallelly, parallel to basically this a small thread. So since it will take 4 seconds while the main thread is executing as well, so it will continue to say with a spawn, and then after, let's just say after 4 seconds, when this process has actually been executed, then what it will do is that it will actually report back the result to the main lane or to the main process. So in here, first of all, it executed I, and then we just printed out it, and then we just added an asynchronous function, which will actually move to the separate lane or a small thread, which will actually be the part of this main thread or this main program. So it will be executing at the same time, while in parallel, our main lane will also be running. So since it will take 4 seconds, it will then report back once it is completed. So, and then it will say with a spawn, and then after 4 seconds, this line of code will be executed. So it will actually report back, and then you will just see this result right here. Okay, so let me just execute this code once again. So this thing and then this thing, this whole thing is executed while the small thread is not yet been executed. And now it has been completed after 4 seconds and it has actually reported back with this result, basically this whole function. Okay, so I hope that you now have understood this set timeout function and how actually how it is actually working in an asynchronous mode. So this was an example of asynchronous programming. So I hope it is making sense. And now in the next video, we will actually move on to make an ice cream. Basically, we'll follow all these steps that I've shown you previously, all these steps, and we're going to be covering it with callbacks, promises, and async await. Okay, so let's have a simplest example of callback, and then I promise we will start making an ice cream. First of all, with callbacks, and then with promises, and then with async await. But first of all, let's have a simple example of callback so that you actually understand what actually a callback is. So, in simple words, when you call a function inside another function, that is a callback. In other words, we can just say that when you nest a function inside another function as an argument, that is called a callback. Now, what is the purpose of callback? So what callback do is that it forms connections between functions. Okay, so let's just first of all, it actually forms connection between two or more function. So let's just create two function. So the first function we'll just name as one, and we will just say that console.log. We will just say that step one. And let's just create another function. And we just need to change its name right here. And then we just simply name to change it to step two. Okay. So now, first of all, let me just call the first function and let me just call the second function. Okay, so now let's just execute this code with typing node and then script.js, hit enter. Okay, so as I told you that JavaScript runs from the top to the bottom. So since I call this function one for the first time, first of all, that is why it executed the first function first time by just printing out this thing on the console screen. And then actually we call this function. So that is why it is printing out this thing on the console screen. But if I just reverse the order, then what you will do is that you first of all execute the second function, which is step two, and then the first function, which is step one. Okay, so now as I told you that callback is actually used to form connection between function. So in here we have these two function, and now what we'll do is that we'll actually form a connection between them using callback. So right in here, this function will actually receive actually another function. And in here, I will just name it as call underscore two. Okay, so now in here, after this thing, we will just call basically this function that we have passed, this function as an argument. Because let me just repeat the definition of callback. When you nest a function inside another function as an argument, that is actually a callback. So in here, we're actually passing a function to this function as an argument, which will be received right here in this. And now we just need to call this function, which is receiving this, which is actually receiving in here in this variable called to. And since it is a function and we need to call it, so that is why we actually need these two brackets. Okay, so now what we will do is that, let me just get rid of this thing. I will just simply call this function one, and then what I will do is that to this function, since it is expecting some kind of argument, and what we will do is that we will actually pass this function, this whole function as an argument to this function. And in this way, we'll form a connection between these two functions. So in here, this function which we are passing to this function right here will be received in this variable right in here. And then in here, this one is actually doing basically printing out this thing on the console screen. And then what we will do is that we can just add some addition by saying we can just put some addition by saying that step one is completed. Please call step number 2. Okay, so now in here, we do not need to call this function because this function, we are actually calling this function right in here inside of this function. And now we can just say that we're actually calling a function inside another function, and that is actually a callback. Okay, so now let me just save it, and now let me just execute on this thing. And now you can see that it is saying that step 1 is completed. Please call step number 2. So first of all, as I told you that JavaScript execute from the top to the bottom. So I just call this function 1. So first of all, it just encounter this line of code. So it actually prints out this thing right here, and then it actually called this function. So since this function is actually printing out this thing, so that is why I just print out this thing right here on my console. But if I just reverse swap these two lines of code, and then here I just paste it on this thing right here. Now what it will do is that it will first of all call this function, and this function is actually printing out this thing on the console screen, and then it's gonna execute this line of code. Okay, so now just save your script and execute it once again. And now you can just see that it first of all prints out this thing, and then it is actually printing out this thing on my console screen. So that is actually a callback that is calling a function inside another function. That is the simplest example of callback. And now what we will do is that we will actually implement implement callback with our ice cream example. Okay, so now from this video, we will start making an ice cream using callback. So now you can just see that in here, there are like several steps involved in making an ice cream. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to form the connection between all these steps because these steps are actually interconnected with each other and cannot be executed without each other. So what we're going to do is that we're going to form connection between all these functions, all these steps using callback. So for the ice cream business, we first of all need to form the connection between us and the customer. Like for example, we first of all need to get the order from the customer, and only then we're gonna fetch the ingredients and start the production. Because the production cannot be started before the order, and once the production is done, we can then serve the ice cream. So for this, we're gonna make two functions: the order function and then the production function. And we obviously need to form the connection between the order and production function because, as I told you, that the production cannot start before the order. So let's just form the connection using the callback. So let me just minimize it. And now in here, what I'm going to do is that obviously, I first of all need to make the order function, and this order function will be my arrow function. So this one is going to be my arrow function. And then what I'm going to do is that I will just create another function, and this one is going to be my production function. And this one is going to be an arrow function as well. So this one is going to be my arrow function, and yeah. Okay, so now in the order function, once this function is called, means that the order is actually has been placed. So right in here, what I'm going to do is that I will just say that console.log. I will just say that order placed, please call the production. Okay, so the order has been placed. Now you're going to call the production. So what we can do is that when the order is placed, we can call the production function inside of this function, which is my callback. So for this, I need to pass this function as an argument to this function. So right in here, I will just call the order, but I will just pass the production function as an argument to this function order. And now in here, it will be received, let's just say in this variable called production. And once the order has been placed, I'm going to call the production. So in here, I'm going to call this function call production. And since we need to call it, so we actually need these two round brackets. Okay, so what's going to happen once this function is actually called? So this function will actually start the production. So right in here, what I will just do is that I will just say that console.log. I will just say that, okay, the order received starting the production, because once the order has been received, this function is just going to start the production. Okay, so let me just first of all explain this code before I actually execute it. So I'm actually calling this function, but with this function, I'm actually passing this function as an argument to this function, which will be received in this variable called production. So once the order is placed in here, this function is going to be called. So it will just say that order placed, please call the production. And after executing this line of code, we're going to call the production because the order has now been placed, and this function will actually receive that order, and it will say, okay, I now have received the order. I'm now actually starting the production. Okay, so yeah, this was pretty simple, keeping in view that we have done a pretty simple example in the previous video. Okay, so now let's just execute this code by actually executing this script. But first of all, actually saving it and then running it. Okay, so it is just saying that order has been placed. Please call the production, and then it is saying, okay, order received, starting the production. Okay, so now in the next video, we will actually we will move on to complete this ice cream example using callback. Okay, so let's just continue making this ice cream. So while making an ice cream, we have a kitchen in which we're going to make this ice cream. And then we have a storeroom where different types of things like fruits, liquid stuff, machinery, chocolate, and other raw materials are placed on our stock. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a variable in which I'm going to store all my stocks. And let's just create this variable right here at the top. And I'm going to name this variable as stocks. You just name it anything you want. And this will be an object which will contain different things. And then the first thing it will contain is actually the type of fruits. So on our stock, we will have different types of fruits. So it will be an array of fruits. And let's just say that we have strawberry, and then we have grapes, and then we have, let's just say, banana, and then let's just say we have apple. Okay, now the next thing that we will have is the type of liquid that the user wants. So let's just say that there are two types of liquids. The first one is water, and then the second one is ice. Okay, and then the third one we will have is, let's say, the type of holder. We will have different types of holders available. So let's just say that we will have three types of folders. The first one will be corn. The second one will be cup, not like this. It is actually inside the single quotation mark. So cup, and then the third one will be the stick holder. Okay, and then the other thing that we will have is actually toppings. And let's just say that we have different types of toppings. The user have the option to have chocolate on his ice cream topping, and then the user have an option of having peanuts on his ice cream. Okay, so these are all the stocks that are available in our storeroom. And now in here, let's just say that while ordering, the user select any kind of fruit right here. So it will actually go inside the order function. So while calling this function, in here, we will just pass the fruit name that the user actually has selected. So it will be receiving this variable fruit name. So fruit name, so I'm actually passing to this order function, the first argument I'm going to pass basically the type of the fruit name that the user has selected from our stock, and then from our fruit list. And then I'm actually basically passing this production function. So in here, when I'm calling it, I need to pass it right here. Okay, so okay, so notice here that the customer might take some time while selecting all these things. He might have a hard time choosing either he wants a strawberry ice cream or a grapes ice cream, banana or apple ice cream. And then let's just say that, so actually it will actually take time in selecting from all these things. And in here, let me just show you this time function. So in here, we have assumed that, let's just say that placing the order will take 2 seconds. Now, in reality, it actually takes more time, but for learning purposes, we can assume that placing the order takes 2 times, means that it will take 2 seconds for the user to select from all these things. And let's just say that for simplicity purposes, we can only assume that the user will take 2 seconds to select from this fruit list. So in here, let's just say that the user has selected the strawberry, which is at, so this one is at index number, strawberry is at index number 0 inside this fruit array. So in here, we're going to pass 0. So now, as I told you that the order will take 2 seconds. So now let me just first of all get rid of this thing from here, and let me just get rid of this thing from here. So now in order to manage time, we're gonna basically use the set timeout function that we have used before. And now in here, I'm gonna basically call this asynchronous JavaScript built-in JavaScript function called the set timeout function. And now in here, first of all, I'm gonna pass an arrow function. And now since the ordering of food will take 2 seconds, in here I need to pass this time in millisecond, which actually means 2 seconds. Okay, now inside this set timeout function, and then inside this arrow function that we have inside this set timeout function, I'm going to basically say that since I have this thing inside, I'll just say that, first of all, I'll just say that console.log, and then console.log, I'm going to basically print out the fruit that the user has selected. In our case, we have assumed that the user has selected this fruit, strawberry. So in here, because in here we have passed 0, so this strawberry is at index number 0. So I'm going to first of all say that it is actually inside my, since it is inside my this stock object, so stocks, and then in the stocks, we are actually talking about fruits. And then for fruits, we are actually talking about the 0 index number, this first index, which is at index number, this first fruit, which is at index number 0. And we have passed 0 right from here, and it is actually receiving this variable fruit name. So in here, we just need to type the fruit name. Okay. So now we're going to basically see this thing in action, but just notice here that it just takes 2 seconds for the user uh, to basically select from these a list of fruits. Okay, so now just save it, and now let me just execute it. So right in here, I'm going to execute it. So node, and then the name of this file, which is script.js, and make sure that you save it. Okay, so it will take 2 seconds, and now it is actually printing out the strawberry on the console screen. Well, let's just make it more sensible. So in here, I'm going to use this backtick case. Oops, not like this. So I'm going to use this backtick case here. And then I'm going to have this dollar symbol. And then I will have these curly brackets right in here. And now I'm going to say that a strawberry was selected by the customer. Or you can just leave it as it is. Okay, so now let's just execute it once again. And now after 2 seconds, it is saying that the user has selected this strawberry food. Okay, so now we are actually calling after 2 seconds. We are actually, so after 2 seconds, inside this order function, we are also calling this call production function as well. So inside this call production function, let's just put it inside the set timeout function as well. And in here, the first thing I need to pass is the arrow function. And let's just say that it will just take 0 second to start the production. So in here, inside the arrow function, I'm going to say that console.log here. And now let's say that received, order received, starting the production. Okay, so now just save it. And now if we just execute it here, you're going to basically see a trick. So I just execute, and in here you're just seeing that order has been received, and it's starting the production, and then it is saying strawberry was selected. Means that the production has started before the strawberry has been selected. This is because this line of code was executed first, and then it is saying strawberry was selected. So for the user who's actually seeing this output, will say that this code is absolutely wrong because he will just say that how can the production be started before the strawberry type of ice cream was selected? Okay, and this is because we're actually seeing this output because now here I actually need to explain this whole code because it is very important for you to understand. Okay, so in here, once I actually call this order function, and then when JavaScript actually see this set timeout function, it looks at it, it will actually take 2 seconds for this, basically for this function to execute. So what JavaScript will do, since it is an asynchronous function, so what JavaScript will do is that it will actually take basically this whole thing, this whole set timeout function, and then we'll put it in a separate thread, but it will still be the part of this whole, basically this whole process, but it will be executed separately as a separate thread. So uh, now this thing will take 2 seconds to be executed while the main thread is still running. So this one is actually executing in a separate lane while this one will be called because this is actually still in the main lane. This because this one is actually outside my set timeout function. So this will continue to run in the main lane. And since it is taking 2 seconds, so before 2 seconds, JavaScript execute, call this function, call production, and since it is taking 0 seconds, so it actually executed immediately before 2 seconds. And that is why in here we have this thing printed out first. And once after 2 seconds, the small thread actually reports back to the main thread, and then the main thread actually prints out this thing that you are seeing right here on your console screen. So I hope it is actually making sense. Now, how we actually will get rid of this problem? Well, just think about it for a minute. Just pause this video and just think about it for a minute. It is actually pretty simple. You just have to be a little bit smart to get rid of this problem. So just think about it, pause this video and think about it. Okay, so what we can do is that we can actually simply actually cut this thing right from here and then paste it inside the set timeout function where we have this arrow function. So in here, we're going to basically paste it. And now this call production actually becomes the part of this set timeout function. So when JavaScript will see this set timeout function, it's going to actually take it to a separate thread and to the separate and then this call production will also be the part of this small thread. So first of all, after 2 seconds, it will first of all execute this thing, and then the small main thread will actually execute this line of code by calling this function call production, and then it will actually print out this thing, and then we'll print out the result. Okay, now let's just see the result now. So let me just execute node, and then first of all, you need to make sure that you save it. And now after 2 seconds, it's first of all saying that strawberry was selected. And once strawberry was selected, it's saying that order received. And now it is actually starting the production. Okay, so I hope that it is actually making sense. Just know that this call production is now the part of this asynchronous JavaScript function set timeout. And that is why it is actually taking 2 seconds to execute basically these two lines of code. And yeah, that's it. That's it for this video. I hope it is making sense. If not, then watch this video again. And still it's not, and still if it's not making sense, then just directly message me and I will just get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Now, in this video, we will continue making our ice cream, and the next step after receiving the order is to start the production. And then the first step in the production is to actually, let me just show you, is to first of all chop the fruit and say that it will actually take 2 seconds to chop the fruit. So we're going to add another set timeout function, and we're going to tell that basically I'm just giving you 2 seconds to chop the fruits. So now let me just minimize. And now you need to make sure that you just add that set timeout function inside the arrow function of the set timeout function, because if we just add that set timeout function outside the set timeout function, then what can I do is that it's going to basically start the production before strawberry was selected, as you have seen previously. So right in here, you need to make sure that you just add the set timeout function right here. So I'm going to add set timeout, and in here, the first thing is obviously my arrow function. So my arrow function right in here, and then in here it is actually taking 2 seconds to chop the fruits. So right in here, I will just say that it will just take 2 seconds, and then in here, I'll just say that console.log, um, and after 2 seconds, the fruit will be chopped. So I'm going to just add the statement right here and just say that the fruits has been chopped. Okay, so now let me just execute this code, but notice here that once it comes to this production function, we are actually calling this production function inside the order function. So once they actually call this production function, first of all, it will actually take this set timeout function. And since this set timeout function will take 0 seconds to start the production, so we're going to see this thing immediately on our screen because it is actually taking 0 seconds. While this set timeout function, so after this line of code, it will again see this set timeout function, which is a built-in asynchronous JavaScript function. So it will just see that, okay, I need to take 2 seconds to print this thing on my console screen. So again, after this line of code, it will take 2 seconds to print this thing on my console screen, in which I'm just saying the fruit has been chopped. Okay, so just save your script, and now let's just execute it right here. So script dot yes, hit enter, and it would first of all take 2 seconds for the user to decide strawberry has been selected, and then it just print this thing immediately because this side timeout function is taking 0 seconds to print this thing on my console screen, and then this set timeout function, which is actually inside of this set timeout function, is actually taking 2 seconds for the fruits to be chopped. So we're actually seeing this thing after 2 seconds. Okay, now, the next thing in preparing this ice cream is to add water and ice. So right in here, after the fruit has been chopped, we're going to add another set timeout function because it is taking some time to add water and ice. So set timeout function, and the first thing we need to pass is basically our arrow function. So arrow function, and then the next step. So say that it will take 1 second to add water and ice to our ice cream. So in here, I will just type here 1000, which actually mean 1 second. Okay, now right in here, I will just say that console.log. And in here, I'll just use this backtick case because in here, I just need to render something. And then dollar sign and then these brackets. And since inside my stock, you're going to see that we have two types of liquids available, water and ice. And I actually need to add both of these things to my ice cream, which is actually in my stock object. And then this array liquid, and then water is at index number 0, and then this ice is at index number 1. So first of all, I'll just say stocks dot liquid, and here I'll just do it. So stocks dot liquids, and then the first thing I will add is basically this thing, and then I will just say that and the other thing I need to add is basically again inside my stocks dot liquids, and then this one is at index number 1. Let's say that has been added, and just remember that it will take 1 second to add water and ice to the ice cream. Okay, so now we can execute this code once again, but first of all, you need to make sure that you save it, and let's execute. Okay, so first of all, it will take 2 seconds, and then production will start immediately. And after 2 seconds, the food will be chopped, and then after 1 second, water and ice will be added to the ice cream. Okay, now let's just see what is the next step. So the next step is to start the machine. So starting the machine will take 1 second. So let's do it. So right in here, after water and ice has been added, we're gonna add another set timeout function. So let's say that set, it's not set interval function, set um, timeout, and here we'll just add this arrow function. So arrow function, and then say that it will take 1 second to start the machine. And then I will just say that console.log, and I will just say that the machine has been started. And yeah, that's all I need to do for this thing. So just remember that it will take 1 second to start the machine. And now we can actually save our script once again and execute it. So let's just run it. And it will just take 2 seconds. And then production will start immediately. Water has been added and the machine has been started as well. Okay, so let's see what is the next step. The next step is to actually select the container. So we actually have uh, basically for the container. Okay, so right in here, let's just add this container as well. Let me just scroll it down. Okay, so after the machine has been started, we're gonna add another set timeout function, and basically selecting the container will take 2 seconds as well. So in here, I'm gonna add another set timeout function. I'll just say that set timeout, and then the first thing I need to pass is basically an arrow function. So this arrow function, and it is actually taking how many seconds? Let's just see. So it's taking 2 seconds to select the container. So in here, I will just add 2 seconds. Okay, and now in here, I'll just say that console dot log, and in here, what I'm going to do is that for in here, I will just say that the holder, basically container actually means holder. Let's just say that I will just select this one, cone, but you can select cup or stick or whatever you want. But I will just select cone, which is inside my stock object, and then this array holder, and then this cone is at index number 0. So right in here, I will just say that right in here, I'll just again use this backtick keys, and I will just say that ice cream placed on holder, and then I need to basically use this dollar and then this thing, and then stocks dot holder, and then since I'm just selecting the cones in here, I just need to type 0. So ice cream placed on holder, uh, holder cone. Okay, so it will just take 2 seconds to place ice cream on this cone holder. Okay, so now just save your script and run it once again to see if it is actually working or not. And first of all, taking 2 seconds, food has been chopped, water has been added, machine has been started, and it is saying that ice cream has been placed on holder cone. Okay, so now let's just see what is the next step. And then the next step, let me just show you this time function. The next step is to select the topping. So say that for the toppings, you can see that we have multiple types of toppings. We have either chocolate topping or we can have peanuts. But let's just say I will just select this chocolate. So again, this is actually inside my stock object, and then there's array topping, and then this one is at index number 0. So in here, immediately after I just placed this thing on cone holder, I'll just add another set timeout function. So set timeout, and the first thing I need to pass is basically my arrow function, and then say that how many seconds it is taking. Let's just see, it would be taking 3 seconds to select this topping. So 3 seconds, and then I'm going to basically show it on my console screen. So console.log, and again, I need to use this backtick keys, and then this dollar, and then these brackets, and then stocks dot toppings, and say that it's at index number 0 as topping. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And let's just do it. Let's just do it for, let's just do the final step as well, which is serving the ice cream, which will take 2 seconds as well. So after the topping is actually been selected, then the final step is to actually serve the ice cream to the customer. So again, it will take some time. So that is why actually we need to use the set timeout function. So set timeout, and then first thing we need to pass is basically this arrow function, and it will take 2 seconds to serve the ice cream. So in here, I will just say that console dot log and serve the ice cream. Yeah, that's all we need to be doing. Now let's just save it and let's just execute it for the last time because our ice cream has been prepared completely, and let's just see if it's working fine or not. First of all, it will take 2 seconds for the customer to select strawberry, and then the production will start immediately. Then 2 seconds to chop the food, 1 second to chop to add water and ice cream, 1 second to start the machine, 3 seconds, 2 seconds to place ice cream on holder cone, and then chocolate is topping, and then 1 second to serve the ice cream. Okay, so our ice cream has been prepared. It has been prepared 100% using callbacks. And now in the next video, I'm going to basically show you something which is actually a kind of problem with callback, and what is actually called callback hell. So I'm going to teach you what actually callback hell in the next video. Okay, so the code that you can see inside this production function is actually looking quite messy because we are actually adding set time on function inside another set time on function, and we're just doing it again and again as long as our ice cream is prepared. So this condition where we are actually adding set time on function again and again inside another set time on function, and it's actually forming a kind of pyramid, as you're going to see that. And here you're going to see that it's actually kind of forming a pyramid. This condition is actually called callback hell. And in callback hell, our code actually looks something like this that we have inside our production function. Now, we don't want callback hell because it actually makes our code look quite messy. As you can see that there should be another better way to solve such type of problem, and that is actually through promises and async await. So people don't usually use callback because it actually because the code that we actually make using it actually look quite messy, and because of callback hell, people don't use callbacks. People use nowadays people use promises and async await to solve such type of problems, and this is what we're gonna do as well. We need to escape from this callback hell because it is making our code quite messy, and it is very hard for the ordinary user to read such type of code. And for this, we're going to be using promises and async await in the coming videos. Okay, so as we have seen that with callback, our code looks very messy, and it looks something like this, like a pyramid, and this condition is called callback hell. So we can escape from callback hell using promise, and with promise, our code looks very neat and clean, and you're gonna see it once we code the ice cream example with promises, and then you're gonna see how promises will make our code looks pretty much neat and clean and pretty much readable. Okay, but first of all, you need to understand the life cycle of promises. Okay, so this is the life cycle of promises. And the first step in here you're going to see is that a promise is made. And this is like what promise we're gonna make. Like in case of ice cream example, our promise is that okay, we're gonna serve you ice cream. So that is our promise. And then the next step is the pending stage. So say that a customer comes in and sits on a table and he has that menu, but he has not ordered anything, means that it is actually pending. The production has not started because the order has not yet been made. So that is actually the pending state. But now say that the customer orders something and say that he says that, okay, I needs a mango ice cream. So say that a mango is actually available on the stock. So it will then move to the resolve part. But say that the mango is not available on the stock. So then from the pending state, it will actually move to the reject part because mango is not available. So the waiter will say that we are very, very sorry. We can't serve you the mango ice cream because it is not available on our stock. But if it is available, then it's going to come to this resolve part, and then we're going to start the production, and then we're going to basically chop the fruit, and so on. Whatever steps that we have right here, like for example, adding water and ice, and then starting the machine. So it will actually move, like for example, in here, we have in total 7 steps. So with promises, we will have 7 then. And then say that if the ice cream is not available, then we're going to basically come to this reject part, and then we're going to basically catch that reject by saying that sorry, our ice cream is not sorry, we can't serve you ice cream because mango is not available on our stock. And then the final thing in here in this life cycle is this finally. Okay, now finally will be executed whether uh, whether it is resolved or it is rejected. So say that the final is actually kind of a final message that you want to basically want to tell to the customer. Like for example, in this case, it will be like, thank you for visiting our shop, thank you for visiting our ice cream shop, or something like this. So this is actually the life cycle of promise, but with promise, it actually promises you that the code will be pretty much neat and clean as compared to callbacks. And we're gonna start doing this ice cream example using promises in the coming video. Okay, so now from this video, we're gonna start working on making an ice cream with promises. So let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing that I will do is that first of all, if the shop is open, only then the customer will be able to get the ice cream, and then we will be able to serve the ice cream. So first of all, we'll just make a promise that we can serve ice cream if the shop is open. So right in here, I'm going to make a variable, and I'll just name it as is shop underscore open, and by default I will just say that the shop is open, so that's why I'm just setting its value equal to true. Okay, now the next thing that we will do is that I'll just create a function, and that function is going to be order that we have made with callbacks as well. Now this order function, which is going to be an arrow function, will take two things as an argument. First of all, the time that is actually required perform a specific task in making this ice cream, and then that specific task that needs to be done while making that ice cream, like for example chopping the fruit, or starting the machine, adding toppings, and such type of work. Okay, next we will just enter inside this arrow function, and this arrow function will actually return a promise. So it will be basically a promise object. So right in here, I'll just say that it is going to be a new promise. And basically, this is a built-in object in JavaScript to perform such type of task with promises. So this promise object to the constructor method of the promise object will pass a function, and again, this is going to be an arrow function. Okay, so this promise object, the constructor method, this arrow function that we're actually passing to this promise object will take two things. First of all, the promise will either be resolved or it will be rejected. So right in here, I will just name it as resolve, or it might be rejected. Okay, so now I'll just come inside this arrow function that we have inside of this object. Okay, so now in here, first of all, I will check if the shop is open or not. If the shop is open, we will just actually resolve it. Else, we're going to reject it by saying to the customer that we can't serve you ice cream because the shop is closed. So first of all, and here I will just check that if is shop open means that if shop open equal to true, and in this case it is actually equal to true, so it will come inside the if block, and I will just say that resolve basically what we want to resolve. We want to basically resolve the work. Okay, so we haven't passed so this work is actually going to be a function that I will pass when I will just call this function. So right in here we'll just do it in a minute, but first of all let's just do the else part. So if the shop is open, we are going to resolve our promise. Okay, but if the shop is not open, then we're going to come inside this else block, and we will just say that we're going to reject it. And how we're going to reject it? We're going to reject it by printing something out on the console screen, and we'll just say that sorry, um, the shop is can you type it? The shop is closed. Okay, so let me just repeat. If the shop is open, then we're going to resolve the work that will pass to this order function. Else, if the shop is not open, then we cannot order anything. Means that we're going to reject it by saying that sorry, the shop is closed, so we can't serve you the ice cream. Okay, so basically this work will be done in some specific amount of time. So right in here, what I will just do is that I will just add a set timeout function. So set timeout, and for the set timeout function, the first thing that I will pass will be an arrow function. So the first thing that I will pass will be an arrow function, and then the next thing that I will pass is basically the time that I will basically pass to this order function, and that time is actually the time required to perform a specific task while making an ice cream. Okay, so in here we'll actually passing it, so we'll just use this variable time. Okay, so that work will be resolved in some specific amount of time. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna actually cut it right from here. So cut it, and we're gonna paste it right here inside this arrow function that we have inside the set timeout function. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to be doing for the order function for this video. All now we need to do is to actually call this order function. So let's just call it right here, and you can just see that the first thing it is expecting is the time. So say that it actually takes 2 seconds to order the ice cream, and then the next thing that we need to pass is actually a function that will actually be copied right here. So let's just pass an arrow function. Well, now what you can do is that you can just make that function separately, or you can just pass it right here. So since this is going to be an arrow function, so I'm going to basically print out something on the console screen. So I'll just say that console.log, and what we want to do basically, the customer will order something by first of all choosing the type of ice cream he wants, and say that he wants the strawberry ice cream, which is inside my stocks object, and then this array of fruits, and then the strawberry is at index number 0. So right in here, I will just use this backtick keys, and then I will just use this dollar, and then these curly braces, and then I will just say that stocks dot fruits, and then this one is at index number 0, the strawberry, and then I will just say that was or is selected. Okay, so actually, you do not need these arrow brackets right here, because we only have one line of code for this arrow function. Even if you omit it, this won't make any difference. But just let's just say for simplicity purpose, I will just keep it as it is. Okay, so now just save your script, and now let's just execute it. So node, and then the name of this file. Okay, so after 2 seconds, 1, 2, it is saying that strawberry is actually been selected. Okay, so that was actually the first task, that is the ordering part, where the customer needs to order the ice cream by selecting the type of ice cream he wants. If you remember, we had done it with callbacks, but now we're gonna deal it. Now we're gonna make it with promises. We're gonna basically make this ice cream by solving all of the remaining tasks that is actually required for making this ice cream with promises, and you will actually see how simple our code will look like. So with callbacks, it was looking very messy, but now you're going to see how simple it is looking. But I'm going to do it in the next video. But um, before I end this video, I need to explain what actually I have done one last time. But if you have understood each and everything, then you can actually finish this video. Okay, so in the order function, what I'm actually doing is that I'm actually returning a promise. Okay, so I'm actually returning a promise, and with this promise object, I'm actually passing a function, an arrow function. So in here, I'm actually with this arrow function. In this arrow function, this is actually taking two arguments. Either it is going to be resolved or it's going to be rejected. So it's going to be resolved if the shop is open. So by default, its value is true, but you can actually take this value dynamically from the user. But for teaching purposes, let's just say that we will just set its value to true. So in here, this condition will true because shop open is equal to true. So if that is true, then it's going to resolve the work. And what is actually the work? The work is actually this whole thing right here that we have passed to the, this is actually a function, and this function is going to be executed if it just come inside right here. If this condition gets true, if the shop is open, so it's going to resolve it by actually executing this function in that specific amount of time, because as I told you that it will take 2 seconds to order the type of ice cream the customer wants. So if the shop is not open, then we're going to actually reject it. We're going to reject our promise. In here, we're actually resolving our promise. And in here, we're actually rejecting it by saying that, sorry, the shop is closed. So right in here, say that I just set its value equal to false. So let me just save it and let me just execute now. Now, what it's gonna do is that, okay, so not handle. Okay, so it is saying that it actually needs dot catch as well because it needs to be catched somewhere else. So we're gonna basically catch it in the coming videos. In the next video, by default, now for now we're gonna set this value equal to true, but later on we're gonna catch this exception. Like what's gonna happen if our promise is rejected? We need to actually catch it and we're gonna catch it in the coming videos of promises. So for now, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay, so the first step in promises, as you can see from this life cycle, is either resolve or reject. So we actually resolve and reject it based on this condition. If the shop is open, we're gonna going to resolve it. Else, we're gonna reject it. And then the with this reject, we need to add the catch as well, but we're gonna do it in the next video. But for now, in this life cycle, you can see that after resolve or reject, if it is resolved, then it just move to the next part, which is actually the promise chaining, then, and then so on. So this then actually is actually all the tasks that needs to be performed. Like for example, we already have placed the order, and then the next step is cutting the fruit. So it will be our first then, and then the next step is adding water and ice. Then this one is going to be our second then, and then the third step is starting the machine. Then that is going to be our third then, and so on, as many then as you want, depending upon the task that needs to be performed. Okay, so now let's just open your VS Code, and now right in here, the first thing you need to make sure is that you don't have this semicolon right here, because if you do have semicolon, then JavaScript will think that the task that you need to that needs to be performed with promises is actually done. So right in here, what you need to be doing is that you actually this time dot then. So this then is actually the method which is actually inside my promise object, and we have made this promise object right here that we're actually returning from the place we're actually calling this function right here. So this whole thing is actually an object. Now with this object, we're actually calling this built-in method that is actually inside the promise object. And now with this promise object, with this method, this dot then method, the first thing that we need to pass um, is basically an arrow function. And now this arrow function, let me just scroll it down. It's going to return. What it's going to return is going to return whatever that is being returned by the order. So right in here, to the order, we actually need to pass first of all the time and then the task or the work that needs to be performed. So right in here, the next step after ordering the food, placing the order, is actually cutting the fruit or chopping the fruit. So right in here, first of all, here you can see that chopping the fruit actually takes 2 seconds. So the first thing I will just pass right here is 2 seconds, and then the next thing I will just pass is an arrow function, just like we have passed right here while we were ordering the fruit. And now we're going to just say that console.log. Okay, so first of all, we actually need to start the production after the strawberry or whatever fruit is being selected. So let's say that the production has been started, and the production will be started immediately after the order has been placed. It will just be done in 0 seconds. Okay, so now just save your script and execute your code. So first of all, it will just take 2 seconds for ordering the fruit, and then the next step is actually the starting the production. So it will take 0 second to start the production. Okay, so hit enter. So it will take 1, 2 second, and then after the strawberry is being selected, the production will start immediately. Okay, so now the next step is chopping the fruit. So right in here, you'll just simply add another dot then. So dot then, and then in here, you're just gonna again pass the arrow function, and this arrow function will again return, and then this function order, and chopping the fruit will take 2 seconds, and then the next thing that we need to pass will be an arrow function, and then I will just say that console.log. So after 2 seconds, fruits will be chopped. So I will say that fruits has been chopped. Okay, so now just save it once again, and just notice here that it will take 2 seconds for the fruits to be chopped after the production has been started. Okay, so let's just execute this code once again. So after 2 seconds, strawberry will be selected, production will start immediately. In about 2 seconds, fruits will be chopped. Okay, so now let's just see what are the next steps. The next step is adding water and ice. So right in here, we'll just add another dot then. So dot then, and we'll just pass an arrow function, and this arrow function will again return this thing, so this thing, and it is actually taking 1 second to add water and ice, and the next thing that will pass will be my arrow function, and I will just say that console.log. And again, I'll just use this backtick keys because I need to select something from my stocks, and that is actually water and ice. So it is actually inside my stocks object, and then liquid, and this one is at index number 0, and this one is at index number 1. So right in here, I will just simply say, first of all, this dollar symbol, and this one, and then stocks dot liquids, and then this one is at the first one is at index number 0, and I'll just say that and now what I will do is I will actually copy it. So copy and just paste it right in here, and we'll just say that um is added. Okay, so that was the third step, and now the fourth one will be again dot then. So again, we'll just pass an arrow function to it, and this will again return order. Return just calling this order function order, and the next step after adding water and ice is to start the machine. So starting the machine actually takes 1 second. So right in here just type 1000, and then this one is arrow function, and I will just say that console.log the machine has been started. Okay, so the next one is again dot then, and then the arrow function, and then this one is going to return order, and then the next one after starting the machine is to basically select the container. Okay, so first of all, let me just see how much time it takes to select the container. Selecting the container takes 2 seconds. Okay, so in here I just need to pass 2, and then the next one is the type of work that needs to be done. So I'll just say that console.log. And let me just see what we have inside my stock. So for the holder, it is either corn, cup, or steak. So let's just say that it is going to be corn, which is inside my stocks, and then holder array, and then this one is at index number 0. So right in here, I will just say that which is back the case, and then dollar, and then this one, and then stocks dots. Basically, it is holder, and then this one is index number 0 as holder. Okay, and that was another task, and it's taking 2 seconds, and then the next one is actually the topping one. Um, so right in here, I will just again say that return uh, calling the order function. It is actually taking 3 seconds, and then we need to call, basically we need to pass this arrow function, and I'll just say that console.log, and then in here what we are doing is that for topping we can either have chocolate or peanut. So let's say that I will just have chocolate on my ice cream top. So topping is in my stock object, and then this array toppings, and then this one is at index number 0. So right in here, just use this backtick keys, and then this dollar, and then stocks dot toppings, and then 0, and then let's say that as not like this. It should be actually inside in here as topping. Okay. So after adding the topping, I think the final step is to serve the ice cream. Yeah, so selecting the topping, the final step is to serve the ice cream, which is taking 2 seconds. So right in here, I'll just say that then. Uh, and then in here, I just need to pass this arrow function, and I'll just type return, and then this function order, and it's taking 2 seconds to serve the ice cream, and then we need to pass the work in the form of arrow function. So console dot log, and I'll just say that serve the ice cream. And yeah, that's all. We are done. We are done with promises. But see that how neat and clean this code is as compared to the code that we had using callback. So we simply have dot then, and then dot then, dot then, dot then, as many then as we want, depending upon the number of tasks that we have right here for making this ice cream. Okay, so first of all, let me just execute. So first of all, just save your script, and hopefully everything will be fine. So first of all, it will take 2 seconds. Production has been started. Fruit has been chopped. Water has been added. Machine has been started. On as a holder. And then chocolate as topping. And then finally, serve the ice cream. Wow, our ice cream is ready with promises. It was pretty simple as compared to callbacks. While making our ice cream, you can just see that our code actually is looking neat and clean. And if I can just show you, that was actually the format of promises. We first of all need to resolve. We need to first of all either resolve or reject it. And if it is resolved, then we have simply dot then, dot then, dot then, and then dot then. Okay, so just you might be confused. If you are not confused, then you can just simply end this video. But if you are confused, make sure that you do not have this semicolon right here, because this order function is actually returning a promise object. So this whole thing, this promise object, is going to be returned. Whatever this function is actually is, this is going to be returned as an object, because in here we're seeing that return a promise object. Return this promise object, and it will be received right here. So this whole thing will be an object, and now with this object, we are actually calling this function dot then. But if you have that semicolon right here, then you actually can't call this function then with this object with this promise object. So make sure that you don't have any semicolon right here or anywhere else. But at the end, if you want, you can have this semicolon. That is absolutely fine, because we are now done. But actually, we need to catch our in here. You can see that if there is something, if it is not resolved, it is rejected, then we actually need to catch our exception right here, and that is going to be catched in the next video. But I hope that everything is pretty much clear. You can just see that how neat. Just compare the code between promises and callbacks. This is the most asked question, like why do we use promises? Why do we use promises, and why don't we use callbacks? So the reason is there is only one reason, is that with callbacks our code is looking very messy. It is not readable. With promises our code is you can see that how neat and clean it is, and it is pretty much readable. That is the answer. And then the next most asked question in the interview is that if JavaScript synchronous or asynchronous. So by default, JavaScript is synchronous, that is execute the code line by line. The first line, second line cannot be executed before the first one, but we actually make JavaScript asynchronous using callbacks, using promises, and then in this video we will also cover async await. So we actually make JavaScript asynchronous using async await as well. that we're going to be covering in this course as well. So for now, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay, so in the promise life cycle, you're going to see that we have either resolve or we have reject. If it is resolved, then we're going to go through all these steps, dot then, and so on. But if it is rejected, then it's going to look for this catch. And in our case, it's going to come to this catch if our shop is closed. So if this thing is not true, means if it is false, then this if condition will be true, and instead of just resolving it, it's just going to come to this else part and then it's going to reject it. So when JavaScript sees this thing reject, then it's going to look for dot catch, the catch method that we have inside the promise object. So right in here, we're going to catch it right here. And again, make sure that you don't have this semicolon right here because we're just going to continue it. And now right in here, we're going to catch it. And now with this, just look, see that this catch is actually the promise object, and right in here, and it will actually be called if the promise is actually rejected. So you can see that attaches a callback for only the rejection of the promise. So right in here, what it's going to do if it's going to be catched, we're going to do something right here by printing something out on the console screen. I'll just say that console.log. And if the shop is closed, then the customer is going to leave. So I'll just say that customer left. Okay. So yeah, that's all we need to be doing. And you have seen that if this condition is true, then it is actually printing out all these things. But if it is false, then it's going to reject part and going to come inside the catch block. Okay, so now let me just execute this code once again. And you can see that it is saying that sorry, the shop is closed, customer left, and that is because right in here we have set this value equal to false. So this condition gets false. It comes to this else block and just saying that reject by printing this thing out on the console screen. Sorry, the shop is closed. And then when it sees this, JavaScript is looking for the catch block. So right in here, it will just come to this catch method. And then with this catch method, we're actually passing this method. And this method is actually printing out this thing, which is customer has left. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to be doing for the reject part. And in here, the final step you can see is whether the promise is resolved or it is rejected. It will still we did actually the optional part. You can just leave it or you can just complete it. So finally, it's actually giving some kind of final message. So say that right in here, we just can add this final message. So just remember that even if the promise is rejected or resolved, it will still come to this finally part if we have something in the finally block. So right in here, I'll just say the finally, and again, we'll just say that console.log and say that the final message will be thank you for visiting our ice cream shop. And yeah, that's all we need to be doing. And just remember that even if the promise is resolved or rejected, it will still come to this finally block. And I'm going to show you. So first of all, we have the value of is shop open equal to false, means that it's going to be rejected. And we're going to see actually this thing with addition to this thing that we have inside the finally block. Okay, so let me just execute it once again. And you can see that first of all, it is saying, sorry, the shop is closed, customer left. And then finally, it is printing out this message. Thank you for visiting our ice cream shop. And let me just add another thing. We will see you again. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is that I will just set this value equal to true just to show you that it will actually work even if the promise is resolved. So right in here, we set its value equal to true. And now let me just execute it once again by saving your script first of all. And first of all, it will just go through all these steps of making this ice cream. And then finally, it will show you this message which is inside my finally block saying that thank you for visiting our ice cream shop. We'll see you again. And yeah, that's it for this video. I will see you again. Okay, so now from this video, we will start covering async await, and we will be making our ice cream using async await as well, just like we had made with promises and callbacks. So before we make our ice cream using async await, we first of all need to understand what actually async await is. So async await is actually a better way of writing promises. So when we were writing promises, we were just doing it like this. So say that we have an arrow function. So this arrow function will take no argument. And in here, what we were doing is that we were actually returning promise object. So first of all, we're just creating it using a new promise. And this promise object will take an arrow function. And this arrow function will take two arguments. Either promise is going to be resolved or it's going to be rejected. So in here, okay. And then we'll just come inside our arrow function. And then we were just saying that if the condition gets true, what we're going to do is that we're going to resolve for promise. So we're just going to resolving our promise, else what we were doing is that we were actually rejecting our promise by saying something on the console screen. So this is how we were actually creating a promise and then resolving it and rejecting it using promises. But now, how we gonna actually create a promise using async await? So in here, we just do it something like this. We just type this keyword async and then function and then the name of the function, and yeah, this is how we actually create a promise using async, using this keyword async. So this will actually create a promise. So previously we were just doing it like this, but with async, we're just doing it like this. So this will actually create a promise. This keyword async will actually create promise, but it is not as that much simple. So after basically we have this promise, then if it is resolved, then what it do is that first of all we actually need to call this function order, then it actually move to the then block, and then again then and then as many then as you want, and then if the promise is rejected, then it actually come to the catch block, um and doesn't matter if the promise is rejected or resolved, it still come to this finally block. So this one gets executed when the promise is resolved. This one gets executed when the promise is rejected, and this one is executed anyways. Doesn't matter if the promise is resolved or rejected. But in async await, we actually write this condition of dot then and catch and finally using try, catch, and finally. So we have three things in async function. We either have try, catch, and finally. So let's just do it like this. So let me just comment this whole thing out because we don't need this. So yeah, we don't need this. So just comment this thing out. And now let's just come to this async function that we have created right here using this keyword async. So first of all, what we do is that we write try. And then what we do is that we write catch. And with this catch, the error is actually caught right here. Not like this. It is this caught. Um, okay, so with catch, for error is caught like this, and then it just come to the catch block, and then finally we have finally uh, it will be executed. Doesn't matter if the code is executed or if there is some kind of error that is going to be caught right here. Okay, so first of all, well, let's just understand it. So in here, say that we have this keyword await. So just forget about this keyword await for now. Let's just first of all try to understand this try block. So say that we're actually calling a function right here. I will just say await ABC. And if there is some kind of error, where, well, actually, there is some kind of error because there is no function named ABC in my whole code. So this will actually, this is some kind of error. So it's going to come to this catch block. And with this catch block, I will just say that console dot console.log. Oops, what I'm just typing, console.log. Um, function ABC doesn't exist. And then we'll just print down this error right here. And then this finally block is going to be executed. Doesn't matter if there is some kind of error or not. So in the finally block, we'll just say that console.log. Um, say that I'll just say that the finally block, oops, block will be executed anyways. Okay, so in here, first of all, what I'm actually doing is that I'm actually trying to execute this line of code, basically the code that we have inside the try block. It can be as much long as long as you want. In here, we just write only one line of code, and in here, what I'm doing is that I'm actually trying to execute a function that doesn't exist. So in here, it just fails to execute the try block because there is some kind of error because this function doesn't exist. So this error will be caught in the catch block right here in this argument error, and then we're actually saying this thing with this error right here. So it doesn't matter if there's any error or not, it's gonna still print out this thing on the console screen as well. Okay, so now let's just call this function order right here. Make sure that everything else is commented. Okay, so now we can just call this function right in here. Let's just say order, now save it, and now let's just execute our code. Yeah, this is the code. Okay, so finally block will be executed anyways. So let's see what is it saying. Okay, so again it's saying that function ABC doesn't exist and it is actually a reference error. ABC is not defined, and this is actually the whole error that we are actually getting. So this whole error is actually caught right here, and then we are actually printing that error right here with this thing. And then, as I told you, that finally block will be executed at the end. Doesn't matter if there is any error or not. In this case, we have error, but still, this block will be executed. So, first of all, again, let me just repeat. First of all, you just try to execute this line of code. If it just fails to execute this line of code, then it's going to come to this catch block and it will catch that error that it actually caught in this argument error, and then we'll actually printing out that error right here with this thing. And then finally, we're actually printing this thing on the console screen. So this is how we have try, catch, and finally in async function, while with promises we have dot then, and then catch, and then finally. Okay, so as I told you that this thing will actually create a function right here. This thing will actually create a promise right here. So now what I can do is that since this actually has created a promise, this async keyword has actually created a promise object that we have created previously like this. So now what we can do is that since it has created a promise object, now we can actually use dot then, and then we can just pass an arrow function saying that console.log, I'll just say that this will be executed in step step 2, and then we can have another then, and again we can just pass an arrow function by saying that console dot log, this will be executed in step 3, and then finally we can either have catch and finally as well if you want. But the point that I'm actually trying to make is that since this keyword has actually created a promise object, and now with the promise object, in the promise object we have this built-in method dot then, and then dot catch, and then dot finally as well. So we can use it once we have this keyword async with any function. So and now we have it. So now we can actually use dot catch, get plot finally as well. But in the next video, I'm going to be talking about this keyword await, because this keyword await is very, very important while learning async await. This will actually replace actually all these lines of code that we have written um, pretty much, and you're going to see it in the coming videos. All right, now in this video, I'm going to be talking about this await keyword using an example. So say that I'm working on making an ice cream in the kitchen, and say that while making an ice cream, I forgot what topping the customer would like. So I just leave the kitchen and go back to the customer and ask him, sir, what topping would you like on your ice cream? And then I will just come back after taking an order from the customer regarding the topping. So in the meantime, while I'm actually out of the kitchen, the process of making an ice cream is actually stopped. Nothing is actually happening in the kitchen. So, because it is actually taking time for me to go out of the kitchen, go to the customer, and then come back. So, during that process, the process of making an ice cream is being stopped because the chef, which in this case is me, is no more in the kitchen. But the entire restaurant is working. Like for example, um, other workers are basically working on cleaning the dishes. They are working on cleaning tables, taking orders from the customer. But the process of making an ice cream is stopped because I am nowhere in the kitchen. I actually went out of the kitchen to take order from the customer regarding the topping thing, and then when I just come back, then I will just start the process once again. So let's just have a function for this. And in here, but let me just first of all clear each and everything that I have, and let me just clear this thing as well because we do not need it. Okay, so right in here, if let's clear it. Okay, so I'm gonna clear it till that point, and now what I'm gonna do is that I will just create a function, and I will just name this function as toppings underscore choice. And this one, this function is going to return a new promise, basically a promise object. Um, and in here, we need to pass an arrow function, and this arrow function will take two things. If you remember, it is um, resolve or it is reject. And now I'll just come inside my arrow function, and I will just add a set timeout function because it will take some time for me to ask the customer which topping would he like. So right in here, I will just put it inside my set timeout function. So set timeout, and the first thing I will just pass will be an arrow function, and say that it will just take 3 seconds for me to ask the customer what topping would he like. And now inside the arrow function that I have inside my um, set timeout function, I will just say that console.log. And in here, I will just say that I will ask the user which topping he would like. Okay, so that is the function that I have made for asking the customer which topping he would like. Okay, now in here I'm gonna create an async function. So right in here, let's say that async, and I will just name this function as kitchen because I'm actually working in the kitchen. Okay, now in the kitchen, basically, I will be working on all the steps that are required to make an ice cream. So say that I will just write console. So say that there are like 5 or 6 steps. So say that there are 6 steps. So in here, I will just type A, and then I will just type it like 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And now in here, B, and then C, D, and in. Okay, now somewhere in between, like for example, I actually chopped the fruit, I actually started the machine, and then I added water and ice. But somewhere in between, I forgot which topping the customer has actually ordered. So somewhere in between, I forgot to ask. So what I'm going to do is that I will actually go back to the customer, and in here in that function, I've actually asked the user which topping he would like. So in here, I will just use this keyword await. I'm going to explain it, but first of all, let's just call this function topping choice. Okay, so in here, first of all, I will just execute my first step in making an ice cream, and then second step, and then third step, and say that in the fourth step, in here, I forgot which topping the customer has ordered. So I will actually go back to this function, this topping choice function. Basically, I will actually go back to the customer and say that it will actually take 3 seconds. So during these 3 seconds, these two steps will not be executed because the chef is not present in the kitchen. So these two steps, the kitchen is since the kitchen is empty, so these two steps will not be executed in 3 seconds. So in here, it is actually waiting for this function to be executed, and once it is executed, it can then execute this step and then this step. But outside of this function, say that there are other workers that are working on cleaning the tables, serving the customers, doing dishes, and all these things. It will continue to happen. So in here, I'm actually calling this kitchen function and say that in here we will have console dot log, and say that the in the restaurant, the people are working on doing the dishes, and then there will be console.log, and then they will be actually cleaning the tables, cleaning the tables, and then they will be working on something else as well, like for example, serving the customers or taking orders from different customers. Okay, so let me just execute this code, and then it will actually make more sense. So I'm going to basically save it, and then I'm going to actually execute it. Okay, so you can just see that it's first of all ABC, and then all the remaining steps are being executed, like doing the dishes, cleaning the table, and taking orders from different customers. And once after 3 seconds, I actually came back with the topping choice of the customer, then it will actually execute basically this thing, which is which topping would you like, and then it will actually in here, my ABC. Let me just scroll it up. ABC cleaning dishes, taking order from different customers. Which topping would he like? Okay, so yeah, it is actually not executing these two lines of code. And the reason for this is that I forgot to put this thing in resolve. So this thing must be resolved. So this is my bad. I This thing must go in the resolve part, and yeah, this one will now work absolutely fine. Taking order from the customer, taking orders from customer, and yeah, which topping would he like? And after the chef knows that which topping the customer would like, it will then execute step number D and step number E. Okay, now let me just explain this code one last time before I end this tutorial. But if you have understood this code, then you can actually end this tutorial. Okay, so again, what I'm actually doing is that somewhere, let's say that I'm actually working on the kitchen and I execute step number one, step number two, step number three, and then I forgot which topping the customer had ordered. So I will actually go back to the customer right here and will ask him which topping would he like, and say that it will actually take 3 seconds for me to ask the customer. So during these 3 seconds, the other restaurant is in the working state. Like for example, other waiters are actually doing dishes, cleaning tables, taking orders from different customers. But this whole process, this kitchen thing is actually stopped because the chef is no more in the kitchen making an ice cream. It is he has actually gone to the customer asking him which topping would he like, and once he actually come back after 3 seconds, it will then execute step number D and step number E, and this is what actually we are seeing right here. So in here, first of all, it is actually executed step number A and then B and then C, and then it actually go back right here. And since it is taking 3 seconds, so in the meantime, the other restaurant, the other waiters are still in the working state. They are actually doing the dishes, cleaning the tables, taking orders from different customers. And once, after 3 seconds, once the chef is done taking the topping order from the customer, he can then come back after 3 seconds and then execute step number D and step number E. So this await keyword will actually put the remaining code inside of that async function as long as that function has not been executed. And once that function has been executed, it can then execute the remaining part of that function. So this is what this await keyword will actually do. So hope this is making sense. And if it does, now we can actually move on to make that complete ice cream using async await. And you're going to see that making an ice cream using async await, actually coding ice cream using async await is a lot easier as compared to promises, and then almost a million times more easier than callbacks. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Okay, now in this video, we're gonna make our ice cream using async await, and async await is actually the last part of asynchronous programming. So the first one is callbacks, the second one is promises, and then the third one is async await. So now, previously we had made ice cream using callbacks and then promises, and now we're gonna make our ice cream using async await, and then async await is going to make more sense to you. So let's just get into it. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is that I have actually created each and everything from the previous video except the stocks. And now in here, what I'm going to do is that I'll just create a variable, and this variable will be is shop open, and by default, I'm going to set this value equal to true. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I will just create a function, and that is going to be a time function. So just name it as time, and then this time function will accept an argument, and that is going to be the time that is actually required to perform a specific task while making an ice cream. Okay, now what this function will do is that it will actually return a promise object. So I'll just type here return new promise. And then if you remember, the promise can either be resolved or rejected. So in here, I'm actually passing an arrow function right here. And then for this arrow function, it is actually expecting two arguments. It can either be resolved or it can be rejected. So now in here, I will just add an if statement, and the promise is going to be resolved if the shop is open. So you can see that by default, its value is true. So the promise is going to be resolved if the shop is open. So I'll just type here if is shop open. Then what we're going to do is that we're going to actually resolve our promise. So in here, I'll just add it inside the set timeout function. And the first thing that I'm going to pass is basically, obviously, resolve. And the second time I'll just pass is basically the time, which is going to be in millisecond. Okay, but if the shop is closed, means that if this variable is false, then it's gonna come inside my else block, and I will actually reject it by printing something out on the console screen. So I'll just say that console.log, and I will just say that um, our shop is closed at this moment. Okay, so yeah, this is all we need to be doing for this time function. It is simply returning a promise, and this promise is going to be resolved if the shop is open, else it's going to be rejected. Simple, simple. And now the next thing in here, what I'm going to do is that I will actually create an async function. So I'll just type here async function, and then in here I will just name it as kitchen, because in the kitchen everything that is involved in making ice cream will be done. So right in here, okay, so if you remember async, actually for async we have try, or we have catch if we got some error, And then basically this is optional, but you can add the finally one as well. And this catch, in this catch, the error will be received. So in here for the finally, we can just simply type like console dot console.log. Now let's say that um thank you for visiting our shop. See you again soon. Okay, and then for the catch, we can just simply type uh console.log customer has left. Okay, so in here let me just type customer has left. And basically, if our promise is actually rejected, means that if the shop is actually closed, then this thing will actually be received right here in the catch. And if you want, you can actually print out the error, but I will not print it. I will just simply say customer has left. Okay. So if you remember, with promises, if it gets rejected, then we need to actually catch it, and it's going to be catch right here. And it will come to this reject part if the shop is closed. So it will first of all print this thing out, and then it will just look for the catch block. So the catch block is right over here. And since our shop is closed, so the customer is going to leave. So that's where actually we are printing this message customer has left. Okay, now at the entire part, the remaining part we have to do inside this try block. Okay, so for the try block, what I'm going to do is that first of all, I will just say that the first part is actually console.log, and the first part is first of all, the user will actually select a fruit by ordering it, by ordering ice cream by selecting some kind of fruit from or stocks, and then this array fruits. So right in here, I will just add this backtick key, and then I will have this dollar symbol, and then this thing, and I will just say that stocks dot fruits, and then let's just say that the user select, the customer select the first fruit, which is strawberry, and I will just say that strawberry was selected. And now, if you remember, it actually takes some time to select the type of ice cream the customer wants. So say that it will just take 2 seconds. So now in here, what I'm gonna do is that I will just use this keyword await. And for this await, I will just for the await next to await, I'm gonna basically call this time function. And since selecting the fruit actually take 2 seconds, so right in here I will just pass this 2 seconds. And if you remember, this time function is actually expecting this thing in milliseconds. So in here we actually need to pass it in millisecond. And actually this time function accept the time in millisecond. So now what it actually means that as long as we actually wait for 2 seconds, and after waiting for 2 seconds actually try to execute this line of code. So previously with promises it was different, but now for async await, we're actually using this keyword await to wait for some specific amount of time. And in this case, it is only 2 seconds. Okay, so now in here, the next step is actually chopping the fruit. So right in here, I will just say that again, await time, and say that chopping the fruit would also take 2 seconds. And now in here, basically, I will just say that console.log fruits has been chopped. Okay, so actually before chopping the fruit, we actually need to start the production here. So right in here, I will just say that await, and we say that this time we'll just pass 0 second because the production will start immediately after ordering the fruit. So right in here, I will just say that console dot not like this, console dot log. And I will just say that production has been started. Okay, so let first of all let's test this thing out to see if it is working or not. So right in here, just type. First of all, you need to save your script and then just type node script.js and hit enter. Okay, so it is just printing nothing out on the console screen because we forgot to call this function kitchen. Okay, so we're gonna call it right here. So just kitchen. And yeah, that's all we need to do. And now let's just run it. So it will take 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Production will start immediately. And after 2 seconds, it will say fruits has been chopped. And then at the end, it will just come to this finally block saying, thank you for visiting our shop. See you again. Okay, so now let's just do the remaining steps after fruits has been chopped. And the next step is adding water and ice. So right in here, adding water and ice is actually taking 1 second. So right in here, what I'm gonna do is that I'm just saying that await time and gonna take 1 second to add water and ice. So let's say that console, oops, not like this. So console dot log. And then in here, I need to add this backtick keys because in here, I'm just going to select something from my stocks. So it is water and ice, which is actually inside my liquid. So stock and then this liquid array and then the zeroth index and then the first index inside this liquid array. So right in here, I will just say that not like this. First of all, this dollar and then these curly braces, and then I can just write some JavaScript. So stocks dot liquid and then the first item in the array so water and then again the same thing. So why not just copy it? So copy and I'm gonna paste it right in here and then just type here one. Water and ice has been added. Okay, so the next step is if you remember, just open this notepad. It is starting the machine and it will actually take 1 second. So I will just type await and then this function time and then it will take 1 second and then I'll just type console.log the is machine is started. Okay, and now the next step is selecting the container, so it will take 2 seconds. So right in here I will just say that await time 2 seconds and then I'll just type console.log. And then since in here, container for the container, it is actually the type of folder which is either con, cup or steak. So say that I will just use cup this time instead of con. So which is actually inside my stocks and then this array holder and then this first item in the holder array. So right in here again, I just need to use this backtick keys. And then basically my dollar and this curly braces and then stocks dot holder and this time it's talking about the second item which is at index number one as holder. Okay, now the next step is selecting topping. So selecting topping, let me just see how much time it takes. It takes 3 seconds. Okay, so I'll just type await time and then 3 seconds and then console.log console.log and this time again I'm just going to use this backtick keys because I'm just going to write some JavaScript by selecting something from here from this topping and say that this time I want peanut as topping on my ice cream. So this one is as stocks and then toppings array and then index number one. Okay, so let's just write it in here. Okay, so dollar and then stocks dot toppings and then actually first index as topping on ice cream. And then the final step is to actually serve the ice cream and serving the ice cream will take 2 seconds as well. So now finally I will just type console.log and now I'll just type serve the ice cream to the customer. And yeah, that's all. That's all we need to be doing for making ice cream using async await. And you can just see that how simple dimple it is using async await. I would say that it is actually more simpler than promises, and then almost a million times more simpler than um, callbacks. But I would say that it is actually more. It is actually even more simpler than promises as well. So yeah, this is actually the more neater and cleaner picture of making an ice cream using or performing any task using asynchronous programming and then by using async await. Okay, so now let's just execute it and then finally I'll explain this code and then I'll just end this video. So let's execute it. So 2 seconds and then immediately starting the production. Fruits has been chopped, button has been added, machine started, cup as holder, and then let's just see what we have on the topping. Peanuts as topping on ice cream, and then finally it is going to serve the ice cream and print out this message saying that thank you for visiting our shop. We're gonna see you soon again. Okay, now let's just say that in here, this promise gets rejected. So it will just get rejected if we have false right here. So it will first of all check this condition. This condition will be false because this thing is actually false. Because by default, if you just don't type here anything, it actually means true. So this one will get false. You can come to this else part and would reject it. And as soon as it just sees basic print out this message, and since it is actually inside this reject function, then it is actually looking for the catch block because the error or the reject part is going to be catched right here in the catch block. So it's coming in the catch block, and the error will be caught right here in this variable error. And then I'm actually not printing out the error, but I'm just actually printing out this thing, the customer is left because the shop is closed. And then finally, it's going to basically print out this message because this finally block will be executed whether the doesn't matter if the promise gets resolved or rejected. Okay, so now let's just execute this code. But first of all, make sure that you just save your script before, and now we can actually run it. And then it is just saying that our shop is closed at this moment. Customer has left because it is coming to this catch block, and then again finally it's printing out this message. Thank you for visiting our shop. We're gonna see you again when the shop is open. Okay, so let me just basically turn this variable back to true. So I'm going to just turn it back to true. Okay, so now how actually it is working, basically this function. So this thing will actually stop the execution. This await will actually stop the execution. So say that our program is somewhere right here and it actually sees this await keyword. Now, whenever you just want to use the await keyword, now it can only be used if you have this keyword async before the function name. Make sure that this keyword is actually present or you cannot use this keyword await. Okay, so when it sees this await function inside this async, what it does is that it actually stops the execution of that particular function in which we have that await keyword. In this case, it is the kitchen function. Then it's gonna basically stop the execution till that point for 2 seconds. And as long as this line of code will not be executed, it will not come here to this line of code only for this function kitchen because we have this await keyword for inside this function kitchen. But say that if we have like other functions, then it gonna continue to execute while this function is in the await state. And this is how actually threading work. I already have explained how threading work. And now similarly, it is actually taking 0 seconds and then again, it has actually stopped the execution of this function, this async function for 2 seconds, and it will not go further for 2 seconds again. And after 2 seconds, it will actually print out this message. And again, it will actually stop here. This async function will stop here for 1 second. Let me just scroll it down. And after 1 second, it will be stopped again for 1 second, and then for 2 seconds, and then for 3 seconds. But remember that this await keyword is only applicable for this function kitchen. If we have other function which does not has async, this keyword async, and then this keyword await, then you're going to continue executing in a separate thread or as a part of main thread while this one is actually in await. So I hope it is making sense. But say that if we have like multiple async functions and then let's say that we have another function which has this keyword async and then this keyword await as well, then they're gonna run separately as well in separate threads. But they're gonna actually report to the main thread after awaiting for a specific amount of time. Just like we have seen in promises, and just like we have seen how threading work in the thread slides. So I hope because it is actually you need to make sure that you actually understand the entire asynchronous programming, because this is the most when you just go to the JavaScript, when you just go for the JavaScript interview, they're just gonna ask you so many questions related to asynchronous programming. So you must know how asynchronous programming actually work, how basically they go in separate threads, and then you should know if JavaScript is synchronous or asynchronous, and then you should know how this await keyword is doing and what this promises actually what this keyword what how promises work, how callbacks work, and then the most asked question is what is callback hell, and you need to tell that in callback hell our code is actually very messy, and that is why we use promises and async await. Honestly, I mean, if you just have to decide between promises and async await, then you will see if you just go to the professional field in different companies, you're going to basically see async await to be mostly used, but a lot of companies still use promises as well because they just love it. And trust me, I just sometimes use promises as well. But this async await, is used more than promises. And obviously, no one uses callbacks these days. It was used when JavaScript was new, and then these things, promises and async await, were not the part of JavaScript. So if you have any problem related to asynchronous programming, then you can just directly email me. You can just directly throw me a message, and I will be very happy to answer any questions that you have related to asynchronous programming, because I love this asynchronous programming. I have a lot of experience in web development, and web development these days without asynchronous programming is literally nothing. So make sure that you actually understood each and every part of asynchronous programming. And if you have any problem at any time in asynchronous programming, then just let me know and I'll just get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And in this tutorial, we are going to start on to learn more in depth about functions. So let's start on with recursion. Now, if you are not new to programming, then it is probably familiar a topic and you could just skip this tutorial. But if you are not, then stay right here because we are going to learn everything we have to learn about recursion in JavaScript. Now, basically, what is recursion? Recursion is a programming pattern that is useful in situations when a task can be naturally split into several tasks of the same kind but simpler, or when a task can be simplified into an easy action plus a simple variant of the same task. Or, as we are going to see soon, how we are going to deal with certain data structures using recursion. Now, when a function solves a task, in the process, it can call many other functions. Now, a partial case of this is when a function calls itself. That is exactly what recursion is. That is a function called to itself. Now, there are two ways of thinking basically. The first one is how to implement something using the iterative thinking, that is the for loop, which we have studied. The second way of thinking is the recursive thinking, that is to simplify the task and to have the function call itself. So, if you consider the function for how to calculate the power of a number, then you know how to do that using the for loop. So let's just see how we are going to calculate the power using recursion. So let's just say that we have this function x raised to the power n, and inside that function, we need to specify a stopper for the recursion function. So if n equal to 1, that is going to indicate that the recursive call for the function is going to stop. And it is going to return x, that is going to be the answer in this case. Else, what it is going to do is that it is going to perform a recursive call that is going to be return x
multiplied by the power, which is the function itself, where x is going to be n minus 1. So that is exactly what recursion is. And if you now write in alert and you want to call in the function POW where the x is 2, this is 3. Now, apparently, you know that the answer is going to be 8. So if you refresh this, you are going to get that 8. Now, you can implement that with the help of a for loop as well, and it is going to be a bit actually bigger. So that's why recursion is used. So if you note here how the recursive variant is fundamentally different. Now, when the power xn is called, the execution actually split itself into two branches. The first one, as you can see, is where we have written if n equal to 1. Now, if n equal to 1, then everything is going to be trivial. It is called the base of recursion because it immediately produces the obvious result, that is, if power x has the power of 1, that equals x itself. So right here, if you just write in 2 raised to the power 1, then actually at the first iteration this thing is going to actually stop and it is going to go no more. No recursion is going to be performed here. Now in the second step, otherwise we can represent power x comma n as the x steric power xn minus 1. Now in maths, one would write xn equal to x steric x raised to the power n minus 1. Now that is called a recursive step. We transform the task into simpler action, that is multiplication by x, and a simpler call of the same task, power with lower n values. Next step is to simplify it further and further until n reaches 1. Now, for example, if you want to calculate 2 raised to the power 4, then the recursive variant is going to perform 4 steps. In the first step, it is going to have 2 raised to the power 3. In the second step, it is going to have 2 raised to the power 2. In the third iteration, it is going to have it for 2 raised to the power 1. And in the final step, when the value of n becomes 1, it is going to exit. So the recursion reduces a function call to a simpler one and then to even more simpler and so on until the result becomes obvious. Now, recursion is always shorter. A recursive solution is usually shorter than an iterative one. Now, the maximal number of nested calls, including the first one, is actually called the recursion depth. In our case, it will be exactly what we specify the value of n to be. Now, the maximal recursion depth is limited by JavaScript engine. We can rely on it being 10,000. Some engines allow more than 1 lakh. That is probably out of limit for the majority of them. Now, there are automatic optimizations that help alleviate this tails calls optimization, but they are not yet supported everywhere and work only in simple cases. Now that limits the application of recursion, but it still remains very wide. There are many tasks where recursive way of thinking gives simpler code and is easier to maintain. Then comes the execution context and stack. So let's just examine how recursive calls work. Now for that, we will look under the hood of functions. Now, information about the process of execution of a running function is stored in its execution context. Now, the execution context is an internal data structure that contains details about the execution of a function, where the control flow is now, the current variables, the value of this, and few other internal details. Now, one function call has exactly one execution context associated with it. Now, when a function makes a nested call, basically four steps happens. The first one is the current function is passed. In the second step, the execution context associated with it is remembered in a special data structure that is called the execution context stack. In the third step, the nested call execute, and in the very end, the old execution context is retrieved from the stack and outer function is resumed from where it stopped. So what happens during the execution of the power 2 raised to the 3 call? Now, in the beginning of the call, so let's just say that you have something like 2 raised to the power 3 here. Now, in the very first call, the execution context will store the variables where the value of x is going to be 2, 3. Now, the execution flow is at line 1 of the function. We can sketch it as x2 and 3 at line number 1. So, that's when the function is going to start executing itself. The condition n equal to 1 is going to be falsy for the first iteration, so the flow continues in the second branch of if. Now the variables are same, but the line is going to change. So in the first iteration, as I am telling you, it is going to be the x value is going to be 2, and the value of n is going to be actually 3 at line number 1. Now, in the second iteration at sorry, in the second context where we have this condition over here, we have actually x equal to 2 and n equal to 3, but when it executes, the value of n is going to be reduced by 1, which means that now in the second iteration the value of n is going to be 2, which means that now we are dealing with power 2 comma 2 here, which means that here we have 2 comma 2 now. Now to do a nested call, JavaScript remembers the context execution context in its execution context stack. Now here we call the same function POW, but it absolutely doesn't matter. The process is the same for all functions. The current context is remembered on top of the stack. The new context is created for the subcall, and finally when the subcall is finished, the previous context is popped from the stack and its execution continues. So here basically the context stack, when we entered the subcall power 2 comma 2, it has x2 and 2, as well as it also has the x2 and 3 at the execution where it happens at line number 5 here. So the new current execution context is on the top, and both and previous remembered contexts are below. So when we finish the subcall, it is easy to resume the previous context because it keeps both variable and the exact place of the code where it stopped. Then in the third iteration, the process is going to repeat itself and a new subcall is made at line number 5. Now the arguments are going to be x2 and n1. A new execution context is created in the stack where the previous one is pushed on top of the stack. So now at the top of the stack, we have x2 and 1. After that, we have x2 and 2. And then at the third, we have x2 and 3. But the first one, that is x2 and 1, is actually at line number 1, whereas the remaining two, that is x2 and 2 and x2 and 3, are actually at line number 5 because they got executed there. Now there are two old contexts now and one currently running for power 2 comma 1 at line number 1. Then comes the stage where we have to exit because now the value of n is 1. So during the execution of power 2 comma 1, unlike before, the condition is now true. So the first branch of if is going to get executed, and after that there are no more nested calls. So the function finishes returning 2. As the function continues, its execution context is not needed anymore, so it's removed from the memory, and the previous one is restored off the top of the stack. Now the execution of power 2 comma 2 is resumed. It has the result of the subcall 2 comma 1, so it also can finish the execution returning 4. When the previous context is restored, that was the first one, x2 and 3. When it finishes, we have a result of 2 comma 3 equal to 8. Now the recursion depth in this case is going to be 3. As we can clearly see here, the recursion depth equals the maximum number of contexts in the stack. So if you note the memory requirements, context takes memory. In our case, raising to the power of n actually requires the memory for n contexts for all lower values for n. So basically, if you considered here, then the first iteration at the top is going to be x2 and 3 if you move when the value of n is not 1 and it is 3. So it is going to have x2 and 3. After that, it is going to have x. The value of x is going to remain constant, but this time we are going to have the value of n as 2. This is also going to be a comma. And after that, in the final iteration, the value of x is going to be 2, whereas the value of n is this time going to be 1. Now, this is actually going to stop the execution, and now it is going to move in the opposite direction because since it is a stack, so it is now going to pop out values from here. So now it is actually going to have 2. So this value over here is going to return 2. After that, this is going to return 4, and this one here is going to return actually 8. So if you have alert 2 raised to the power 3, if I just save this, refresh this, you can see that the answer also here is actually 8. So I hope that you have understood how recursion work. Now, if you have a same loop-based algorithm in memory saving, where you have the same using a for loop, then the iterative power function uses a single context changing I, that is the value that is looping over, and the result variable which actually stored the result in the process. Now its memory requirements are small, fixed, and do not actually depend on n, the value of n. Now, any recursion can be rewritten as a loop. The loop variant usually can be made more effective, but sometimes the rewrite is non-trivial, especially when a function uses different recursive subcalls depending on conditions and merges the result, or when the branching is more intricate. And the optimization may be unneeded and totally not worth the effort. Recursive can give a shorter code, easier to understand and support. Optimizations are not required in every place, and mostly we need a good code. That's why we used recursion in JavaScript. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about recursive traversals, as well as we are going to see how data structures like linked list use recursion. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about recursive traversals in JavaScript. So that is basically another great application of the recursion, that is recursive traversal. So imagine that we have a company and the staff structure looks something like this, that can be presented as an object. Now, in other words, you can clearly see that the company has department. Now, a department may have an array of staff. For instance, you can see that the sales department here, which is right here, has actually two employees, John and Alice, which are the employees of the sales department. Now, a department may split into sub-departments like development, that has two branches that are sites and internal. You can see that we have this development which can have this sites and internals which are sub-department. Now each of them has their own stuff as well. Now it is possible that when a sub-department grows, it divides into sub departments, or you can say teams. Now for instance, the sites department in the future may be split into teams for site A and site B, and they potentially can split even more. Now that is not the picture, just something to have in mind. So now let's just say that we want a function to get the sum of all the salaries. Now how can we do that? Now, the answer is an iterative approach is not easy because the structure is not simple. The first idea may be to make a for loop over company with nested subloops over first level departments, but then we are going to need more nested loops, subloops to iterate over the staff in second level departments like sites, and then another subloop inside those for third level departments that might appear in the future. Now, if we put 3 to 4 nested subloops in the code to traverse a single object, it becomes rather ugly. So why not try recursion? As we can see, when our function gets a department to sum, there are two possible cases. The first one is either it's a simple department with an array of people, then we can sum the salaries in a simple loop. And secondly, it is going to be either an object with n subdepartments that we can make n recursive call to get the sum for each of the subdepartments and combine the result. Now, the first case is the base of recursion, that is the trivial case when we get an array, and the second case when we get an object is the recursive step. Complex task is to split into subtasks for smaller departments. They may in turn split again, but sooner or later the split will finish at 1, and that is how the code is going to become short and easy to understand, and that is exactly what is the power of recursion. It also works for any level of subdepartment nesting, so we can easily see the principle for an object subcalls, why subcalls are made, while arrays are the leaves of the recursion tree that gives immediate result. So that's why recursion is also helpful in actually recursive traversals. It actually make it easy for you to iterate. Then we can have recursive structures. A recursive data structure is a structure that replicates itself in parts. We have just seen the example of the company structure. A company department is either an array of people or an object with departments. Now, for web developers, there are much better known examples that are HTML and XML documents. In the HTML document, an HTML tag may contain a list of text pieces, HTML comments, other HTML tags that can have div, paragraph elements, h1 tags, and a lot of other things. Now that's once again a recursive definition. Now for better understanding, we will cover one more recursive structure that is named as linked list that might be a better alternative for arrays in some cases. So imagine that we have stored an ordered list of object. So let's just say that we'll remove this from here, and let's just say that we have an array where we have object 1, we have object 2, and we have object 3. Now there is a problem with arrays. Now the delete element and insert element operations are expensive. For instance, array.unshipped object operation has to renumber all elements to make room for a new object, and if the array is big, it is going to take a lot of time. Same goes for array.shift function. Now the only structural modification that do not require a mass renumbering are those that operates with the end of the array, that includes the array.push or pop. So an array can be quite slow for big queues when we have to work with the beginning. Alternatively, if we really need fast insertion or deletion, we can choose another data structure that is called as linked list. Now the linked list element is recursively defined as an object with value, and the next property references the next linked list element or null if that's the end. So a linked list basically looks something like this. Let's just say that we have this one. After that, what we will have is an arrow that references 2. After that, we can have an arrow that references 3. And finally, we can have something like 4 here. Now, basically, these are actually the data part of the arrays, sorry, the linked list. Now, linked list also has one more part, which I told you is the next property that references the next element of the linked list. Now this one, basically the next of this is actually going to be 2. Now the next of 2 is going to be 3. The next of 3 is going to be 4. And the next of 4, which is actually the last element. So the next of it is actually going to be null. Now here we can even more clearly see that there are multiple objects. Each one has the value, and the next is going to point to the neighbor. The list variable is the first object in the chain, so following next pointer from it, we can reach any element. So if you want to reach this 3, so if you start from 1, you can see that you want the 1 next, which means that you want this 3 right over here. So that's how actually linked lists work. So for example, let's just say that you want to remove this one from this linked list right here. Now, what you can simply do is that there is going to be something pointing at this one as well. That is back actually the head pointer. So basically, head is actually pointed over here. That indicates that this is the first element. Now, if you want to remove the first element, what you are simply going to do is that you are going to make the head point towards here, and now nothing is going to point here, and you are going to make the one next, which is 2 actually, equal to null, which means that this connection here, which is right here, is going to be removed, and head, which we have already pointed towards here, which means that now this 2 is actually the starting of this linked list, and this over here right here is actually being removed. Now to have backward traversal, you can have also the previous, which is an added property in addition to next, to reference the previous element to move back easily, which is right here. What we can do is point the tail here towards this 4, and now the tail previous is going to be 3, its previous is going to be 2, and its previous is going to be 1. So that's how basically in recursive steps you can actually move from one element to another, then to other, then to other, and finally towards the end. So I hope that you have understood how this data structure of linked list work. I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. That is an important topic. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the second part of what we started in the previous tutorial, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the spread syntax. Now we have just covered in the previous tutorial how to get an array from the list of parameters, but sometimes we need to do exactly the reverse. For instance, there is a built-in function math.max that returns the greatest number from a list. So right here, let's just say that you have alert math.max. Now this is the example which I gave you in the start of the previous tutorial, where math.max, as I told you, is going to give you the greatest number, and that is actually the practical demonstration that I was telling you the truth. You can see that it says 5, which is the greatest number here. Now let's just say that we have an array 351. Now how are we going to call the math.max with it? Now passing it as is not going to work, because math.max expects a list of numeric arguments and not a single array. So right here at the top, let's just say that you have an array that has the 3 parameters which we have right down here, that are 351. And right now if you want to pass in the array here, save this page and refresh that, you can see that it says nan, which means not a number. And surely we can't manually list items in the code like math.max array 0, array 1, array 2, because we may be unsure how many items there are in our array. Now, as our script executes, there could be a lot or there could be none, and that is going to get ugly. Now, spread syntax basically comes to your rescue. It looks familiar to the rest parameter, also using the triple dot format, but does quite the opposite. Now, when you use the dot 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 arr, it is used in the function call. It expands an iterable object array into a list of arguments. Now, if you talk about the math.max, so if you just write in dot 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 here, and then have your array and refresh this page, you can see that you have got the 5 which you required. Now what it do is that the spread actually turns the array into a list of arguments, and after it convert it into a list of arguments, now your math.max function knows that there are 3 elements 351, of which I have to choose the largest. So that's why it chose 5 and gave you the output. Now we can also pass multiple iterables in the very same way, and it is going to act in the same way. So for example, let's just say that you have one more array here that is going to be named as array 1, and let's just say that it has the elements 8, and let's just say 2, and let's just say 9, and let's just say 4, you can just say. Now you can clearly see that the biggest one here is 9 of these two arrays. So you're going to write in a double r, a comma, dot 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 a double r 1, which means that you are actually now looking in two arrays. So if you refresh this now, you can see that the output is 9. So that's how you can actually pass multiple IEEEs. Now we can also combine the spread syntax with normal values as well. For example, right here, you can see that you have these two arrays. So what if I want to also have some parameters like this? And let's just say that I want to also add parameters here. Let's just say I want to add 10, 11 here. So now you can see that of this complete list, 11 is the largest. So if you want to refresh this now, you can see that it says 11 now. So that's how you can even combine the spread syntax with normal values. Also, the spread syntax can be used to actually merge two arrays. Now, how you are going to do that? What you are going to simply do is that right down here, you're going to have a variable merged. And what you're going to write here is dot 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 a double r and dot 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 a double r 1. So we will just alert the array which we have got here. So we will just remove this from here, and right here we are going to write in merged. Save this, refresh this, and you can see that you have got the two arrays here. So in examples here, we used an array to demonstrate the spread syntax, but any IEEE will do that. For instance, here what we are going to do is that we are going to use the spread syntax to turn the string into array of characters. Now to do that, what we will do is that we are going to have here, let's just say a string that is going to say hello. Now it is no longer an array, it is a string. So we are going to change this to str. And now what you are going to do is that you are going to simply remove this from here as well. And right here, you are going to write in dot dot dot, and you're going to write in str. Save this and refresh this page. And you are going to see that you have got h. All right, it has got only h because what we missed here was to specify this as this. So now if you run this code, it is going to work perfectly. You can see that now it says h, a comma, then a e, comma, l, comma, l, comma, o, which means that the spread syntax has actually converted the entire string for you. Now the spread syntax internally uses iterators to gather elements the same way as the for of loop goes. Now, so for a string, the for of returns the characters, and the dot 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 str pattern becomes h e l l o. Now the list of character is passed to array initializer. Now for this particular task, we could use also the array from method, array dot from, because it converts an iterable like a string into an array. Now if you want to do the very same here, what you can do is that you can just write in here array dot from, and you can just specify the str here, refresh your browser, and it is going to give you the same output as the dot 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 str did. Now there is a subtle difference between the array dot from and the dot 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 string. The first difference is that the array dot from operates on both array likes and iterable. And the second is that the spread syntax works only with iterable. So for the task of turning something into an array, the array dot from tends to be more universal. Now, the second thing which we are going to learn in this tutorial is to how to copy an array or object. Now, remember when we talked about the object.assign in the previous tutorial, now it is possible to do the same thing with the spread syntax as well. So for that, let's just say that you have an array that is actually equal to 1, 2, not 1.2, but 1, 2, 3. And let's just say that you want to have a copy of that array. So you are going to make it equal to dot 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 array. Now you know that it is going to actually copy your array completely, string, oh sorry, not string, but element by element, because the spread is going to have the array into a list of parameters and then puts the result into a new array. So right here, if you want to alert JSON dot stringify your array, and you want to check it equal to JSON dot stringify the array copy, then actually this line completely here is actually going to return true because you have this complete copy here. Now, if you want to see if I'm telling you the truth, so you can just write in a triple equal operator and you can just write in a copy, but this time it is actually going to actually give you false. Now the reason behind that is that the triple equal operators deal with references. Now both these, the ARR and ARR copy, do not have the same reference, so that's why it is actually going to give you false. But if you want to alert this thing over here is actually going to give you true because the arrays have the same contents, but this over here talks about reference, so that's why it is going to give you false. So if you save this and if you want to refresh your browser, you can see that first you are going to get true because of this statement and then you're going to get false for this statement. So all right, my bad. You can see that, all right, just refresh this page and you can see that you have got 1 2 3. After that, you have got false. I guess we did something wrong here. Yes, we have to, I think, actually close this and to specify this here. And I think now it is going to work. Yes, we need to just remove this from here and this from here as well. We did something wrong with the brackets. And now it is going to be all right. So now refresh this and you can see that now you got true for the first statement and false for your second statement. Now, what if you want to modify your initial array? Then the question is that does it modify the copy as well or not? Now the answer is simply no. So if you want to write in array dot push, and let's just say that you want to put 4 into your array, and after that you want to alert the array and you want to alert the array copy. So we will not have this now. Save this, refresh this. Now this is your array and this is the array copy, which means that the element have not been added. Now that is possible to that it is possible to do the same thing to make a copy of an object as well. Now how you are going to make a copy of an object, if you just write in here let object equal to a1, b2 and C3. So you can see that we have got 3 elements in the first one. You can create an object copy here. Now the object copy is going to be equal to dot and obj. Using the format of the spread syntax, we have actually created the copy, and the spread, what it is going to do is that it's going to take the object into a list of parameters and it is going to then return the result in a new object. Now the question is that do the object have the same reference? For that, what we will do is that we will just remove this from here, and we will just go a bit back, and right here instead of this copy we are going to have your objects here. So what we will do simply is, and we are going to check this and we are going to check the object copy, and I hope that this time we are good with the brackets. Yes, we are. So for now we will just remove this from here. Now if you want to refresh this, you can see that you have got true for your first statement, and you do not need array here. You need to have object, and right here you need to have the object copy. So now let's just refresh this. True for the first and false for the second ref, because the same reasons goes here, because object have a different reference, object copy has a different reference. This over here is being referenced by this object, and this, that is the copy here, is being referenced by this object. So that's why it is not it do not have the same reference. So that's why this here is going to return false, and since the elements are same, so that's why this statement over here at line number 4 is going to return true. Now the question again lies whether if you want to modify your initial object, does it modifies the copy or not? Then the answer is the same. It does not modify the copy, and you can check it on your own. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial and the previous tutorial. So to summarize that, when you see the triple dot in the code, it is either the rest parameter or it is either the spread syntax. Now there is an easy way to distinguish between them. There are two things. First, when the triple dot is at the end of the function parameter, consider that it's the rest parameters and gather the rest of the list of arguments into an array. Now, when a triple dot occurs in a function call or a like, it is called a spread syntax and expands an array into a list. Now, use patterns. Rest parameters are used to create functions that accept any number of arguments, whereas the spread syntax is used to pass an array to functions that normally require a list of many arguments. Together, they help to travel between a list and an array of parameters with ease. All arguments of a functions are also available in old-style arguments array-like iterable object. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in these tutorials. That's it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the second part of what we started in the previous tutorial, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the spread syntax. Now we have just covered in the previous tutorial how to get an array from the list of parameters, but sometimes we need to do exactly the reverse. For instance, there is a built-in function math.max that returns the greatest number from a list. So right here, let's just say that you have alert math.max. Now this is the example which I gave you in the start of the previous tutorial, where math.max, as I told you, is going to give you the greatest number, and that is actually the practical demonstration that I was telling you the truth. You can see that it says 5, which is the greatest number here. Now let's just say that we have an array 351. Now how are we going to call the math.max with it? Now passing it as is not going to work, because math.max expects a list of numeric arguments and not a single array. So right here at the top, let's just say that you have an array that has the three parameters which we have right down here, that are 351. And right now, if you want to pass in the array here, save this page and refresh that, you can see that it says nan, which means not a number. And surely we can't manually list items in the code like math.max array 0, array 1, array 2, because we may be unsure how many items there are in our array. Now, as our script executes, there could be a lot or there could be none, and that is going to get ugly. Now, spread syntax basically comes to your rescue. It looks familiar to the rest parameter, also using the triple dot format, but does quite the opposite. Now, when you use the dot 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 arr, it is used in the function call. It expands an iterable object array into a list of arguments. Now, if you talk about the math.max, so if you just write in dot 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 here and then have your array and refresh this page, you can see that you have got the 5 which you required. Now, what it do is that the spread actually turns the array into a list of arguments, and after it convert it into a list of arguments, now your math.max function knows that there are three elements 351, of which I have to choose the largest. So that's why it chose 5 and gave you the output. Now we can also pass multiple iterables in the very same way, and it is going to act in the same way. So for example, let's just say that you have one more array here that is going to be named as array1, and let's just say that it has the elements 8, and let's just say 2, and let's just say 9, and let's just say 4, you can just say. Now you can clearly see that the biggest one here is 9 of these two arrays. So you're going to write in a double r, a comma, dot 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 a double r 1, which means that you are actually now looking in two arrays. So if you refresh this now, you can see that the output is 9. So that's how you can actually pass multiple iterables. Now we can also combine the spread syntax with normal values as well. For example, right here, you can see that you have these two arrays. So what if I want to also have some parameters like this? And let's just say that I want to also add parameters here. Let's just say I want to add 10, 11 here. So now you can see that of this complete list, 11 is the largest. So if you want to refresh this now, you can see that it says 11 now. So that's how you can even combine the spread syntax with normal values. Also, the spread syntax can be used to actually merge two arrays. Now, how you are going to do that? What you are going to simply do is that right down here, you're going to have a variable merged. And what you're going to write here is dot 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 a double r and dot 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 a double r 1. So we will just alert the array which we have got here. So we will just remove this from here, and right here we are going to write in merged. Save this, refresh this, and you can see that you have got the two arrays here. So in the examples here, we used an array to demonstrate the spread syntax, but any iterable will do that. For instance, here what we are going to do is that we are going to use the spread syntax to turn the string into array of characters. Now to do that, what we will do is that we are going to have here, let's just say a string that is going to say hello. Now it is no longer an array, it is a string. So we are going to change this to str. And now what you are going to do is that you are going to simply remove this from here as well. And right here, you are going to write in dot dot dot, and you're going to write in str. Save this and refresh this page. And you are going to see that you have got h. All right, it has got only h because what we missed here was to specify this as this. So now if you run this code, it is going to work perfectly. You can see that now it says h, a comma, then a e, comma, l, comma, l, comma, o, which means that the spread syntax has actually converted the entire string for you. Now the spread syntax internally uses iterators to gather elements the same way as the for of loop goes. Now, so for a string, the for of returns the characters, and the dot 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 str pattern becomes h e l l o. Now the list of character is passed to array initializer. Now for this particular task, we could use also the array from method, array dot from, because it converts an iterable like a string into an array. Now if you want to do the very same here, what you can do is that you can just write in here array dot from, and you can just specify the str here, refresh your browser, and it is going to give you the same output as the dot 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 str did. Now there is a subtle difference between the array dot from and the dot 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 string. The first difference is that the array dot from operates on both array likes and iterable. And the second is that the spread syntax works only with iterable. So for the task of turning something into an array, the array dot from tends to be more universal. Now, the second thing which we are going to learn in this tutorial is to how to copy an array or object. Now, remember when we talked about the object.assign in the previous tutorial, now it is possible to do the same thing with the spread syntax as well. So for that, let's just say that you have an array that is actually equal to 1, 2, not 1.2, but 1, 2, 3. And let's just say that you want to have a copy of that array. So you are going to make it equal to dot 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 array. Now you know that it is going to actually copy your array completely string, sorry, not string, but element by element, because the spread is going to have the array into a list of parameters and then puts the result into a new array. So right here, if you want to alert JSON dot stringify your array, and you want to check it equal to json.stringify the array copy, then actually this line completely here is actually going to return true because you have this complete copy here. Now, if you want to see if I'm telling you the truth, so you can just write in a triple equal operator and you can just write in a copy, but this time it is actually going to actually give you false. Now the reason behind that is that the triple equal operators deal with references. Now both these, the ARR and ARR copy, do not have the same reference, so that's why it is actually going to give you false. But if you want to alert this thing over here is actually going to give you true because the arrays have the same contents, but this over here talks about reference, so that's why it is going to give you false. So if you save this and if you want to refresh your browser, you can see that first you are going to get true because of this statement, and then you are going to get false for this statement. So all right, my bad, you can see that. All right, just refresh this page and you can see that you have got 1, 2, 3. After that, you have got false. I guess we did something wrong here. Yes, we have to, I think, actually close this and to specify this here. And I think now it is going to work. Yes, we need to just remove this from here and this from here as well. We did something wrong with the brackets. And now it is going to be all right. So now refresh this and you can see that now you got true for the first statement and false for your second statement. Now, what if you want to modify your initial array? Then the question is that does it modify the copy as well or not? Now the answer is simply a no. So if you want to write in array dot push, and let's just say that you want to put 4 into your array, and after that you want to alert the array and you want to alert the array copy. So we will not have this now. Save this, refresh this. Now this is your array and this is the array copy, which means that the element have not been added. Now that is possible to that it is possible to do the same thing to make a copy of an object as well. Now how you are going to make a copy of an object, if you just write in here a let object equal to a1, b2, and C3. So you can see that we have got 3 elements in the first one. You can create an object copy here. Now the object copy is going to be equal to dot dot and obj. Using the format of the spread syntax, we have actually created the copy And the spread, what it is going to do is that it's going to take the object into a list of parameters, and it is going to then return the result in a new object. Now the question is that do the object have the same reference? For that, what we will do is that we will just remove this from here, and we will just go a bit back, and right here instead of this copy we are going to have your objects here. So what we will do simply is, and we are going to check this, and we are going to check the object copy, and I hope that this time we are good with the brackets. Yes, we are. So for now we will just remove this from here. Now if you want to refresh this, you can see that you have got true for your first statement, and you do not need array here. You need to have object, and right here you need to have the object copy. So now let's just refresh this. True for the first and false for the second ref, because the same reasons goes here, because object have a different reference, object copy has a different reference. This over here is being referenced by this object, and this, that is the copy here, is being referenced by this object. So that's why it is not it do not have the same reference. So that's why this here is going to return false, and since the elements are same, so that's why this statement over here at line number 4 is going to return true. Now the question again lies whether if you want to modify your initial object, does it modifies the copy or not? Then the answer is the same, it does not modify the copy, and you can check it on your own. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial and the previous tutorial. So to summarize that, when you see the triple dot in the code, it is either the rest parameter or it is either the spread syntax. Now there is an easy way to distinguish between them. There are two things. First, when the triple dot is at the end of the function parameter, consider that it's the rest parameters and gather the rest of the list of arguments into an array. Now, when a triple dot occurs in a function call or a like, it is called a spread syntax and expands an array into a list. Now, use patterns. Rest parameters are used to create functions that accept any number of arguments, whereas the spread syntax is used to pass an array to functions that normally require a list of many arguments. Together, they help to travel between a list and an array of parameters with ease. All arguments of a functions are also available in old-style arguments array like iterable object. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in these tutorials. That's it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this part of the course we are going to talk about variable scope and closure. Now JavaScript is a very function oriented language. It gives us a lot of freedom. A function can be created at any moment. It can be passed as an argument to another function and then called from a totally different place of code later. Now we already know that a function can access variables outside of it that are known as outer variables. Now what happens if outer variables change since a function is created? The question is that will the function get newer values or the old ones? And what if a function is passed along as an argument and called from another place of code? Will it get access to outer variables at the new place? So let's expand our knowledge to understand these scenarios and more complex ones. We will talk about let or const variables here. In JavaScript, there are three ways to declare a variable. Let and const are the modern ones, and the var, that is the remnant of the past. In this article, we will use let variables in example. Variables declared with const behave the same, so this tutorial is about const 2, and the old var has some notable differences that we are going to cover in the next tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about is the code blocks. Now if a variable is declared inside a code block, then it is only visible inside that block. Now for example, if you just write in here let message equal to hello, and now right inside here you want to alert message, we will just move it something like this. All right, now the thing is that actually we will have this here and remove this from here. Now it is good. Now the thing is that it is actually accessible here. So if you refresh your page, you can see that it says hello. But what if you want to remove this from here and you are going to move it outside this block where actually it is declared? So if you now try to refresh your page, you can see that it says nothing, because as I told you that if a variable is declared inside a code block, which is this in this case, it is only visible inside that block, and if you want to access it outside that, it is actually going to give you an error message. Now we can use this to isolate a piece of code that does its own task with variables that only belongs to it. Now the thing is that, let's just say that we just remove it from here again and paste it here again, and let's just say that we copy this entire block from here and paste it again here, and this time it says hello number 2. So if you want to refresh now, you can see that it says hello, and after that it says hello number 2. Now the reason is that as soon as the code gets out of this block, this variable that is visible only inside this block actually lost its place, and now it can be used again. So that's why we can use this variable again, because this block over here does not know that the variable named as message has been declared inside some block, because this message variable over here is only accessible and visible inside this block. So this block does not see that we already have this variable, so I'm not allowed to use it. But since it does not know that, so that's why it can use it. And also the compiler does not give you an error message. Now there is not going to be an error without blocks. Please note that without separate blocks there would be an error if you use let with the existing variable name. So if you do not have these blocks here, and let's just say that it is a single block of code, or let's just say that we do not have a block of code here at all, then you can clearly see that you already have got a red line, which means that you cannot use a variable twice inside a single piece of code. Now, you already have covered the if, you have covered the for loop, you have covered the while loop, and so on. Now, you know that they all deal with blocks. For example, if you talk about for loop, it is something like this, and after that, you have to assign this. Now, you can see that it actually has a block. Now, whatever variables you declare inside here, so whatever you have here is actually not going to be visible out here. So the same logic which we have discussed goes for all the loops, for the if statements, for everything that is declared inside a single block. Now, what about nested functions? Now, a function is called nested basically when it is created inside another function. Now, it is possible to do that with JavaScript as well. We can use it to organize our code. So, for example, you can have something like for this, and after that, inside the not the for loop but a function, so we are talking about nested functions, and right inside that function, let's just say that you have another function, and as you can see that you have got a function inside another function. Now there is a thing about that, let's just say that this function is named as a1 and this function is named as b1. Now here the nested function, that is the b1, is made for convenience. It can access the outer variable, so can return the whatever we have inside this. So nested functions are quite common in JavaScript. What's much more interested is that a nested function can be returned either as a property of a new object or as a result by itself. It can then be used somewhere else, no matter where. It still has the access to the same outer variables. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just say that you have a function that is named as name make counter. Now inside this function, let's just say that you have a variable that is count that is equal to 0 for initials, and then you just write in return function, and you just write in return count plus plus. So right down here, if you want to have let counter equals to make counter, and you want to have alert the counter, save this and refresh this, you can see that it says the function itself. My bad, this is not what we want. We want two brackets here as well. Save this now, and it is going to say 0 now. So if you want to call this function again here, save this now, refresh this, you can see that it says 0, and after that it says 1, which means that it is actually going to start its counter. Now, despite these simple, slightly modified variants of that code have practical use. For instance, as a random number generator to generate random values for automated test. Now, how does this work? If we create multiple counters, will they be independent or not? What's going on with the variables here? Now, understanding such thing is great for the overall knowledge of JavaScript and beneficial for more complex scenarios. So let's go a bit in depth, and for clarity, the explanation is going to be split into multiple steps, but we are going to do that in the next tutorial, where I'm going to explain all this behavior using the slideshow. So for this tutorial, that was the practical part. That's it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, where we will be again talking about variable scope and closure. So if you remember this code from the previous tutorial, we have the variable closure, where we have the make counter function where count equal to 0, and it actually incremented the count every time you are going to call this function. As we have seen here, it is going to say 0 and then 1, and as many times as you call this function, this counter is going to get incremented. Now, as I told you in the end, that despite being simple, slightly modified variants of that code have practical uses. For instance, as a random number generator to generate random values for automated test. Now, there are certain questions that arises here. The first one is that how does it work? The second is that if we create multiple counters, the question is that will they be independent or not? And thirdly, what's going on with the variables here? Now, understanding such things is great for the overall knowledge of JavaScript and beneficial for more complex scenarios. So let's go a bit deep in depth and talk about what is a lexical environment. So we will go on to the slideshow as I promised you. So what we are going to do is that for clarity, we are going to split the explanation into multiple steps. So the first step is going to be variables. So in JavaScript, every running function code block and the script as a whole have an internal or hidden associated object known as the lexical environment. Now, the lexical environment object consists of two parts. The first one is the environment record. That is an object that stores all local variable as its properties. And the second part of lexical environment object is the reference to the outer lexical environment, the one associated with the outer code. Now, as the step one was variable, so a variable is just a property of the special internal object, that is the environment record. To get or change a variable means to get or change a property of that object. Now, in this simple code without function, there is only one lexical environment, as you can see. We have let phrase equal to hello, and we have simply alerted the phrase, where you can see that we have only one lexical environment where the phrase is hello and the outer points to null. Now, this is the so-called global lexical environment associated with the whole script. On this picture, the rectangle here means environment record, that is the variable store, and the arrow means the outer reference. The global lexical environment has no outer reference. That's why the arrow at the right hand side points to null. Now, as the code start executing and goes on, the lexical environment actually changes. So here's a bit longer code for you. Now, in here, basically the rectangles on the right hand side demonstrates how the global lexical environment changes during the execution. In the first step, you can see that when the script starts, the lexical environment is pre-populated with all declared variables. Initially, they are in the uninitialized state, as you can see at the very top. Now, that is a special internal state. It means that the engine knows about the variable, but it cannot be referenced until it has been declared with the let keyword. It's almost the same as if the variable did not exist. In the second part, we have let phrase. So it is the definition that has actually appeared now. Now there is no assignment yet, so its value is actually undefined, which you can see in the second block, which means that we can use the variable from this point onward. Now in the third part, where you have let phrase equal to hello, which means that the phrase has been assigned a value now, that is hello. And in the last one, where we have phrase equal to by, which means that the phrase has actually changed the value. Now everything looks simple for now, right? Now, two things here. First, a variable is a property of a special internal object associated with the currently executing block, function, or script. The second is that working with variables is actually working with the properties of that object. Now, lexical environment is a specification object. It only exists theoretically in the language specification to describe how things work. We can't get this object in our code and manipulate it directly. JavaScript engine also may optimize it, discard variables that are unused to save memory, and perform other internal tricks as long as the visible behavior remains as described. So this was step one, that where we deal with variables. Now the second step is the function declarations. Now, a function is also a value like a variable. The difference is that the function declaration is instantly fully initialized. Now, when a lexical environment is created, a function declaration immediately becomes a ready to use function, unlike the let keyword that is unstable till the declaration. That's why we can use a function declared as function declaration even before the declaration itself. For example, if you look at the initial state of the global lexical environment, here when we add a function, you can see that at the very start, when the execution start, phrase was initialized, but we have say as the function where the outer points to null. Now, naturally, this behavior only applies to function declarations, not function expressions where we assign a function to a variable, such as, let's say, equal to function name. So right here, you can see that even before the declaration happens, we have the declarations itself. Moving on to the third step, that is the inner and outer lexical environment. Now, when a function runs at the beginning of the call, a new lexical environment is created automatically to store local variables and parameter of the call. For instance, if you have a look at this diagram, so for say John, it looks like this. The execution is at the line labeled with an arrow. So we have let phrase equal to hello, function say name, alert phrase name, and at the bottom you can see that we have say John. Now during the function call, we have two lexical environments. The first one is the inner one, that is for the function call, and the outer one is actually that is global. The inner lexical environment actually corresponds to the current execution of the say function. It has a single property, that is name, the function argument. We called say John, so the value of name is John. The outer lexical environment is the global lexical environment. and it has the phrase variable and the function itself. Now, the inner lexical environment has a reference to the outer one as well. So if you have a look at this diagram, you can see that. So when the code wants to access a variable, the inner lexical environment is going to be searched first, then the outer one, then the more outer one, and so on until the global one. Now, if a variable is not found anywhere, that's an error in strict mode. So without use strict, an assignment to a non-existing variables create a new global variable for compatibility with old code. Now, in this example, the search proceeds as follow. For the name variable, the alert inside say find it immediately in the inner lexical environment. When it want to access the phrase, then there is no phrase locally. So it follows the reference to the outer lexical environment and find it there and print it out hello John for you, as you can see here. Now the step number 4 is to return a function. So let's return to the make counter example which we have. So right here we have the make counter example. Now at the beginning of each make counter call, a new lexical environment object is created to store variables for this make counter run. So we have two nested lexical environments in the example above. So you can see that we have a function make counter, then we have a lexical environment of the make counter call, and then we have the global lexical environment. Now what's different is that during the execution of the make counter function, a tiny nested function is created of only one line, that is return count plus plus. We don't run it yet, only we created it. Now all functions remember the lexical environment in which they were actually made. Technically, there is no magic here. All functions have the hidden property named environment that keeps the reference to the lexical environment where the function was created. So counter dot environment has the reference to count 0 lexical environment. That's how the function remember where it was created, no matter where it was called. So the environment reference is set once and forever at function created creation time. So later, what we have is this diagram. When the counter is called, a new lexical environment is created for the call, and its outer lexical environment reference is taken from the counter.environment. So now when the code inside the counter look for the count variable, it first searches its own lexical environment, which is empty as there are no local variables there. Then the lexical environment of the outer make counter call, where it finds and exchange it. Now a variable is updated in the lexical environment where it lives. So here is the state after the final execution. You can see that finally we have the count as 1. So if we call counter multiple times, the count variable will be increased to 2, 3, and so on at the same place, which is the modifying place right over here. So closure, there is a general programming term closure that developers generally should know. Closure is a function that remembers its outer variables and it can access them. In some languages, that is not possible, or a function should be written in a special way to make it happen. But as explained above, in JavaScript, all functions are naturally closures. That is the environment, they remember where they were created using a hidden environment property, which you have seen, and then their code can access outer variables. So when on an interview, a front-end developer, if he gets a question that what is a closure, a valid answer would be a definition of the closure and an explanation that all functions in JavaScript are actually closures, and maybe a few more words about technical details, that is the environment property and how lexical environment work, and that is actually going to impress your interviewer and get you a job. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. We are going to discuss more about variable scope and closure, where we are going to talk about garbage collection. But I think we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that's it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with variable scope and closure. So as I told you that we are going to talk about garbage collection, so usually a lexical environment is removed from memory with all the variables after the function call finishes. Now the reason behind that is that there are no references to it. As any JavaScript object, it is only kept in memory where it is actually reachable. However, if there is a nested function, let's just say, that is still reachable after the end of the function, then it has actually the environment property that references the lexical environment. In that case, the lexical environment is still reachable even after the completion of the function, so it stays alive. For example, if you have a function f, and in that function, what you have is, let's say, a value that is going to be, let's just say, LUE, and it is going to be 123. Now what you want to do is that you want to add a return function, and inside the return function what you want to do is that you want to alert the value. So right here, if you just write in let g equal to f, and if you run this code, let's just see the output. You can see that it says nothing for now because we have actually alerted the value here. So it is going to be g dot environment that stores a reference to the lexical environment of the corresponding f call. So please note that if f is called many times and resulting functions are saved, then all corresponding lexical environment objects will also be retained in the memory. So what if we want to make three calls? So for that, if you just remove this from here, and right here we just write in math dot random. Now right here we are going to have return function, alert value, and right down here we are actually going to store it in an array. Now the values of array, the first one is going to be whatever returns from this function, the second one is going to be from whatever returned from this function, and the third is also going to be what is returned from this function. So in the code here, all three of them are these. A lexical environment object dies when it becomes unreachable, just like any other object. In other words, it exists only where there is at least one nesting function referencing it. So basically in here, three functions in array, every one of them links to lexical environment from the corresponding f run. So in here, what we are now going to do is that after the nested function is removed, we are going to see if its closing lexical environment is cleaned from the memory or not. So let's just say that we move back and we get it to 123. And right here, we have only a single function call, and right down here we just write in that ARR equal to null. So right here, while this array function exists, the value stays in memory. And now when you write in ARR equal to null, so which means that now the memory is actually cleaned up. So this is about how garbage collection is done in the lexical environment. The second part of this tutorial is about real-life optimizations. So as we have seen in theory, while a function is alive, all its outer variables are also retained. But in practice, JavaScript engines try to optimize that. They analyze variable usage, and if it's obvious from the code that an outer variable is not used, it is actually removed. An important side effect in V8, that is Chrome, Edge, and Opera, is that such variables will become unavailable in debugging. So this is basically, if you try running the example like this, where we have the previous, where we have the mat.random, and let's just say that after that we have here a function that is named as g, and right here if we have a debugger. So in console type alert value, no such variable exists. So right here, if you write and return a G, and write down here if you replace this a double r with g and you now call in g and save this and run this code, you can see that it did not work. And as I told you, if you try running this example below in Chrome with the developer tools open, when it pauses in the console, type alert value. But since we are not using it in with the developer tools on, so that's why it is going to be something like this. So there is no such variable. In theory, it should be accessible, but the engine optimizes it out. Now, this feature of V8 is good to know if you are debugging with Chrome, Edge, or Opera. Sooner or later, you will meet it, but you have to remember that you have to actually keep the developer tools open. So this is not a bug in the debugger, but rather a special feature of V8. Perhaps it will change sometimes. You can always check for it by running the examples we have covered here. And we are also going to give you some in the tasks so you can actually run them and see how V8 works. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered about variable scope and closure in the previous two tutorials and in this tutorials. So that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this part of the course we are going to talk about the old way of initializing, that is the VAR. Now, the information in this tutorial is useful for understanding old script. That's not how we write new code. So if you are not interested in the past, you can just skip this tutorial. But if you want to increase your knowledge, then you're more than welcome to watch this. Now, in the very start about variables, we mentioned that there are three types of variable declaration, that are the let const, that are the modern ways of having variables, and then the old one is the VAR form. Now, the VAR declaration is similar to the let. Most of the time, we can replace the let by var or vice versa and expect things to work. But the thing is that internally, VAR is a very different beast that originates from very old time. It's generally not used in modern script, but still lurks in the old ones. If you don't plan on meeting such scripts, you may even skip this tutorial or postpone it. On the other hand, it's important to understand differences when migrating old script from VAR to let to avoid odd errors. So that is the motivation for you guys to actually continue on with this tutorial. The first thing is that VAR has no block scope. Now, variables declared with the var are either function scoped or global scoped. They are visible through blocks. For instance, if you have something like if true, what you want to do is that you want to write in VAR test equal to true. So write down here, if you want to alert the test, you can see that since it has been initialized inside this block, and you remembered from the previous tutorials that if you have a variable inside a certain block, it is only accessible inside that block. But right here, you can see that we are trying to access this test variable outside the block where it has been initialized. So let's just see that what is the output here. You can see that we were able to access that. And if you just change it to let, save this now, refresh this, you can see that you see nothing, which means that let test equal to true, but now test is not accessible outside. Whereas if you used VAR here, then test was actually accessible outside the block. That indicates that VAR has no block scope. Now, as VAR ignores the code blocks, we got a global variable test. Now, as you have seen that when we use let instead, it did not work. Now, the same things for loops. VAR cannot be block or loop local. So the same logic goes there. Now, if a code block is inside a function, then VAR becomes a function level variable, and actually it can be used somewhere inside that function. So for functions, let's just say that you have a function that says hi. Now inside this function, you are going to have, if true, you are going to have a variable that is going to be initialized using var, that is going to be named as phrase equals to hello. And now right down here, you are going to alert the var. Now you can clearly see that it has been initialized inside this block here. So which means that it should not be accessible right here. It is not going to be var, but it is going to be phrase. So, but if you run this code, but you cannot run it like that, you have to first call this function actually. So now let's just run it and see what happens. You can see that it says hello, which means that it was allowed to access it outside the block where it was actually initialized. But what if you want to access the phrase right here? So if you want to have phrase right here and you just remove this from here for now, refresh that and you can see that you see nothing. Now the reason behind that was that it is actually a reference error because phrase is not defined. As we can see that var pierces through if, for, or other code blocks. Now that's because a long time ago in JavaScript block had no lexical environment and var is remnant of that. Now to another thing about var. Now var actually tolerates redeclarations. For instance, if you just remove this from here and let's just say that you have a variable a that equal to 3 and right down here you again want to have a equal to 4, you can clearly see that you have got a red line, which means that you are not allowed to have redeclarations when you are using let. But right here, if you replace them with var, you can see that it does not give you an error, but the question is that which value is now alert A going to print for you? The answer is the latest one, which means 4 is going to be the output in this case, as you can clearly see. One more thing about var is that var variables can be declared below their use. Var declarations are processed when the function starts or the script start for globals. In other words, var variables are defined from the beginning of the function no matter where the definition is, assuming that the function definition is not in the nested function. So for the very same code previously we had in this function, let's just say that we only have phrase equal to hello, and then you want to write an alert phrase, and after that you want to have the declaration part. So you already have called the function. We will just remove this from here, save this, refresh, and you can see that you can see hello. But now if you remove this from here, and you have to actually not save this, but you have to save this, and now refresh your browser, you can see that you also see hello here, which means that var variables are defined from the beginning of the function no matter where the definition is. Now it is technically the same as this, that you move this var right here, it is going to work in the same manner. Or even as this remember code blocks are ignored, it is going to even work in that pattern. So people also call such behavior hoisting or raising because all var are hoisted to the top of the function. So that's why right here, if you have var phrase here, it is actually going to make it move at the top automatically. So then comes the IIFE. In the past, as there was only var and it has no block level visibility, programmers invented a way to emulate it. What they did was called immediate invoked function expression, that is abbreviated as IIFE. That's not something we should use nowadays, but you can find them in old scripts. So And IIFE looks something like this. You have to have a function, and inside that you can have var message equal to hello, and then you can just write an alert, not hello, but alert the message, and then these two brackets here. Now here a function expression is created and immediately called. So the code executes right away and its own has its own private variables. The function expression is wrapped with parentheses because when JavaScript engine encounters the function in the main code, it understands it as the part of the function declaration, but a function declaration must have a name. So this kind of code will give you an error message if you just remove these brackets from here. Then this over here, as you can clearly see, it is going to give you an error. So you have to apply these brackets here to enclose this function along with its body inside the parentheses. So I hope you have understood what we have covered here. There are two main differences of var compared to the let or const. Var variables have no code block or the block scope. Their visibility is scoped to current function or global if declared outside function. Second is that var declarations are processed at function start. There is one more minor difference related to the global object that we will cover later. These differences make var worse than let most of the time. Block level variable is such a great thing. That's why let was introduced in the standard long ago and is now a major way along with const to declare a variable, and that's why we don't use var anymore. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered about the old var here. That was just for knowledge purposes. We don't use it anymore. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this part of the course we are going to talk about decorators and forwarding and call or apply. Now JavaScript gives exceptional flexibility when dealing with functions. They can be passed around, used as objects, and now we are going to see how to forward calls between them and actually decorate them using decorators. The first thing which we are going to learn in this tutorial is about transparent caching. So the first thing we need to do here is that we need to have a function that is going to be named as slow. X is going to be the parameter of this function here. So let's just say that we have this function slow x, which is CPU heavy, but its results are stable. In other words, for the same x, it returns always the same result. Now, if the function is called often, we may want to cache it or remember it and remember the results to avoid spending extra time on recalculations. But instead of adding that functionality into the slow function, we will create a wrapper function that adds caching. As we are going to see that there are many benefits of doing what we are going to do here. So let's just see the code so that we can understand how we are going to decorate it. So there can be a heavy CPU intensive job where we can just write an alert. And right here, we are going to write an call with a dollar sign and X. So we will just consider that this is some very heavy CPU function going on inside this low function. Now, what we are going to do, as I told you, that instead of adding the functionality into the slow function, we are going to create a wrapper function that is going to do the caching for us. So what we are going to name this function, since we are talking about caching, so we are going to name it as caching, and since we want to decorate it, so this function is going to be named as caching decorator, and it is going to receive a function in its parameter. So inside this function, the first thing which we are going to do is that we are going to have our cache, and we are going to create a new map here. Now after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to actually return the function x here. And inside the function, what we are going to do is that we are going to check if there is such key in cache. So if there is such a key in cache, we are going to read the result from it. So we are going to check for the value of x here. So we are going to check if the cache dot has x, which is what we are looking for. So if it has what we are looking for, we are going to return the cache dot. We are going to return x using the cache dot get method. Now, after the if statement, what we are going to do is that what we also want to return as a whole from this function x is the result, where actually we are going to call the function and pass x to that function. Now, this func which we are talking about here is this function that is slow right here, which is going to be called inside from this caching and decorator here. So after that, at the very end, we are going to write in cache dot set and x as result. So it is going to store x in the result, and finally it is going to return the result. So outside these two functions, now what we are going to do is that we are going to have a variable slow, and it is going to actually call the caching decorator function, and we are going to pass in the function slow to that. So basically what it received in the parameters here is actually this function slow, which we have passed as a parameter to this caching decorator function. So it is going to first create a map. Then what it is going to do is that it is going to return function x. It is going to check for the value of x. If it has, it is going to call the function x, and it is going to set the x as the resultant value. So right down here, if you want to alert slow one, then slow one is actually cached and the result is going to be returned. So if you save this, refresh this, and you can see that it says called with 1, and then it is going to say 1, which means that this over here is going to be printed, that is going to say called with a 1, which is exactly what we have. Now after this, what we are going to do is that we are going to call an alert again, slow 1. So now if you refresh this, slow 1 result is going to be returned from cached. For the first call, actually, this one is going to first get cache, and after that, the result is going to be returned. So we will just remove this from here for now, save this, and you can see that first it is going to actually cache called with 1, and then it is going to return the result. But for the second call, if you just save this now, refresh this, it is going to say called with 1 1 and then again 1, and this time you can see that it did not printed me this. So if I just remove this alert statement from here, so since now for the first call, this value is going to get cached, which means that this if condition is now going to be true, which means that it is directly going to return the cache results because it has the value of x as 1 now. So if you refresh this page, you can see that it says called with 1, and after that it is going to say again 1. So that is exactly what is going on here. So, for example, you now want to have alert, and you want to have slow, and this time you want to change the value to 3, let's just say. So you can see that 3 is not a part of cache here. So we will also add an alert statement over here, and now save this. And now if you refresh this page, now for the first call it is going to have called with 1, and then it is going to return 1 for you. And after that, for the second call that says alert again with 1, it is going to say again 1. Then for the second one, it is going to say called with 3, and then it is also going to return 3 because 3 is not a part of cache for the first call, but what it is going to do is that it is actually going to cache that. Now 3 is also a part of your cache, so if you want to have alert and just copy this from here, paste it here and have 3 over here, save this and refresh this, you can see that it says called with 1, then 1, and again 1, and not going to return because it is a part of cache. Then it is going to say called with 3, return 3, and after that, when you again call it with 3, since 3 is a part of cache, so it is only going to get the result from the cache and not return it. So as you can clearly see that how it is actually working in this, the caching decorator function is actually a decorator that is a special function that takes another function and it actually alters the behavior of that function which is passed as a parameter to this caching decorator function. Now the idea is that when we call the caching decorator for any function and it will return the caching wrapper, that is great because we can have many functions that could use such a feature, and all we need to do is to apply the caching decorator to them. Now, by separating caching from the main function code, we also keep the main code simpler. The result of caching decorator with function in its parameter is a wrapper function X that wraps the call of funcx into caching logic. Now, from an outside code, the wrapped slow function still does the same. It just got a caching aspect added to its behavior. Now, to summarize, there are several benefits of using a separate caching decorator instead of altering the code of the slow function itself. First is that the caching decorator is reusable, which means that we can apply it to another function. The second benefit is that caching logic is a separate, it did not increase the complexity of the slow function itself if there was any. The third benefit is that we can combine multiple decorators if needed. Other decorators are going to follow. So I hope that you have got a basic idea of a caching decorator, or you can say simply decorators. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about this. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And as you know that we are talking about decorators and forwarding with call or apply. So in this tutorial, we are going to talk about call and we are going to see how you are going to use the func.call for the context. Now the caching decorator, which we have mentioned in the previous tutorial, is not suited to work with object method. For instance, what we are going to do is that right here we are going to have a variable that is going to be named as worker. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to have the make worker dot slow caching. So we are going to have some method here, not like this, but this is going to be a call here. So right inside here, we are going to simply write in return 1. And now what we are going to do here is that we are going to add a comma and we are going to have our previous function that was the slow x function. But, and you know that this was something that was a scary CPU heavy task here. And right here, we are going to have x. And after that, we are going to have static this dot some method, and we are going to have the closing brackets which we deleted. So right here you can see that we are going to make this worker dot slow caching and we are going to have the same decorator function. Now right down at the very end, if we write in alert worker dot slow and pass in 1, what it is going to do is that it is going to make the original method work. So if you save this, refresh this, you can see that it says called with 1 and it is going to return 1 in the very same way And actually, it is actually calling this slow function right here. Now, what if right down here, I try to write in something like worker dot slow and make it equal to the caching decorator and passed in worker dot slow here, which means that now we are make it caching. So just save this and write down here, if you now want to have alert worker dot slow and pass in 2, then actually that is going to be an error because it cannot read the property of the function sum method, and it is going to be undefined. Now the error occur in this line number 26 that tried to access this dot sum method, and it actually failed. Now can you see why? The reason is that the wrapper calls the original function as funcx, and when called like that, the function gets this equal to undefined, which we have right here. So this dot sum method is actually going to give you an error message. So we would observe a similar symptom if we try to run in let func equal to worker dot slow and then call in func and pass in 2 to that. So the wrapper passes the call to the original method but without the context of this, hence the error occurs. Now the question is that how you are going to fix it. Now there is a special built-in function method that is known as func.call, and it has two parameters. The first one is the context and the second one is the arguments. Now it can have as many arguments as you like, and that function is going to allow you to call a function explicitly setting the this. Now the syntax is actually func.call context, and after that you can have as many arguments as you like. It runs the func providing the first argument as this and the next as the arguments. To put it simply, what we are going to do is we will just remove this from here, and we are going to have not remove this, but what we are going to do is that we are going to have func and we are going to pass in 1 2 3 to it, and after that we are going to have func dot call and we are going to pass an object, and after that we are going to pass in the parameters. Now these two calls do almost the same. They both call func with arguments 1 2 3. The only difference is that func.call also set this keyword to the object, that is obj, that is the first parameter here. Now as an example, what we are going to do is that we will just remove all this from here, and we are going to have a function say hi. To keep it simple, what we are going to do is that it is only going to alert this dot name. Now outside this function we are going to have user equal to name as John, and we are going to have admin equal to name as admin. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to use the call to pass different object as the this keyword. So right down here we are going to say hi dot the call method, and we are going to pass in user. Now if you run this, it is going to print out John for you, and if you have say hi dot call and you pass in admin, it is actually going to give you admin. So if you refresh this, you can see that it says John, and after that it says admin as an output. Here we use the call to say with the given context and phrase. So if you have something as a parameter here, let's just say phrase here, and then you have alert this dot name plus the phrase. So what we are going to do is that for the user right here, where we are calling the that we are going to actually add hello here. So we will just remove this admin for now. Save this and refresh this, and you can see that it says John hello. So in our case, we can use the call in the wrapper to pass the context to the original function. So we will just remove this from here, and what we are going to do is that we are going to get our previous caching function back. So you know that we had error with this, that was line number 3, where we were trying to have worker dot slow to, and the reason behind that was it cannot read the property of the some method function because of the this keyword. So right here we are going to fix that using the concept of the call function which we have learned just now. So to do that, what we are going to do is that right down here, we will just remove this from here, and worker dot slow is going to equal to caching decorators. Now it is going to, here it is going to have the caching part. After that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have this. Now this over here is actually going to work, but what you are going to add here is that you are not going to have a simple func, but you are going to have func dot call, and you are going to have this comma x. And what it is going to do is that basically that this keyword is passed correctly now, and now it is going to make it work. So the first statement here is actually going to work, and if you copy this and paste it again here, then this statement is also going to work, but it doesn't call the original because it is going to call the cached value now. So now everything is fine. To make it clear, let's mm, see more deeply how the this keyword is passed along. Now after the declaration, worker.slow is now the wrapper function. So when the worker.slow is executed, the wrapper gets 2 as an argument, and this equal to worker, it's the object before dot. Now inside the wrapper, assuming the result is not yet cached, the func.call this comma x passes the current this equal to worker and the current argument equal to 2 to the original method, which is right here. So you can fix your problem of reference undefined using this comma x here and the call function. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the apply function. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And in this tutorial, before we move on to the apply function, we are going to talk about how to deal with multi-arguments. So let's make the caching decorator even more universal. Till now, it was working only with single argument function. Now how to cache the multi-argument worker.slow method. Now to do that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have certain changes. Now inside here where we are having this slow function, right here what we are going to do is that we are going to have a min and we are going to have a max. And what we want to return actually is going to be right here. We are going to, not like this, but we are going to return min plus max. And the work.slow over here is going to remain the very same, where worker.slow is going to equal to the caching decorator with worker.slow in the parameters. Now previously for a single argument x, we could just have cache.set, and in the set method we could have the x and the result. To save the result, and cache.get x is actually going to right here, the cache.x get x is actually going to retrieve the result which we had set using the cache.set. Now we need to remember the result for a combination of arguments that are min and max. The native map takes single value only as the key. Now there are many possible solutions for that. We will discuss three. The first solution is to implement a new or use a third party map like data structure that is more versatile and allows multiple keys. The second is to use nested maps. Now cache.set min will be a map that stores the pair max comma result, so we can get result as cache.get min dot get max. The third is to join two values into one. In our particular case, we can just use a string min comma max as the map key. For flexibility, we can allow to provide a hashing function for the decorator that knows how to make one value from many. Now, for many practical application, the third variant is good enough, so we are going to stick to it. Also, we need to pass not just x, but all arguments in function.call. So let's recall that in a function, we can get a pseudo array of its arguments as arguments keyword. So func.call with this comma x right here in line number 17 could be replaced with func.call with this keyword right here, but this time it should be something like dot arguments. Now you have already covered that in the previous tutorials, which is going to make a very powerful caching decorator for you. So moving on towards our original code here, what we will do is that we don't need this anymore now. Now inside this slow function, what we are going to do is that we are going to have some changes here where we are going to write in called with min, comma, a dollar sign again, and we are going to write in max over here, which means that it was called with min and it was also called with max, and it is going to finally return min plus max. Now, as I told you that the caching decorator is now going to not only receive this func, but it is also going to receive a hashing function. Now, the purpose of this hashing function, what this hashing function is going to do simply is that it is going to know how to make one value from many. So right here we are going to receive a hashing function as well. Now right here we are going to make certain changes inside this part of the code as well. Now inside the return function x, before we go on and have the if condition, we are going to have let key equal to hash, and we are going to actually hash the arguments which we have. Now in this case, the min and the max values. So in this line, it basically calls the hash to create a single key from arguments. Here we will use a simple joining function that turns the arguments, let's just say 3 and 5, into the key 3 5 in a single value. So more complex cases may require other hashing functions, but this over here is going to help us deal with 2 to 3 arguments. So right here, we are going to check if cache.has, and we are going to check for key now, and we are going to also get the key here, because whatever we passed as an argument to this hashing function, it is going to convert that into single value. For instance, if you have 3 comma 5, it is going to convert that into something like 3 5, which means a single value. So that is why we are using this hashing function here. So after that, in the result here, we are going to have func.call, and as I told you, it is going to be this comma dot and arguments. Now what is going on here is that this uses the func.call to pass both the context and all the arguments the wrapper got, not just the first one, to the original function. Now, what we also need to do is that the cache.set is going to basically change, and instead of this, it is going to have key that is going to have whatever arguments we passed in as a single value. And finally, we are going to return the result. Now, after here, we are going to have our function that was known as hash. It is going to have some arguments. And right here, it is going to return the args number 0 plus a comma plus args1, which means that we are dealing with only two values now. If you want to add more, just add a plus sign, args2, args3, and so on till the end. So now right down here, we also need to make some changing. Now the first statement, as you know, is due to perform the caching operation. But now it is not only going to perform the caching operation, but we also want it to perform the hashing operation as well. So that's why we are going to also add hash here. Now worker.slow is going to actually receive two arguments. So let's just say we pass in 3 and 5. So it is going to simply work. Now right here, if you want to have an again statement, so we are going to have again a plus sign and worker.slow, and this time it is going to be 3 and 5. So if you save this page, refresh it, you can see that it says call with 3, 5. It is going to return 8, which was the sum because what we returned was min plus max. And after that, it is going to say again 8. So that's how it is works. So it works with any number of arguments, though the hash function would also need to be adjusted to allow any number of arguments. As I told you, what you need to simply do is that just add a plus sign here and just add args2 and so on, whatever number of arguments you like to, because this dot 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 arguments, as we have learned previously, is going to receive as many arguments as you like. So I hope that you are cleared with that. So let's just move on to the func.apply function, which was the part of this tutorial. So instead of func.call, which we have been using up till now, we could use the func.apply, which is going to have the first parameter as this and the second parameter as arguments. Now the syntax of the built-in method func.apply is something like this: func.apply, and in the parameter, the first thing is the context, and the second one is the args. Now it runs the function setting this equal to context and using an array-like object of args as the list of arguments. Now the only syntax difference between the call and apply is that call expect a list of arguments while apply takes an array-like object with them. So basically, the two calls, which are func.call, where we have context, but this time it is going to be dot 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 args. So you can say that these two calls are almost equivalent. They perform the same call of func with given context and arguments. There's only a subtle difference regarding the arguments. Now the spread syntax, that is the triple dot, allows to pass iterable arguments as the list to the call function, whereas the apply accept only array-like arguments. Now as and for objects that are both iterables and array-like, such as a real array, we can use any of these methods, but apply will probably be faster because most JavaScript engines internally optimize it better. So passing all arguments along with the context of another function is called call forwarding. That's the simplest form of it, where you can have not function, but you can have a wrapper equal to a function, where you can have func return func dot apply, where you can have this and you can have the arguments you like. So this is the simplest form of it. When an external code calls such wrapper, it is indistinguishable from the call of the original function func. So I hope that you have understood the basics of the apply function as well as the difference between the call and apply function. So we will just remove this from here. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about the apply function. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk more on what we are covering, that is decorators and forwarding. And in this tutorial we are going to see how you are going to borrow a method. So for that, what we will do is that we will just copy this and we are going to paste it right over here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to make one minor improvement in the hashing function, which is right here, that we have return args0 plus this plus args1. As of now, it works only with two arguments. Now, it would be better if it could glue any number of arguments. Now, the natural solution, which you might be thinking, is to use the array.join method, but unfortunately, that is not going to work because we are calling hash arguments. An arguments object is both iterable and array-like, but not a real array. So calling join on it would fail if you have arguments dot join inside the hash function. But what we are going to do is there is an easy way to use the array dot join, that is using the call function. So what we are going to do is that inside the hash function, what you can simply do is that you can just write an alert. You can have arguments dot join, not arguments, but you can have the array completely. You can have dot join dot call, and then in the parameters you can pass in the arguments, and that is going to work just fine. So if you call in the hash function on that, have 1 2 here and run this code only, it is going to return 1 and 2 as a single value to you. So this trick is basically known as method borrowing. We take a join method from a regular array like this, where we have this call here, and we uses the this array.join.call to run it in the context of argument. Now the question is that why does it work? Now that's because the internal algorithm of the naive method array.join is very simple. Taken from the specification almost as is, let's say that we have something like array.join, and in the parameter we have this glue. We do not want a built-in, but we want arr.join. So let glue be the first argument, or if no arguments then a comma. Let result be an empty string. Append this 0 to result, append glue and this 1, append glue and this 2. Do so until this dot length items are glue, and finally return the result. So technically it takes this and join this 0, this 1, and so on together. It's intentionally written in a way that allows any array like this. Not a coincidence, many methods follow the practice. That's why it also works with this equal to arguments. So the last thing which we are going to study is about the decorators and function properties. Now it is generally safe to replace a function or a method with a decorated one, except for one little thing. If the original function had properties on it like func.calledCount or whatever, then the decorated one will not provide them because that is a wrapper. So one needs to be very careful if you use them. For example, in the example here, if the slow function had any properties on it, then the caching decorator with slow in its parameter is a wrapper without them. Now, some decorators may provide their own property. For example, a decorator may count how many times a function was invoked and how much time it took and expose this information via wrapper properties. Now, there exists a way to create decorators that keep access to function properties, but this requires using a special proxy object to wrap a function. but we are going to discuss it later in the tutorial where we are going to talk about proxy and reflect. So for this tutorial, that is it. To summarize what we have covered so far, we have talked about what is a decorator, that is a wrapper around a function that alter its behavior. The main job is still carried out by the function. Then we have seen that decorator can be seen as features or aspects that can be added to a function. We can add one or add many, and all this without changing its code. To implement the caching decorator, we studied the method func.call and func.apply as well. Then we see the generic call forwarding is usually done with the apply function. We also saw some examples of method borrowing when we take a method from an object and call it in the context of another object. It is quite common to take array methods and apply them to arguments. The alternative is to use rest parameter object, that is a real array. There are many decorators there are in the wild. Check how well you got them by solving the tasks which are going to be provided at the end of this section. So I hope that you have got what we have covered in this tutorial. It was a very important topic. Decorators is something which you are going to use when you are dealing with a high level code where you have some very high CPU heavy tasks going on. So that's why if you need stable results, you are going to need decorators. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later.
Alright guys, so from this video we will start coding our application, and now the first thing that we will do is that we will actually create four files. Now the first file that we will create is basically our HTML file, and we're going to just name this file as layout.html. So layout.html, and now the next file that we will create is basically for our CSS file, and we will actually name this file as style.css. And now we'll create two JavaScript files, and the first file will be basically the name of all the languages. Actually, you can just name it as countries, or you can just simply name it as languages.js. And now the final file that we will create, in which we will store all our logic, is also going to be our JavaScript file, and we'll just name this file as script.js. Okay, so now these are all the four files that we will work on in this application. But now for this video, we will only work on this file layout.html. So now let me just close all these files. And now we'll just first of all lay down our basic HTML. So if you're using VS Code, you just simply type HTML and then just come here, which says HTML:5 and hit enter. And it's gonna basically lay down this basic HTML for you. Okay, now in here, we first of all need to make a couple of changes. First of all, we do not need basically this whole entire thing. So we can just simply get rid of it, and we're going to be changing this title to something else. Well, we're going to just change it to, let's say, language translator. Okay, now we will have some links. So let's just add these links right here, and just type here links. And now the first link that we're going to basically point, now the first link will actually point towards our font awesome library. So basically you can actually copy this link right here, and now basically font awesome will let us do some awesome things that we're going to be using in our application. Okay, now the next link that we will be adding will actually point towards this file style.css. So just simply type here link, and this is going to reference this file style.css. Okay, now let's just come inside this body tag, and now first of all let me just show you the finished version of this application. So first of all, you can see that first of all we have this big container, and then inside this big container we actually have, you can actually call it as a wrapper, and then inside this wrapper we actually have these two text areas, and then we have this volume button, and now this one is actually for copying this text right here, and then this one is actually from this drop down list we can actually select any language through which we want to translate our text. And actually, you can just select. There are like many languages that I've added. Now you can just you can just select any language, and then you can actually use this. And then in here, you can just see inside this text area, below this text area, you can just see that we can just select another language that we want to translate our text into. And then we have the volume button, and then we have the copy button as well. And then this one is, let's say this one is actually the exchange button. You can just call it as an exchange button. So let's say in here we have English and Hindi, and now when you just click on it, now you will just see that in here we have Hindi, and now in here we have English. And then finally, basically inside this container, basically this outside container, uh, we have this button translate text. And then when I just click on this translate text, then what you're going to do is then you're going to basically copy this text, and then we'll translate it into depending upon the language that we have selected right here. And then it will actually display the result, that translated result right here in this text area. Okay, now in this video, what we're going to do is that we will only first of all create this container, this outside container, and then we can actually draw this wrapper right here inside this container, and then we can just be creating these two text areas. So let's just get started with this video. Okay, now inside this body tag, the first thing that we're going to do is that we'll just basically first of all create a div, in which we will have that container. So in here you can just name this div anything you want, but I'm going to give it a class name of container. Okay, now inside this container, I will have a wrapper just like I have shown you. So I'm going to give it a class name of wrapper. You can again just name it anything you want. Okay, now in here, what I'm going to do is that basically inside this wrapper, first of all, I will actually have another div. Basically, right in here, I will have another div, and then inside that div, we're gonna basically create these two text areas. So right in here, I will just create that div, and I will just give it a class name of, let's say, you can just name it anything you want, but I'm giving it a name of text input. Okay, now inside this div, we're gonna be creating our two text area. So first of all, let's just create our first text area. And now you can see that by default, it has given us so many attributes. Well, actually, we do not need these two things right here. So well, actually, we do not need a name of it as well. So you can just get rid of it as well. And you can just get rid of this one as well. Okay, so first of all, the first attribute that I will just add is spell check. So since we do not want to check for spelling, we do not want to spell check, so we can just set its value equal to false. Okay, now the next attribute that I will add is basically, I will first of all, let me just give it a class name of, let's say that I'm just name it as from text, because in this text area, we will actually translate this text from some text and then translate into some text. So that is why I'm just naming it as from text. Okay, now the next thing that I will just do is I will have my placeholder attribute. So let me just scroll it to the right so that everything is visible. Okay, now for the placeholder, I will just say that enter text. So by placeholder actually means that I'm actually talking about this thing right here that you can see, enter text. Okay, so enter text, and now the next thing, well, I think that's it we have for this text area, and now let's just do it for another text area. So now right in here, what I'm going to do is that I will just create another text area. So then just create this text area right here. Oops, not like this. So in here, I'm going to create that text area, and let's just give it, just get rid of all these attributes that it has given by default. Okay, now again, the first property that I will just add is my spell check, and I'm going to set its value equal to false, and I'm going to give it a class name of, so this one is from text, and this one is going to be to text. Okay, now I basically want that the user should not be able to edit this text, that this text area should only be read, but we cannot like edit this text area, or we cannot just write into this text area. So for this, I'm going to be using this property read only. So read only, and read only actually means that this text area can only be read. We cannot write into it, or we cannot edit this text. text area. And then I'm going to use another property, disabled. Now, when you add the disabled to a text area, the form that the text area is a part of will actually ignore the text area input when the form is submitted. And this is what we want as well. So that is why we actually have used this property disabled. Okay, now the final thing that we're going to be using is basically our placeholder. So for the placeholder in here, you can just see that for the placeholder in here, we have used translation. Now you can just use it. Now you can just type this thing here as well, and then translation. Okay, so yeah, that's it. That's all we need to do for this video. In this video, first of all, we just simply created this container, and now inside this container we have this wrapper, and then inside this wrapper we have this div called text import, where I have these two text areas. So basically in the first text area, the user can basically input any text from which he want to translate from, and the next text area is basically my read-only text, which is actually going to be the result of the translation that we're going to be writing in our first text area. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. In the next video, we will be adding basically other properties that you are just seeing right here, like for example, this volume property, this volume button, and then this copy button right here, and then all this text field and all the and this thing, this exchange button as well. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Alright guys, in this video we will be putting this volume copy icon and then this basically drop down list for both of our text areas, and then we're going to be putting this exchange icon, and then we're going to be putting this button translate text on our document as well. So let's just get started with this video. Okay, so open your VS Code, and now actually I'm going to be putting icons or basically different widgets on my application in the form of an unordered list. So I'm going to be using this attribute UL, and now first of all, let's just give it a class name of controls. Okay, now in here, since I want to add items, so I will just use this li tag, which actually stands for list item, and let's just give it a class name of row from, because at the moment I'm actually talking about this text area that I named as from text. So this is how my naming convention is. I just named it here it as from text, and now in here I just named it as row from. Okay, so row from, and now in here inside basically here I'm gonna be creating a div, and I'm gonna be giving it a class name of icons. And now inside this icons div, I'm gonna be adding, oops, basically these two icon, that is the volume icon and then this copy icon. Now for this, I'm going to be using the font awesome library that we already have the link, that we actually added the link in the previous video, which is right here. And now we can actually use this library. Okay, so right in here, we just named it as icons. And now inside this div, we're going to be adding both of these icons now. Font Awesome library actually recommends to use this tag I to add any icon, and that is why, well, it actually recommends two types of tag. The first one is actually this I tag, and then the other one is actually the span tag. But we're gonna be just adding this I tag. Okay, now for the first icon, first of all, let me just give it an ID. So I'm gonna just name this ID as from, and now for the class, so first of all, we need to just type FAS, which basically because we want to use font awesome. And so that is why, first of all, we need to type FAS, or we can just simply type FA if you want, but I'm going to be adding this S as well. Okay, next we need to basically, in here, we just need to type the name of our icon. And now in here, we're going to be just, first of all, adding this volume up button. So this is actually built-in icon. We just need to type only its name, and this will actually draw that volume up icon. Okay, so volume up icon, and now the next thing, again, I'm going to be using this I tag right here, and I'm going to first of all give it an ID. So ID will be from, and this time class. So this time I want to draw this icon right here. So again, I will just simply type FAS, the name of our font awesome icon, and this time it is FA copy. Okay, so now we have added both of these icon. Now the next thing that we want is actually basically this drop down list so that we can select the language. So for this, now outside this div right here, I'm going to be basically using this select tag. Now we will not be putting anything at the moment, but later on we're going to be using JavaScript to put all these languages that you can just see basically in this drop down list. But now at the moment, we will just leave it empty. But later on, we're going to be using JavaScript to put to put items or languages inside this select tag. Okay, so now we have this select tag, and now thing that we want to put is actually this exchange button right here. So right outside this list item, I will now have another list item, and I'm going to give it a class name of. So class name this time will be exchange button, or you can just simply name it as exchange. And now inside this exchange button, I will have now, again, we want to add the font awesome icon. So we're going to be using this tag I. And first of all, let's just give it a class name of. So class name will be again FAS, and then this built-in icon, font awesome icon, which is FA exchange and alt. Okay, not AKT, it is alt. Okay, so now outside this list icon, I'm going to be adding basically now inside this list item, I'm going to be adding now basically these two things and then this drop down list as well. Okay, so first of all, since we have in here, you can see that first of all, we have this drop down list right here. So first of all, in here, outside this list icon, oops, not like this. So in here, first of all, we'll just name this as a class of row 2. So previously we just, so for the previous, so previously in here, we just named it as row from, and now in here, we just named it as row 2. Okay, now since the first thing that in here we have is basically this drop down list. So again, I'm going to be using this select tag. So select right here. Okay, so just get rid of both of these things because we do not need it. And now next we'll add basically this icon and then this icon as well. So let's just do it. So basically again I'm going to be creating basically, why not I just copy basically this whole thing right from here. So copy, and I can just paste it right in here, and that is okay. And yeah, that is, we do not need to make any changes, but we'll just only give it uh, other IDs because this one will not be from, this one will be to. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. And now the final thing that we will do is basically we actually need this button as well. So for this, basically outside, so you can just see that this button is actually outside this wrapper. So you need to make sure that you're actually outside the wrapper div. So in here, so first of all, you can just see that we have basically this wrapper div. Okay. So now this div should be, let me just get it. And this div should be somewhere right in here where we actually have added all the items. And now outside this div, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be adding this button. So for this, I'm going to be using this button tag to make this button. And we just simply named it. So for the text, we just named it as translate text. And yeah, that's all we need to do. That's all we need to do for our HTML. So let me just give it this tab so that it actually aligned with this tab right in here. Yeah. So now we have this wrapper div. So previously I was just closing it incorrectly. It should be basically enclosed right in here because all these items that you can actually see right in here are actually inside this wrapper. But this button that we have drawn right here is actually outside this wrapper div. And then this div is actually my container div in which I have my entire, in which I have actually wrapped everything, even my wrapper. So that is why my translate text button is actually inside this wrapper container, this basically inside this div container, but outside this wrapper div. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do for HTML. Now in the next video, we're gonna start working on CSS. But if you just execute on this file layout.html, you are going to see a really boring thing. So let me just execute it here. Basically, we have this file layout on this thing, and now in here you can just in here now you can just see that we now have this pretty boring thing, but it will not be like that once we actually do some CSS to it. It will actually look really nice. Just like you can just see that we now have this in here. We have this nice application. So we're gonna be doing CSS in the next video. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys next time. Alright guys, in this video we will do the entire CSS for this application. Now if you don't want to do CSS, then you can just simply skip this video. I will just attach the entire CSS code next to this video. You can just simply copy that code. But if you still want to do everything that I'm just doing, then let's just do it with me. Okay, so now in here I'm just gonna open this file style.css in which we're gonna do our entire CSS for this application. Okay, now the first thing that I'm going to do is that I will just load the Google Fonts pop-in. So for this, we need to have a link, and actually I have basically copied that link right in here. And basically, let me just copy it. So copy and right in here, let's just paste it. Okay, so now what it will do is that it will actually load, we're actually importing Google font named pop-ins. Okay, because we will be using it in our document to make it look more awesome. Okay, so now right in here, first of all, I'm gonna basically do some basic CSS for my entire document. I will just use the star, and now in here, I will just say that my margin will be 0. Okay, so my margin will be 0, and then my padding will be 0 as well, and then my box sizing is just going to be equal to my border box. Now, if you set the border sizing to border box, then padding and border are included in the width and height. And next, I will just say that my font family, oops, not like this, my font family is going to be basically that thing that I've imported, which is Poppins, and basically it will be Sans, which is actually the name of the font, which is Sans Serif. Okay, now let's just do it for our body. Let's just do some CSS for our body. So now for the body, first of all, I will just say that I want to display my items in flags, and next I'll just say that all my items, I want to align them center. Next, I'll just say that the justify content to center as well. Next, I will just do some padding, not auto. So from the top and bottom, it will be 0, and then from the left and right, it will be 10 pixels. Okay, so now I have some padding, and I will just say that my minimum height is going to be 100 VH. Okay, next, I will just say that my background, basically, it should not be background. So my background is going to be a hexadecimal code. Um, so its value is, I have noted down right here. So 537 2F0. Okay, so this is actually the hexadecimal value, and it will actually give it some dark blue color to my document. Okay, so now we have this body as well, and now let's just do it. Let's just do some CSS for our container. So in the container, we have actually everything. So now for the container, I will just say that my max width is going to be 690 pixels, and then my width is going to be 100%. So 100%. Next, I'm going to say that my padding will be 30 pixels, and I will just say that my background, oh, not like this, it is 30 pixels. Okay, so my padding will be 30 pixels. Next, my background, not attachment. So my background is not going to be fixed. It is going to be basically an RGB value, and this time it will be FFF, simple as that, pure white. Okay, so my background is going to be white, and so next I will just say that my border radius um, is going to be, let's say, 7 pixels. Okay, the next property that I'm going to be using is the box shadow property. So box shadow, okay, now the first thing I will just pass in here is 0. Now this one is actually my horizontal offset. Now the horizontal offset of the shadow, now I'm just actually supplying positive value. Now positive here means that the shadow will be on the right of the box, and if I just supplied a negative value, then a negative offset will actually put the shadow on the left of the box. Okay, next I need to supply a value for my vertical offset. So I will just supply it 10 pixels. Now vertical offset of the shadow. Now in here, a negative one means that the shadow will appear above the box, while since I'm just applying a positive value, so in my case, it will appear below the box. And now the next basically value I need to pass right here is actually for my is actually my blur radius. So for blur radius, I will just pass 20 pixels. Now if set to 0, the shadow will be sharp, so higher the number, the more blurred it will be. And further out, the shadow will actually extend. So these are the values, and next I need to provide basically the color of it, the color of my shadow as well. So it will be RGBA, and for it is actually red, green, blue, and then alpha. So for red, I will just say 0, and then for green, it will be 0 as well, and then for blue it will be 0 as well, 0, and then in here I will just say that alpha will actually give it some kind of intensity, so 0.01. Okay, so that's my box shadow, and next we're gonna just do it for we're going to do some CSS for our wrapper div as well. Now let me just scroll it down to make sure everything is visible. So wrapper, so now my border radius is going to be 5 pixels. Next, my border actually. So my border will be 1 pixels, and it will be solid, means it will be bold, and then the color of it will be hexadecimal value C, which will actually give this color to my border. Okay, so for that's it for this wrapper. Actually, now let's just do it inside the wrapper. So first of all, I've just set this wrapper, and now let's just do it for our text import. So text minus import, and these are all the actually the class names that I have given to my text areas and all the divs and containers. Okay, so for it, I will just say that display will be flags because I want my text areas to appear in the form of flags. And I will just say that my border bottom is going to be 1 pixel, and then it will be solid as well. And then uh, I will just give some RGB value of, let's say, the same thing that I've given right here. Okay, so that's it for the text input. And now let's just do it separately for, basically, first of all, let's just do it for, first of all, let me just scroll it down. Okay, so now in here, inside my text input, and then inside my text input, we have another thing which is to text. Okay, so now for that, what I'm going to do is that I will just first of all say that my border radius is type. So my border radius is going to be 0 pixels, and next my border radius is going to be 0 pixels, and then my border left. So my border left is going to be 1 pixels, solid, and then I'm going to give it some RGB value of CCC. Okay, not an RGB value, it is actually a hexadecimal value. Okay, so to text, and now in here, let's just do it for, so inside text input, we have another class called text. So inside the text input, I'm just talking about my text area. So for my text area, so my height for it, my height is going to be 250 pixels. So 250 pixels is going to be my height, and then my width is going to be 100%. Next, my border is going to be none. So my border is going to be none, and then my outline is going to be none as well. Next, resize is going to be none as well. And then my background will be none as well. And then my font size. So font size is going to be, let us give it a font size of 18 pixels. Okay, so that's my font size. And next, I'll just say that my padding from the top and bottom will be 10 pixels. And from the left and right, it will be 15 pixels. So that's my padding, and my border radius is going to be 5 pixels. So 5 pixels. Okay, so now let me just scroll it down. Okay, because it is going out of my screen. Okay, next I will just say that dot text input, and now in here I will just say that my text area. And now what I want to do for my placeholder. So placeholder is actually the text. So if we just show you right in here, you can see that we have this text, enter text and translation. That is actually my placeholder. So I'm actually talking about that thing. So for my placeholder, I will just say that its color. So its color is going to be a hexadecimal value, and let's say it will be B7, B6, and then B6. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And next, I will just access this class controls, in which I have all my icons. So controls, and then all the list items, and then all the icons. So all my icons, and then my icons, and then basically this tag I. So what I want to do for it is that I would say that my display is going to be flags, and I want to align them in the center as well. So align items are going to be centered. Next, I will just say that my justify content is going to be uh, basically there is going to be some space in between. So I'll just say that space in between. Okay. Next, I want to do it for my controls. So access the controls class, and I'll just say that my list style is going to be none, and then my padding from the top and bottom will be not pad, it is padding. So my padding will be 12 pixels, and then from the left and right it will be 15 pixels. Okay, so now inside the control class, I actually have the dot row class and then the dot basically icons class. So I will access it with the dots because we access classes with these dots. And now let me just scroll it down first of all. Okay, so now right in here, I will just say that my width is going to be 38%. Okay, so my width is going to be 38%. And next, I'm going to actually copy this thing right in here. So copy, and I'll just paste it right in here. And now icons, and then inside icon, I have this tag I. And for this, what I want is that I will say that my width is going to be 50 pixels. And next, I'll just say that my color, oops, not like this, it is a color. So color is going to be AD, AD. Okay, so that's going to be my color, and then my font size. My font size is going to be 14 pixels. Next, my cursor will be a pointer cursor. So my cursor is going to be pointed. Next, I will just say that I will just use the property transition and just say that transform it. So transform it with this space 0.2 second, and then transform it with an ease. Okay, and I'll just say that justify content equal to center. Okay, so yeah, that's all I need to do for this. And now I will just do it. So previously I was just doing it from row 2, and now I think I just need to do it for controls. And then basically I'll just first of all access row, and then um, row, and then down from, and then I'm gonna access my icons. Okay, so now in here, I'll just say that first of all, I will just say that I will just give some right padding. So right padding is going to be 15 pixels and 15 pixels, and then my border to my border right will be 1 pixels, and it's going to be solid, and I need to give it an hexadecimal value of this value. Okay, next I will just say that, let me just scroll it down once again. So now in here, after this thing, I'll just say that basically, let me just copy this whole thing. So copy and let's paste it right in here. And now instead of from, I'm going to do it now for to. Okay, so now for these things, I actually want, basically, I think I need to do the same thing, but instead I just need to make little changes. Now it will not be padding right. This time it will be padding left, and now instead of border right, it will be border left. Okay, so now we are just done with it as well, and now I'll just say that controls and then controls dot row, and now let's just do it for this text select as well. Okay, so for this, first of all, I will just give it a color. So my color is going to be a hexadecimal value, and this time it will be 3, 3, and then 3. It's going to be pure black, not pure black, which is going to be my black color. Okay, so now my border is going to be none, and then my outline. So my outline is going to be none as well. And I will just say that my font size is going to be my font size is going to be, let's say, 18 pixels. Okay, next I will just say that my background is going to be none. I don't want any background for it. And then my padding left will be only 5 pixels. Okay, next, I want to do, so again, first of all, let me just scroll it down to make sure everything is visible. I will now just do it for my text input. So let's say that dot text input, and I'll just first of all select the text area. And now let's just do it specifically from my Chrome browser. So for Chrome browser, I'll just type a WebKit, and now in here I'll just type scroll bar. That is how my scroll bar is going to appear in my Chrome browser. So I'll just simply say that my width for my Chrome browser is going to be 4 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to do it. So right in here, I'm going to do it for my controls as well. So controls dot row, and then this attribute select. And now again, I'm going to talk about basically my Chrome browser. So I'll just say that WebKit, um, and then scroll bar. Okay, like this. And now in here, we'll just say that my width this time is going to be double, which is 8 pixels. Okay, now right in here, I will just say that, yeah, so text input and then text area. And again, I'm going to talk about my Chrome browser. So text area, and then right in here, I will just say that my uh, WebKit, and then scroll bar, and then scroll bar track. And next, I'll just say that my controls. So let's just move on to the next line. So not so controls, and then dot row. Select my Chrome browser once again. So minus WebKit and minus scroll bar track that we have right in here. Okay, so for this, I want some background color. So I'll just say that my background is going to be FFF. Okay, so it is actually a hexadecimal value, so we need to include this hash. Okay, which is actually pure white color. Okay, so next I'll just say that my text input, and then my text area. And then again, I'm going to talk about my Chrome browser. So in here, I'll just say that minus WebKit, uh, minus WebKit, scroll bar, thumb. So how is it going to appear? So I'll just say that for this, I will just say that my background is going to be, will have a hexadecimal value of 9, 9, and then 9. Okay, so next I'll just say that my border radius, so my border radius is going to be 8 pixels. And next I'll just say that uh, my border right, so my border right, I will just say that for border right, I will just say it will be 2 pixels. And I just want it to appear solid, and I'll just give it some hexadecimal value, FFF, FFF, which is actually again pure white. Okay, now I'm going to do it for the exchange icon. So first of all, I'll just say that controls, it is actually a class. So we need to basically put this on dot. So controls, dot this class exchange. So for this, I will just say that its color, is going to be an hexadecimal value is AD. Okay, so color will be that, and then my cursor is going to be pointer, and I will just say that my font size is going to be it will be 16 pixels. So font size will be 15 pixels, and I will just say that transition. For the transition, I will just say that transform it with the space 0.2 second with an ease. Okay, so this is what it is, and then I will just say that controls, uh, and then this thing, and what if that is active? So if that is active, then I want to say that I will just say that transform, and then scale it with this value 0.9. Okay, next we'll just do it for our button container. So let's say that my container and then my button. Okay, so for this, again, first of all, let me just scroll it down. Okay, so first of all, I'll just say that my width is going to be 100%. Next, I'll just say that my padding is going to be 14 pixels. Next, I'll just say that outline is going to be none, and then my border is actually going to be none as well. And then I will just say that the color will be FFF, and then that's the color. And then my cursor is going to be pointed. And next, I'll just say that I just want to give some margin from the top. So margin top will be 20 pixels. Um, Next, I will just say that my font size is going to be 17 pixels. 17 pixels font size. And next, I'm going to say that my border radius is going to be 5 pixels. There's a lot of CSS that we need to work on. So border radius. And next, I will just say that my background is going to be a hexadecimal value, which is, I have noted down right here. So 52372 F0. Okay, so I think this is wrong. It is 537, not this 3. Okay, so we have this background, and next I'll just say that for my media, I'll just say that max width, and max width, it will be 660 pixels. 660 pixels, and then inside of it, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to access first of all this container, and then for the container, I will just say that my padding is going to be 20 pixels. Okay, so now inside that, basically outside that container, I will now just say that for my wrapper, I will just say that for wrapper, and then for my text inputs, I will just say that, let me just scroll it down once again. So text input, um, for its text input, I will just say that the flex direction is going to be along columns. Okay, so that's for my wrapper. And now for my text input. So text input, and I'm actually talking about this text area, which I named as to text. for it, I will just say that my border, oops, my border is going to be my border left actually. So my border left is going to be 0 pixels. Next, okay, 0 pixels. Next, I will just say that my border top will be 1 pixel solid and hexadecimal value, which is CCC. Okay, next in here, we'll just say that my text input and then my text area. So text area. So for it, I want to give, I will just say that my height is going to be 200 pixels. 200 pixels and next I'll just say that my controls and then my row and then my icons. So what I'm going to do with it, I'll just say that for its display it's going to be none. Okay, next I'll just say display equal to none, and this time I'll just access the first of all the container class, and then inside the container we'll just access this button. Oops, not like this. We need to go inside of it. So let me just get rid of this thing. Okay, so it is not bottom, it is actually button. Okay, so button. If you can just do it, so button. Okay, so for my button, first of all, let me just scroll it down. So button, I'll just say that padding is going to be 13 pixels. So my padding is going to be 13 pixels, and my font size is going to be my font size is going to be 16 pixels. So 16 pixels, and so I will just access first of all my controls and then dot row and then the select tag. So select tag, and then for it I will just say that the font size it's going to be 16 pixels as well. And then finally I will just say that dot controls my exchange button. So I will just access this class with its class name, and let's say that my font size is going to be 14 pixels. And yeah, I think that's all we need to do for CSS. And hopefully, if you're not getting any error, then this application should actually now be pretty much in a better form. And now you can just see that this application is now looking pretty much better. Now, of course, you're not seeing here nothing because actually we haven't basically put anything right in here. But in the next video, what we will do is that we will actually load, basically we will create a JavaScript file. And then inside the JavaScript file, we're going to basically store all the languages in which we want to do translation. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, in this video, what I will do is that I will first of all create a JavaScript object, and then I will store the names of all the languages in which I want to do translation. So what I will do is that I actually had created a file named languages.js, and now inside that file, I'm going to basically create an object in which I will store all the languages. So instead of just typing the names of all the languages, what I've done is that I actually have it in my notepad. So now I'll just simply copy that object in which I have stored all the languages and then their country codes. So now I'll just minimize and I'll just paste it right here. Okay, so now in here inside this object, first of all, you can just see that I just named my object as countries. And now in here, you can just see that I have the names of all the languages. And now in here, you can just see that I have the country codes and then the short form of these languages. Like for example, in case of Arabic, the short form of Arabic is AR, and now since it is spoken in Saudi Arabia, so that is why it is capitalized as AM. And now same goes for all the remaining languages. Okay, so now let's just save this file, and now let's just close it because we do not need it. Okay, so now the next thing I will do is that, so inside this HTML, you can just see that we have basically some text areas, and then we have some icons, and then we have basically this select tag, and then we have these list items, and you can just see inside these list items, we have some icons. Now, what we will do is that we need to access all these things in our JavaScript. So for this, well, we need to access it in JavaScript so that we can actually make our application more dynamic. So now for this, I actually had created a file named, okay, so let's just close it. Okay, so and here I had created a file named as script.js. Okay, now in this video, we will only access all the basically all these items that we actually need to make our application dynamic. So in here, what I will do is that I will just say that const, and then I will just first of all select my first text field that I have given a class name of. I can just show you. Okay, so it is above. Okay, so I just named it as from text. So let's just copy this name, and now in here, I'll just store it in a variable, and I'll just name this variable as from text, and I'm going to put it equal to document dot query selector. So, well, let me just copy it because we will be needing it again and again. So let's just copy this whole thing. And since in here we actually need to, oops, not like this. Okay, so I just named it as from text. Okay, now the next thing that I will access is basically this text area dot to text. So right in here, I'll just named it as to text, and I'm going to put it equal to basically the same thing. And actually, since it is we already have put it a comma here, so we do not need this const again. So now in here, I will just access it with its class name, and we have named it as to text. Okay, now the next thing that we will access is basically my exchange icon. So I'll just named it as exchange icon, and I'm going to put it equal to document.query selector. And now in here, we actually named that exchange icon as simply exchange. Okay, so now the next thing that we will do is basically I will actually select my select tag, and I will just show you in a minute. This thing, and actually since in this now we do not want to select the class name, we only want to select the tag. So we do not need to put this period symbol that we have put for previous for accessing previous items. And for select tag, I'm actually talking about, if I can just show you. Okay, so for select tag, I'm actually talking about this thing. So in here, in this case, it is nothing. But in the next video, since when we will make this application dynamic, we're gonna be putting items in this select tag. But at the moment, we only have selected it so that later on we can just use JavaScript to basically insert item in this select tag. And we actually have stored that select tag in this variable select tag. Okay, so now we have accessed that select tag as well. And now the next thing I will just do is that I will just access all my remaining icons. So I'll just basically paste it, no need to type. And now, first of all, we have given it a class name of row, and then we're gonna access this tag I basically for icon. Okay, so icons, and now the last thing that I will just access is my translate button. So translate button, and I'm gonna put it equal to document.query selected, and let me just see what I've just given it a class name. So my translate button is right here at the end, and actually I haven't given it a class name. So instead of just typing the class name, just simply type its a tag name, which is simply button. All right, now yeah, I think that's all we need to do for this video. Now in the next video, we will actually start making this application dynamic. And yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, now in here you can just see that when I just click on this drop down arrow, we are actually seeing nothing, nor we have any default languages selected here in which I can do translation. So in the finished version of the application, you can see that first of all, we have some default languages, that is English and Hindi, in which I can do translation, but I can also select any languages from this drop down menu here and then here as well, in which I want to do translation. So now in this video, what we will do is that by default, we will have these two languages, English and Hindi selected, that should be displayed right in here. And then also when I just click on these drop down arrows, I should be able to see this drop down menu in which I can select any language in which I want to do translation. So let's just get started with this video. Okay, so first of all, in the previous video, we had made a small mistake and we need to correct it. So in here in this select tag, I'm actually selecting this tag select, Now in here, you can see that we actually have two select fields. The first one is right here, and then the second one is right here. So once we want to select more than one tag, so for this we actually use this command query all, query selector all. And now similarly for basically we have this icon tag selected here as well. And now inside this HTML document, we actually have multiple I tags. So that is why actually we need to type here query selector all here as well. Okay, now first of all, since I want to have default languages, so and also you can see that we actually have basically we have this object in which we have many languages. So what we will do is that we will actually loop over these languages and then we'll store it basically in this drop down menu. Okay, so let's do it. So now let's just open your VS Code and first of all, let's just save the changes that we have made to it. And now, first of all, I will just say that my select tag, and then I'm going to basically loop. First of all, I will just use my for each loop. So for each, and then basically I need to pass here a function, and the function will actually take two arguments. The first one is will be actually my item, and then the second one is actually going to be my basically ID number. Okay, so now in here I will actually create an arrow function, and I will just enter inside this arrow function. And now, first of all, I will just basically loop over all these languages that I have in this object countries. So let me just save it. And before actually accessing this object, I first of all need to have basically this one added here. So right in here, first of all, we will just add a reference to it using the script tag. So first of all, I'll just say that my source is going to be this file languages.js. So languages.js, and then the second one, so script. The second one is going to be script.js. Okay, so now let's just save it. And actually, if you want, you can just close it, but let's not close it. Okay, so now we will actually loop over basically this object. So right in here, I will just say that for let country code. So my country underscore code in this object countries. um then what I want is that first of all I will just say that I'll just actually here create a variable, and I'll just name this variable as selected. And now in here I will just say that if id it is going to be equal to 0, because actually we are talking about when the first time this for each loop will run. So for the first time, what we want is that we want some default languages. So if id is equal to 0, and then basically my country code is actually equal to, so by default in here you can just see that in the finished version in here English is actually selected, and the country code of English is if I can just show you in this file languages.js, it is where it is, if I just show you. Okay, so in here you can just see that it is basically this name. So I'll just copy it. So copy, if that is the case, then what I will say that this variable selected is actually equal to selected. Okay, if that's the case, if that's not the case, means that if id is actually equal to not 0, means that if id is equal to 1. So I'll just say that else if, I will just say that else if id equal to 1, and this time my country code is actually equal to. So for this, I need to do it now for Hindi, or you can just select any other languages of your choice, any country code of your choice. But let's say I will just select Hindi. So I'll just copy its country code. So copy, and I'll just paste it right in here. If that's the case, then I'm going to say that selected equal to selected. Okay. So now I'll just say that let option equal to my backtick keys, because I want to do some JavaScript inside this backticks. And I'll just say that my option, first of all, yeah, let me just first of all open and close it, and then we will just do some JavaScript inside of it. Okay, so option, and now in here inside of it, inside this tag, I will just say that first of all, since we want to do JavaScript, so I need to add this dollar symbol, and I will just basically say that select it, and then the value of it is going to be my country code. So this thing, and then inside this double quotation mark, I will say that again my dollar symbol, and then these two curly brackets, and now in here I just actually need to type the country code, and now in here basically I want to display basically that language that in here I actually need to select that language. So for this right in here I will just say that again dollar symbol, and then basically these brackets right here, and I'll just say that oops, not like this. So dollar symbol, and then these opening and closing bracket, and then I will just say that countries, and then since I want to access their value, so I will just say that in here I just need to type the country code. Okay, so basically this is actually the object code, basically the name of the object, and then this one is its country code. So by doing so, it will actually select the language. Okay, and that I actually want to put inside this drop down menu. Okay, so this whole line, basically this in here, this whole thing is actually, and since I'm actually putting it inside this for loop, basically inside this for loop. So what it will do is that it will actually go through each and every language and then their country code, and then we'll actually put it inside this option tag so that we can actually have this drop down list right here. And inside this drop down list, we can actually select any language that we want. Okay, simple as that. And now, since we have this option, since we now in here we have this option, now we actually need to put it. So right in here, I will just say that tag dot insert. It is insert adjacent HTML, and then where we actually need to put it, it should be before end. Okay, so before ending, I want to put basically this thing. So first of all, for the first iteration, it will actually select my first language. Let's say it is English. Well, actually, it's not English. It is some this language Amharic. So what it will do is that it will actually take this language, and then we'll actually put it inside this option. We'll actually, first of all, in here it will be selected. And then since we want to put it inside our HTML, then in here, what it will do is that it will actually basically put that item, basically this item, and then the language that we have selected right here basically before and. So hopefully it is making a lot of sense. It is not so much tricky, it's pretty much obvious. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. And actually, if it is basically refresh my code, and now in here you can see that by default English and Hindi are selected, because for the first iteration we have basically English and Hindi for ID number. When ID equal to 0 and ID equal to 1, then we want English and Hindi in these text fields. But now in here, since we actually have loop over all the languages and then put it inside or inside our HTML before and, so that is why these languages are one after the other. Okay, so now actually I can select any other language that I want to put inside this. Actually, it will be equal to selected. So inside the selected fields that I have inside here and here. So I don't know what this language is, but in our case, we will be actually translating from English to some language. Okay, so now in the next video, what we will do is that let's say that I will just click on this button. Then what I will do is that let's say in here we have English and then here we have Spanish. Then when I just click on this button, Spanish will actually come here and then English will come right here. So this is what we're going to do in the next video. So for now, thank you for watching and I will see you guys next time. Okay, so let's say that in here, I want to do some translation from English, and let's say my English text will be, this is what we have at the moment. And let's say I want to do translation from English into Finnish. So when I just click on this option, translate text, it gonna basically translate this text into this Finnish language and then put this result in this text field. Now let's say I just click on this exchange button option. Now in here, you're going to see that these tags are actually swapped, and so are basically these languages name here as well. So now let's just understand it with a simple example that how we can actually swap text in JavaScript. So let's say that we have this simple example in which we have two variable x and y. X contain 5 and y contain 7. And now let's say that we want to basically swap both of these values. We want the value of x to be equal to now y and the value of y equal to x. So for this, what we actually have done here is that I actually have created a temporary variable temp, and I have stored the value of x in this variable temp. So temp actually now contain the value of x, and now in here what I've done is that I have actually put x equal to y. Now x actually contain the value of y. Now y basically is equal to temp. Now temp basically previously contained the value of x, so now the value of y will now be equal to x, and in here we actually have basically said x equal to y. So now x actually contain the value of y, and now y actually contain the value of x. So means that these values are successfully swapped. So this is actually one of the most simplest example of swapping. And now let's implement how we can actually swap this text when I just click on this exchange button option. So let's open your VS Code. So first of all, we will just in here we'll actually tell JavaScript that wait for the click event. As soon as this exchange button is clicked, only then you need to exchange the texts. Okay, so let's just implement it. And now right in here, I will just say that, okay, so I will just say that my exchange icon dot add event listener, because we are actually waiting for some kind of event, because the text will only be exchanged once the click event happens. So click happen. Oops, finish type it. So once the exchange icon or exchange button is clicked, so first of all, what this function, built-in function JavaScript will do is that it's actually waiting for the click event to happen. And when it happens, then what you need to do. So for the second argument, we actually need to pass a function that this is what this function will do once the click event actually happens. So actually it will take no argument, it will be an arrow function. And now what this arrow function will do is that it will actually exchange the texts. So right in here, just like previously, we will actually create a temporary variable, and I will just name it as temp text. Just like in here, I just named it as temp. Now in here, I actually have stored the value of x. Now in here, in our JavaScript, what I will do is that I will actually basically store the value of my first text field in this variable temp text. So I'll just say that from text in which I have the value or text of my first text field. So from text, and then if I want to access the value, so I'm going to basically use this built-in argument in JavaScript called value. Oops, not like this. It is value. Oops, why I'm just doing it. So value. Okay, so now in here, let's just come to this next line. And now I'll just say that my uh, temp length. So my temp length is just going to be equal to, first of all, my select tag. So select tag, and then, so select tag is actually this thing, actually this thing. So select tag, and then what I want to do is that actually I want to talk about the first index, which contain actually the text of selected text, or basically this language. I can show you right here. Basically in here actually it's Finnish, but previously it was English. So in here, first of all, I'm actually selecting the first language, which is at index number 0. And then since I want to access the values, I will just use this property value. Okay, now next, what I will just do is that I will just say that from text is now its value, first of all, will be equal to to text dot value. Okay, so now in here I will just say that to text dot value is just gonna be equal to temp text. And yeah, that's all. Our swapping is now been implemented, and now we actually need to basically swap these values as well, basically these languages names as well, because once it is swapped, then the this language will appear here, and then this language will actually appear here. So for this, I will just use this, say that select tag. So select tag, and then since I'm talking about my first tag, so tag dot value is just going to be equal to select tag, and then my second language that is appearing in the second text field dot value. Next, I will just say that select tag, select tag, and then the second text field value, and I will just put it equal to this temp flag. Okay, so now our logic has now been successfully implemented, and now in here let's put this colon, and now in here just notice another thing that so let's say once that I just get rid of basically this text in text field number one, this text is now automatically gone as well. So right in here, I will just say that from text, actually I'm talking about my first text field dot add event listener, and now this time it's going to be some other kind of event listener, and that will be key up. Means that if all the keys are up and you are sure that you're not going to type again, then again invoke this function, and again this is going to be my arrow function. So what this arrow function will do is that I would just say that if this thing, if not from text dot value, then what it need to do is that it will say that my text field, to text field should be clear as well. So to text dot value is going to be empty as well. Okay, so yeah, that's all. That's all we need to do. So once the key up event is actually called, and I don't know why I'm just getting this error right here. So from text, it is expecting a comma right here. So what it's saying that okay. So okay, yeah, I have made this mistake. It should be semicolon here and then semicolon here as well. Okay, so now these errors are now gone, and yeah, this is actually the simply swapping logic. And then I'm in here. This actually logic is pretty much simple. Is that I'm actually basically putting my first tag, basically first item, and then actually swapping these values with their index number, and in here actually have used this temporary variable to swap values. So the only difference is that, and now just save it, and now let's just execute our unfinished application. And actually I can now click on this swap button, and these values are, well, actually on at the moment only these are swapping, because at the moment, actually, we just type some text. This is what we have. Obviously, this time it will not do translation because, well, actually, we haven't instructed this button to do something when this button gets clicked. But in the next video, we will make it to do something once the button gets clicked. And then you will actually see that this text will be swapped once I click on this swap button, basically this swap icon. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, now in this video, what we want is that when I just click on this button translate text, then what it's going to do is that it will actually take the text in our first text field, and then we'll translate it into this language that we have selected in this text field. And then we'll display that translated text in this second text field. Okay, so let's just get started with this video. So right in here, we will actually add an event listener to my translate button, and that event listener is going to be clicked. So what's going to happen when the translate button gets clicked? So right in here, we have stored our translate button in this variable translate button, and I'm going to add my event listener, and the event listener is going to be click. So what's going to happen when this button gets clicked? Okay, so it's going to basically invoke a function, and that function is going to be an arrow function. And first of all, I'll just create a variable right in here, and first of all, I will just say that my from text, my first text field, and then I will just get its value. And first of all, what I will do is that I will actually remove any white spaces in the beginning and at the end of my text. So for this, I'm going to use this built-in function trim in JavaScript. So trim in JavaScript, and now you can just see that it actually removes the leading and trailing white spaces and line terminator characters from a string. Okay, so now I'm going to create another variable, and that is going to be translate uh, translate from, and I'm going to put it equal to my select tag, basically, yeah, select tag. And obviously my first, since I actually want in this variable I want to have my first thing. So, and actually I want my value, not that thing, but actually its value. And the next thing I'll just do is that I'll just create another button, translate to, and I'm going to put it equal to my basically second text. And that is actually at index number one in the select tag. And then I'm going to basically get its value. So dot value. And now what I'm going to do is that first of all, I will just check before translating, I will just check if there is any text basically in my first text field or not. So basically in here, we actually have removed all the white spaces and then store the first text field in this variable text. So first of all, I will just check if there is any text or not when I just click on the translate button. So it may be possible that when the user click on the translate text button, there might be no text to translate. So first of all, I'm going to check if there is any text or not. So with this, I'll just say that if there is no text, then I'm going to basically come out of this function. Basically, I'm going to come out of this event listener function. Okay, so if that's not the case, then I will just say that. So let me just first of all scroll it down. Okay, so if that's not the case, then I'll just say that text. So to text, which is a variable, so to text is just going to be so to text dot set attribute and basically for the placeholder. So I'll just tell you what this placeholder is just in a minute. But first of all, let me just type. And this time the placeholder will be, let's say, translating. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that, and let's just add these three periods here as well. Okay, so first of all, I'm just checking if there is any text or not. If there is no text, then just simply return nothing. Then actually came out of everything and I don't want to do anything when this translate button gets clicked. Okay, but what if there is some kind of text? So first of all, if there is some kind of text, then basically in my second text field, it's gonna basically add this placeholder, or you can just call it as a text, and it's gonna say translating. So let me just show you. Okay, so in here, let's say just type, this is the biggest thing in the world. Okay, so now when I just click on the translate button, then here instead of translation, it's gonna say translating. So in the process of translating from one language to another, we will just see here, we will just have a placeholder right here, which will be saying translating. Okay, simple as that. And this is what it is. So to text is then going to be translating. And then during that time, after that, we will actually use a built-in API. So I will just say that that API URL is going to be basically, I have that URL in this in my notepad. So I'm going to basically simply copy it and I'll just paste it right here. And now what it will do is that basically this API will actually take the job of translating my text, and this API will actually do the job of translation. So in here, we'll actually passing two variables, that is the translate from and then translate to, because we want to translate from one language that we have selected in the first text field, and then we want to do the translation. And basically, we want the translated text to appear in the second text field. So basically, we have stored basically the translate from and then translate to in this two variable, translate from and then translate to. Okay, so this API will actually do the job of translation for us. All we need to do is to basically pass both of these values into which we want to do translation from one language to the other. Okay, as simple as that. And now what I'm going to do is that what I want is that I will first of all say that fetch that URL. So fetch that API URL. So URL is actually stored in this variable API URL. And then, so I want to first of all make sure that as long, because it will actually take maybe like few milliseconds to fetch that API. So what I want is that when this API is in the process of fetching, then actually my other code should not execute. So what I'm going to do is that I will just use this promise right here dot then. So actually this dot then will actually make sure that as long as it doesn't execute, then my remaining code will not execute. So actually means that when this API is fetched, only then you're going to execute the code that I'm going to pass inside you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that, so once the API is fetched, there's going to be some kind of response, and this response is going to be, we want this to be in JSON. .json and make sure that you have this thing .json, and once you actually convert this into JSON, and then I'm going to say that, so again we are using .temp because first of all we are actually getting that response, and then we are actually converting it into .json, and then once it gets complete it can only come inside then the next then, and I'll just say that my data is going to be basically this thing and dot data, and then I will just say that to text, which is basically my second variable. I will just say that to text is just going to be, so first of all, so I will just say that to text dot value is going to be data dot response data. So whatever is my response data, so whatever my response data, and actually what I will do is that I will just say that it's going to be my translated text. So translated text. Okay, so then what it is, and I will just now just say that data dot matches, data dot matches dot, I will just use my for each loop. So for, I will say that data is going to be, first of all, I've just checked that if it is my, basically if the data is that the ID of my data, first of all, I will check the data, the ID of my data. So data dot ID, if that is equal to 0, then, so I'm going to explain it in a minute, but first of all, let me just type. So I'll just say that dot to text dot value is just going to be equal to my data dot translation. So data dot translation. Okay, simple as that. I hope it is making sense, but if not, then I'm going to explain it in a minute. But first of all, let me just type. Okay, and then in here, I will just say that my to text dot, and now this time for the attribute. So not set attribute, and what I want to do for my placeholder. So placeholder, and then in here, I will just say that translation. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do for this video. But now let me just explain actually what I have done. Okay, so first of all, let me just add this column here and this column here as well. Okay, so let me just explain it from the very beginning so that you can understand each and everything. Okay, so first of all, I'm adding an event listener, and that event listener is going to be clicked. So it will actually come inside these lines of code, basically this block of code, whenever the click button is whenever the click button happens on the translate button. So when the click button happens, first of all, I'm actually removing any white spaces from the beginning and at the end to make sure that my text actually do to make sure that everything is properly laid out before translation, and then storing it in this variable text. And then basically I'm just storing the text of my first and second text field in these two variable translate from and then translate to. So translate from is actually the text that we have in the first text field, and then translate to is actually the text that we have in the second text field. Okay, so first of all, I need to check before translation that if there is any text in the first text field or not, because in here in the text variable we actually have stored the value of my first text field, which is from text. So if there is no text, then I want to actually return. Basically, I want to come out of this event listener because the click event has happened, but there is actually no text. So I want to do no translation. So just simply came out of this event listener. Okay, so now if there is some text, then these lines of code are going to execute. Okay, so first of all, if the click events happen and there is some text, then for the second text field, I want basically this text or this placeholder on my second text field. Okay, and then this actually will be on the second text field as long as this API is not fetched. So first of all, I'm actually fetching this API using this built-in function in JavaScript API URL. And when this API is fetched, only then the remaining lines of code are going to be executed, because this is what this then will actually do. So first of all, when this API is fetched, it is actually getting that response, and then we are actually converting it into .json. Okay, and then what I'm actually doing is that I'm actually getting that response data and then basically storing that and then for the translated text, whatever is the translated text, I'm actually storing that to basically my to text dot value. I'm actually storing it into dot to text. Okay, so my to text dot value is going to be my translated text. Simple as that. And then what I'm actually doing is that if my ID, so I'm actually looping over it, if my ID is equal to 0, which means it's going to be my first text field. So I will just say that the to text dot translation is going to text dot value is going to be data dot translation. Simple as that. And then in here, I'm actually placing the placeholder if basically, so actually it is actually the initial placeholder that we have right here. Okay, so yeah, that's all we have done, and it's pretty much simple. If you're not understanding it, just go through our this video one more time, and hopefully you will actually understand. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do for this video, and now it should be able to translate tags. Okay, so let me just refresh this application one more time, and let's say that I have some text right in here, and this is the best game in the world. Okay, so now let's just translate it into some language. Let's translate into German language and let's click on this translate button. And now in here you can see it's translating, and now you can see that it has actually translated it into this German language. I don't know the German language, so if you know the German language, then you should actually understand that this thing right here in English it actually means this thing. Okay, so now we can use this translation in any other language. Like for example, I can say that the name of my best buddy is um let's say it will be Taylor. Okay, so Taylor, and now let's click on this option translate button, and it should translate it into basically this name. So this is what and it is in German language, but you can actually select any other language. So let's say it is going to be Bengali, and I just click on the translate button this time, and now you're going to see that it has converted it into Bengali text, which actually looks something like this. Okay, so now in the next video, what I will do is that what I want is that when I just click on this, um, basically this sound option, then what you're going to do is that it should be able to basically say this sound. My speaker should be able to say this sound, and then this sound, basically the translated sound as well for me. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, in this video we need to work on icons. So you can see that in our application we have two types of icons. The first one is this sound icon, and then the second one is this copy icon for both of these text field. Now what I want is that when I just click on this sound icon, then it should be able to speak this text that we have in the first text field. And then similarly when I just click on this icon, then it should be able to speak this text that we have in the second text field. Now the second type of icon that we have is the copy icon. Now when I just click on this copy icon, then I should be able to copy this text, whatever text I have in my first text field. And then similarly, when I just click on this copy icon, then I should be able to copy the text that we have in the second icon. Okay, now in here you can see that we have more than one icon, so we actually need to loop over it. So right in here, I will just say that icons, because in this variable icons we have stored I've stored my icons, and now for icons you actually need to make sure that you have used the query selector all command. So in here, since we have more than one icon I tags in our HTML, so you need to make sure that you have used query selector all and not query selector. And then in here you can see that we have stored these icons in this variable icons. Okay, so now let's just come down once again, and now in here I will just say that I just need to loop over it. So for each, and now in here we actually pass a function, and the function will take only one argument icon. So right in here, I will just come inside this arrow function, and now I will just add an event listener to that icon. So first of all, it will loop my first icon, and then it's gonna check the event on my first icon, and then similarly, it's gonna basically loop over my second icon, and then it's gonna basically check that event listener. It's gonna check that event, and that event is going to be click. So it's gonna basically check the click event on my second icon, and so on. Okay, so add event listener, and what event listener is going to be? Obviously, it's going to be click. So what's gonna happen if my click events actually happen on an icon? So what I'm gonna do is that I will actually create a variable right here, and that variable is going to be target, and then right in here, it will actually come inside my arrow function. And first of all, I will just check if there is some text in my second and first text field. So in here, I will just say that if there is no text, so from text dot value, or uh, yeah, I have, okay, so it is, or if there is no text in my second text field, so to text dot value, then simply I want to came out of this event listener function, event listener. Okay, but if that's not the case, then I'm going to check something else as well. And I will just check that if my target class, so if my target dot class list, if my target dot class list, and it actually contains what it's going to contain, and if it contains the copy, and it contains the copy, so fa minus copy, then what you're going to do is that right in here, if that's the case, then what you're going to do is that you're going to simply basically copy that text. So in here, first of all, I need to check if the user has clicked either on this copy icon or on this copy icon. So in here, I'm actually checking if the user has actually clicked on the copy icon or not. If it clicks on the copy icon, then in here, inside this if block, I further need to check if the user has clicked either on this icon or on this icon. Okay, so now right in here, inside this if block, I'm going to check if my target dot id is actually id is equal to from, which means that the user has actually copied the text of my, basically clicked on the copy icon of my first text field. Then I'm going to say that navigator dot clip dot clipboard dot clipboard dot write text. So I'm actually using this built-in functionalities in JavaScript, which gonna help us to copy that text in our clipboard. Okay, so right in here, what we want to copy the text of my first text field that we have stored in this variable from text, and then we need to actually copy the value and not the text field. Okay, so if that's the case, means that if the user has clicked on the copy icon of my first text field, then you need to copy basically this text. If that's not the case, means that the user might have clicked on the second copy icon that we have in the second text field. Then I'm going to say that navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and this time we'll just say that it should be to text dot value. Okay, simple dimple. Okay, oops, not like this. It should be two tags dot value. Okay, so in here, first of all, I'm just checking if the actually that if actually my target, if actually the user has clicked on the copy icon or not. So let's say the user has not clicked on the copy icon, then it can not come inside this if block, basically inside this block. Then where it gonna come? It gonna basically come. So for this if block, I actually need to write my else statement as well. So right in here, this one is this thing, and then this one is actually the bracket of this if block. And if that's not the case, means that the user has not clicked on the copy icon, means that the user might have clicked, the user have actually clicked on the sound icon. So first of all, in here, I'm going to basically create a variable, a trends. Okay, so now in here, again, I'm going to check if the user has either clicked on the sound icon of my first text field, or the user has clicked either on the on the icon of my second text field. So right in here, I will just say that if basically my target ID, so target dot ID is equal to from, then what it will do is that it will just say that my utterance is just gonna be equal to a built-in class in JavaScript called speech. It is speech synthesis. So speech synthesis. So speech synthesis is utterance, and what it can do is that so in this speech utterance, so speech utterance, speech synthesis is utterance is actually a built-in class in JavaScript, and now in that class in the constructor method we're gonna pass basically this variable from text dot value, because in here if the user has clicked on the sound icon of my first text field, then we actually need to pass the value of my first text field. So basically we're actually passing to the constructor method, and now in here basically since I have actually stored it, and now we can actually need to call a function, and that function is going to be utterance length equal to my select tag. So select tag, and basically I want to basically say the value of whatever I have basically basically the text of my first text field. Okay, so this is what I'm doing right here, and else if that's not the case, then what I can do actually is that I can actually copy these two lines of code. So copy and paste it right in here, and this time instead of from text it will be two text, and now in here it will be one instead of two. Okay, so first of all in here I'm actually calling this built-in class in JavaScript. Speech synthesis is a trans. And now what this class would actually help us is that it can actually speak the text that we have written either in the first text field or the second text field. Okay, so in here, we only have called that class. Now we actually, since in here we are actually telling JavaScript that I actually want to use this class, and now inside that class we actually want to use a function which will actually speak their text. So in here we actually have told what to speak, and now in here we'll just tell, okay, so now I have told you what to speak, now actually you need to speak. So for this I'll just say that my speech synthesis is dot speak. So it is going to be a speak. Okay, so now basically the speak function that we have inside this built-in class in JavaScript will actually do is that it will actually speak that text. And now we actually need to pass this variable a trans. So in here we actually have stored the reference of the text that that it actually need to speak, and now here we actually speaking that text. Simple dimple, and yeah, that's all we need to do. That's all we need to do. And if, hopefully if not getting an error, then it should be able to speak the text. So now let's just execute some code, and let's say that we want to do some translation from, and let's say it will be uh, we have the best team in the world in all sports. Okay, so instead of Hindi, let's say we want to do, let's say Spanish. Okay, so now let us click on this translate text button, and we want to do in German. So click on this translate button, and this is going to be basically the translation of this thing in German language. And now let's say that we want to basically speak it. I don't know if you can hear it or not because I have my microphone plugged in, so I might not be able to hear it. But I'm actually turning off my microphone so that I can listen it to it as well. Okay, so I'm just turning it. Okay, so the moment I plugged off my microphone, so basically my recording actually stopped. So now I have started it again without my microphone, and actually I have refreshed this application. And now let's just say that we want to do some translation. Let's say we have the greatest team in the world. Okay, so let's say that we want to do translation from English this time to some other language. So okay, so let's say it will be this language Finnish. So let's click on this translate button, and you can just see that this is actually the Finnish translation of this English text right here. Okay, so now when I click on this um, sound icon, it should be able to speak this text. Okay, so okay, I have clicked it, but actually it is not doing anything for this and this. Okay, so means that we might have some kind of error. Okay, so let's see network trends because okay, so because we do not want to do for this copy icon because it should be working fine. Actually, we have some kind of error here in this sound icon. So okay, my bad. Okay, so it is not it is speech synthesis only. This is should not be included here, and then this is. I just remove it from here as well. Okay, now let's just save it, and now actually, yeah, synthesis, yeah, it should work now absolutely fine. Okay, so now let's just refresh this application, and let's say that we will say that we have the greatest team in the world. Okay, so now let's say that we want to do translation from English. Again, I'm gonna do it to, let's say this time. Okay, let's just do it to finish. Okay, so now let's click on this translate text, and this is actually the English translation, the Finnish translation of this text, this English text. Okay, so now let's just click on this sound icon. We have the greatest team in the world. You should be able to listen whatever he has spoken. Okay, now similarly, you should be able to listen to the Finnish text as well. Kaiken maailman hakenet. Okay, so yeah, that's all. Our translated application is now absolutely ready. Now, if I will actually put down the entire code next to this video, if you have any problem, you can actually copy the entire code. Or let's say that you have some error and you can't resolve it. So what you can do is that you can actually copy this entire application code, and then it should work absolutely fine. Okay, so yeah, that's it from my side. I will just see you in the next application.
Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to a new section here on this course. And in this section, we are going to talk about a very important topic that is known as the DOM, that stands for the Document Object Model. Now, the JavaScript language was initially created for web browsers. Since then, it has evolved into a language with many uses and many platforms. Now, what is a platform basically? Now, a platform may be a browser, it can be a web server or another host, or even a smart coffee machine if it can run JavaScript. Now, each of these provides platform specific functionality. The JavaScript specification calls that a host environment. Now, a host environment basically provides its own objects and functions in addition to the language core. Web browsers give a mean to control web pages. Now, Node.js provides server side features and so on. So if you want a bird eye of what we have when JavaScript runs in a web browser, you can look at the right side of your screen. You can see that you have got a root object that is known as window. At the very top here, you can see that. Now it basically has two roles. The first role is that it is a global object for JavaScript code, as we have discussed previously in the topic where we talked about global object. The second role the window object does is that it represents the browser window and provide methods to basically control it. So for instance, we can use it as a global object as well. For example, if you let's just say that you have a function, say hi, and in this function you simply have a simple alert statement that says hello. And right here, what you're going to do is that you're going to just write in window dot say hi. So what that is going to do is that this right over here that says window.sayHi is going to act as the global method call, and global functions are method of the global object sense. So that's why you can just write in window.sayHi and it is going to call upon this function that is going to say hi. So if you just go back here to the browser, refresh this, you can see that you can see this output that says hello over here. Now we can use it as a browser window as well to show the window height or the window width as well. For that, what you can simply do is that you can just write in over here alert, and you can just write in window dot inner height, and that is going to do your job. What that is going to do is that it is going to display the inner window height for you. Now there are more window specific methods and properties which we are going to discuss later, but first we are going to talk about what is a DOM. Now DOM stands for the document object model, or DOM for short. It represents all the page content as objects that can be modified. Now the document object is the main entry point to the page. We can change or create anything on the page using it. For instance, you can just write something like that where you can just have document dot body dot style dot background, and you can just change the background color to, let's just say, red, and that is going to do your job. What you can also do is that you can just change it back after 1 second. For example, you can just apply a timeout, not an interval, but you can just apply a timeout. And in that timeout function, you can have an arrow function that is going to just be this line that is right over here. So you just copy this up till here, paste it, and it is going to equal to the color which we have specified, but it is going to be applied after 1,000 milliseconds. So you can just go on here and you can just refresh this page and you can see that it is going to turn into a color. So that's how you can do a lot of other stuff as well. Properties and methods are described in the DOM Living Standard. Now there are two things. DOM is not only for browser. The DOM specification explains the structure of a document and provide objects to actually manipulate it. Now there are non-browser instrument that uses DOM as well. For instance, server-side scripts that download HTML pages and process them can also use the DOM. Now they may also support only a part of the specification though. The second thing here to note is for the CSSOM styling. Now there is also a separate specification that is known as the CSS object model for CSS rules and style sheets that explain how they are represented as objects and how to read and write them. Now the CSSOM is used together with the DOM when we modify style rules for the document. In practice though, the CSS is rarely required because we rarely need to modify CSS rules from JavaScript. Usually we add or remove CSS classes, not modify their CSS rule, but that is also possible. The last thing which we are going to discuss in this introduction video is about the BOM. That stands for the browser object model. Now it represents additional objects provided by the browser or the host environment for working with everything except the document. For instance, the navigator object provides background information about the browser and the operating system. Now, there are many properties, but the two most widely known are the navigator.userAgent, that is about the current browser, and navigator.platform, that is about the platform, which can help to differentiate between Windows or Linux or Mac. The second thing is the location object that allows us to read the current URL and can redirect the browser to a new one. So basically, what we are going to do is let's just go back here, and you can change the location object. For example, you can just write in alert location dot href. Now what that is going to do is that it is going to show you the current URL, but what you can do is that we can just write in if confirm go to Wikipedia, then what we can do is that we can just change the location from this to the location of HTTPS, and we can just write in wikipedia.com, or you can just write in .org, and it is going to actually redirect you to wikipedia.org. So let's just run and see what happens. So if you run this, you can see that it is going to give you the location where we are working, which is the location of this page over here. So right here, it is going to ask you that if you want to go to Wikipedia or not. So if I click on OK, then in the if condition, we have specified the condition that if it is true, we are going to change the location here. So if I click on OK, you can see that it is going to redirect me to wikipedia.org. So the functions alert, confirm, or prompt are also a part of the BOM, that is the browser object model. They are not directly related to the document but represent pure browser methods for communicating with the user. Now, the BOM is a part of the general HTML specification. Yes, you heard that right. The HTML specification is not only about the HTML language but also cover a bunch of object methods and browser specific DOM extension. That's HTML in broad terms. So I hope that you have understood the introductory tutorial here to the document object model. You have understood what is the purpose of the window object. We have talked about the DOM specification, we have talked about the CSS DOM specification, and we have talked about the HTML specification in the BOM as well. So in the next tutorial, we are going to dive deep into the document object model, and we are going to talk about the DOM tree in the next tutorial. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about the document object model. In the previous tutorial, we covered a very basic introduction to what DOM is. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the DOM tree. Now, the backbone of any HTML document is actually tags. According to the document object model, every HTML tag is an object. Now, nested tags are the children of the enclosing one. The text inside a tag is an object as well. Now, all these objects are accessible using JavaScript, and we can use them to modify the page. For example, the document.body is the object representing the body tag. So you can see that you have this code right in front of you where you have got document.body. Now in this, the document.body is actually the object that represents the body tag here, because since we are going to modify the style.background to red for a document.body, which is right over here, which means that we want this tag over here, that whatever is the area of this tag, we want to style it using the background color red, which means that what we are doing is that we are treating document.body as an object for the body tag. Now what this code is over here is going to do is that it is going to make the background color to be red for 3000 millisecond, or you can say 3 seconds. For example, if I just go back here and I run this code, you can see that for a period of 3 seconds it is going to be red, and then it is going to again come back to the normal color. Now here basically we have used the style dot background to change the background color of document dot body, but there are many other properties such as the inner HTML, that is to have the HTML contents of the node. We have discussed that, I guess, in the past tutorials as well. Then we have also got the offset width, that is the node width in pixels, and so on. Soon you are going to learn more ways to manipulate the DOM, but first we need to know about its structure, and we need to understand the structure upon which DOM lies. Now to understand this structure, what you need to do is that you need to go back to the HTML body here. Now in here, you can see that you have got a closing HTML tag here. Sorry, an opening HTML tag, and then right at the bottom, you have got this closing HTML tag as well. Now everything is inside this HTML tags, which means that these are actually the childs of this HTML tag, which means we have got the head and we have got the body as the children's of the HTML tag. Then inside the head tag, you can see that you have got the main thing which you have got is actually the title, which means title is the child of the head tag. Now what you can have here is that you can specify a topic here. Let's just say that we are talking about JS tutorials. So this is going to be the title, and in the body tag what we are going to do is that we will just remove the script from here. We don't want any connection with the script here. We are going to just write here, we are studying JavaScript. All right. So we have got a simple title that says JS tutorials, and we have got a very simple title that says we are studying JS. So we are going to go back here. We are going to refresh this, and you can see that you have got this we are studying JS, and at the top you have got the JS tutorials as the title. Now what DOM is going to do is that the DOM is going to represent the HTML as a tree structure of text. So what you're going to do is that you're going to just go into inspect, and right here you can see that in the elements part, what you have got here is that you have got HTML, HTML, and then you have got the head. So if you explore the head, you can see that for the head you have got all these children's. So you can see that for body we do not have any children, and for the HTML you have got two children's that are the head, and you have got the body as the children. For the head we also have got multiple children's, in which we have also got the title JS tutorial. So this is basically kind of a structure, you can say, upon which things lies. Now you can see right over here as well that this actually is basically, now you need to focus upon two things here. Let me just scroll it towards here. So you need to focus upon this where we have got this we are studying JS, and you can see that when I scroll upon this document, you can see that we have got margin, we have got border, we have got padding, and then we have got this that is the auto x auto, which means that is the padding which we have for the text over here. So on this image here you can click on element nodes. Right over here I'm talking about this picture, not this picture. So in here in this element tag, what you have here is that whenever you click on an element, their children will open or collapse. As with head, you can see that when you click on it, their childrens are going to open up, and when you click again, their children are going to collapse again. So every tree node is an object. Now tags are element nodes, or just elements that actually form the tree structure. HTML is at the root, then we have got head and the body as its children. Now the text inside the elements forms the text node labels as text. Now a text node contains only a string. It may not have children and is always a leaf of the tree. For instance, the title tag has this simple text that says JS tutorials. Now please note that special character in text nodes like a new line and spaces. Now spaces and new lines are totally valid characters like letters and digit. They form text nodes and become a part of the DOM. So for instance, in the example where we have the head tag, it contains some spaces before title, and that text becomes a text node as well. Now there are only two top level exclusions here. Spaces and new lines before the head tag are actually ignored for historical reasons. The second exclusion is that if we put something after the body, then that is automatically moved inside the body at the end, as the HTML specification requires that all the content must be inside the body tag. So there cannot be any spaces after body. If there are, they are going to be included in the body tag, and they are going to be a part of the body tag. In other cases, everything is going to be quite straightforward. If there are spaces, just like any character in the document, then they become the text nodes in the DOM. And if you remove them, then there won't be any. So what you can do is that you can move all of this stuff to a single line as well. The structure is going to remain the very same. Then there comes the concept of autocorrection as well. Now, if the browser encounters malformed HTML, then what it is going to do is that it is going to automatically correct it when making the DOM for you. For instance, the top tag, as I told you, is always going to be the HTML tag. Now, even if it does not exist in the environment, it will still exist in the DOM because the browser is going to create it for you. The same goes for the body tag. If you don't have the body tag, it is going to get created for you. Let me just give you a very concise example of this. For example, if I just remove this from here and let's just say that I don't have anything and I just write in a paragraph here in which I just write in JS tutorials. I just save this page and I refresh this. You can see that, let me just scroll it towards, let me just remove it from here. You can see that I've got this JS tutorials here. Now, you know that everything that appears up here is basically the part of the body tag, but in here inside the code, you can see that I do not have specified any HTML tags. I do not have any title tag. I do not have any head, nor do I have any body tags. But what that is going to do is that, as I told you about the auto correction features of the DOM, when creating the DOM, it is going to create all those tags for you. So if I just go back to inspect, and I scroll it back over here, you can see that you have got this body, and inside this body, you have got this paragraph. Because as I told you, everything is going to be a part of the body tag. You can see that it has also created an HTML tag for me. It has also created the head tags, as you can see over here, and it has also created the body tag for me. And you can see that the paragraph here, as you can see that you have got this little arrow over here, so you can just click on it to open or collapse it. You can see that paragraph here which we have created without any HTML or body tags is now a part of the final document which you have right here, and it is actually a children of the body tag. So this is the auto correction feature which we have in DOM, which is a very interesting feature we have in DOM, because if you might have encountered any kind of issue, then what that is going to do is that it is going to resolve that issue for you, and it is going to create that for you. So I hope that you have understood the structure of an HTML tree. You can see that if you scroll towards the HTML, you can see that it is the complete body. You can see that it is in the gray color. When you scroll on the head tags, you can see that when you click on the body tags, it is a bit of a padding, and after that everything inside the gray color is actually the body. Then for the paragraph, you can see that it has got a preset dimension of 513 by 18.4, which is the paragraph body. You Everything is going to go according to this. Everything is going to have a margin, everything is going to have a border, everything is going to have a padding, and everything is going to have a predefined size as well. So you can just scroll upon that and you are going to see the color dimensions which are going to depend upon this image at the right hand side. So I hope that you have understood the structure of the DOM tree, how it operates, and why is it necessary to keep everything inside the body tags. So that is it with this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to walk through the DOM again, and we are going to cover more interesting facts about the document object model. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about the document object model. And in this tutorial, we are going to walk through the DOM again. Now, as we know that DOM allow us to do anything with elements and their contents, but the catch here is that first we need to reach the corresponding DOM object. Now, all operation on the DOM starts with the document object, which is actually the main entry point to the DOM. From it, we can access any node. So on the right hand side, you can see that how the travel between DOM node is allowed to us. You can see that at the topmost three nodes are available directly as the document properties. After that, we have got the document.document element, which is from the HTML tag. Now it is actually the topmost document node is the document.document element. That is the DOM node of the HTML tag. After that, we have got the document.body, which is if we are inside the body or not. Another widely used DOM node is the body element, which is using the document.body. And then we have the document.head. Now the head tag is available as document.head to us, and then you can see that you might have let's just say a div here that is going to be the child. Now inside that div we can have multiple elements. For example, inside a div we might have a paragraph, we might have a heading 1, we might have a heading 2. So that all depends upon the next sibling, previous sibling, first child, last child. And for all of these, the parent node is going to be the body in that case. So we are going to discuss that in detail now. So let me just minimize that from now. So the first thing which we are going to talk about are the children, in which we are going to talk about the child nodes, the first child and the last child. Now there are two terms which we are going to be using from now on. The first one is going to be the child nodes or children. Now, these are the elements that are direct children's. In other words, they are nested exactly in the given one. For instance, head and body are the children of HTML element. And then the second thing which you are going to hear a lot is going to be descendants. Now, these are all of the elements that are nested in the given one, including children, their children, and so on as far as the elements goes. So for instance, what we can do here is that inside the body tags, we are going to create a div. For the div, we are going to specify the closing tags. Now inside this div, what we are going to do is that we are going to simply write in here begin. So this is going to be the beginning, and after that we are going to create an unordered list, and inside this unordered list we are going to create a list, and inside that we are going to again go and right here we are going to write in information. So here basically the body has children that are the div and ul, which are actually the direct children of the body tag. Now we have also got descendants here. Now descendants of body, as I told you, are not only the direct children, which are div and the unordered list in this case, but also the more deeply nested elements such as the list here, that is the child of the unordered list, and the b tag as well, which is also a child of the list, that is the entire subtree. So the child node collection lists all the child nodes, including the text nodes as well. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to do a very interesting thing. We are going to just save this and we are going to go towards the script.js. And in here, what we are going to do is that we are going to try and print out, or you can say alert, the child nodes. So for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a loop that is going to be the for loop. So for the for loop, I'm going to have a variable I equal to 0, I is less than, and I'm going to write in document dot body, because right here we are going to show the children's of document dot body, which you might have also seen here in the image as well. So that for the document dot body, everything inside here is either a direct children of the body tag or it may be a descendant to the body tag. So we are going to write in document dot body dot, we are going to write in child nodes, we are going to write in dot length, which is as far as this loop is going to go. And after that, we are going to just specify the increment counter, that is going to be the I++ counter. Now inside this tag, we are going to have a simple alert statement that is going to simply have document dot body dot child nodes. So it is going to display the child nodes for us, starting on with the very first, that is I equal to 0. So we are going to just specify an ending tag over here. And after that, what we are also going to do is that we will just save this page over here. And after the script tags here, we are going to just write in dot 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 more stuff here, which means that we also got some more stuff here. So now if I just go back here and refresh this over here, you can see that the first children which we have got is the object text. Click on OK. The next one is the object HTML div element. After that, we have again got the object text. Then the object HTML UL is that it's the unordered list element. Then we have again got the UL text, and you can see that we have at the very end got a very interesting detail here that says object of HTML script element. Now this is the last element that is going to be shown over here. In fact, the document has more stuff below, but at the moment of the script execution, the browser is not going to read it yet. So the script actually does not see it as well. So right here, if you just refresh this page, and let me just show you the output one by one from here. You can see that the first one which we have got was an object text, which is basically this text, that is the descendant. So what is going to be the execution structure is that it is going to first find for the child node. Now the first child for the body is this div tag. Now what that is going to do is that before it print out that div is my child, what it is going to do is that it is going to check for any descendants which are the direct children of the div element. So for the div element, we have got one child, that is this text element over here. So what that is going to do is that it is going to first print that out. So it is going to be this object text, which is actually the text that says begin over here. So if you click on OK again, after the first step, that is to check for the descendants of the first child. So after checking for any descendants in the first child, it is going to then print out the direct child of the body tag, that is the div element, as you can see over here as well. Now after that, it is going to go into the second direct element, that is going to be the unordered list. But before printing it, it is going to check for the descendants of the UL, or you can say the direct children of the unordered list, which are the descendants of the body tag. So it is going to find one, that is the list. Now it is going to again check inside that, and it is going to again find this text element over here. So it is going to first print this object text over here. After that, the unordered list, as you can see over here. So this is going to be the unordered list over here. And after that, at the very end, it is going to go to the HTML script element. An HTML script element is anything that is after the script execution. Now the properties such as the first child and last child are also available for you, which gives you fast access to the first and last children. Now there are just shorthands. If there exist child nodes, then what you can do is that you can just write an element dot child node, and that is going to print you the child node as well. So I hope that you have understood that. The next thing is the sibling and the parent. Now siblings are nodes that are children of the same parents. For instance, we have head and body, which are siblings because they are both the children of the top tag, that is the HTML tag. So you can also print them out. You can just write in document.body.parent node. It is going to give you the parent node. You can just write in document.document element, and both these are going to be true. You can just go on and have document.head.next sibling, that is going to be the body element, and you can also have document.body.previous sibling, and that is going to give you the head element in that case. So you can use all of these properties as well to find the next or previous sibling as well. The next second most important topic which we are going to discuss in this tutorial is the element only navigation. Now navigation properties which we have discussed refer to all nodes. For instance, in child nodes we can see both the text node, the element nodes, and even comment nodes if they exist. But for many tasks, we don't want text or comment nodes. We want to manipulate element nodes that represent tags and form the structure of the page. So let's see more navigation links that only take element nodes into account. So right in front of you, you have got this image in which the links are similar to those given above, just with element words inside. So we have got children that are only those children that are element node. Then we have got first element children, last element children for first and last element children. We have got previous element sibling and next element sibling that are the neighbor elements. And we have got the parent element, which is the parent element in this case. So what we are going to do is that we are going to modify the example here, and we are going to replace child nodes with children and see what happens, so that it only shows elements then. So right over here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create right down here one more div, and in this div we are going to just write in n, and we are going to limit this one. We are going to just remove this b tag from here, and we are going to have an unordered list. Inside that we are going to have a list, and for that list we are going to have this text as information over here. So now we are going to make certain changes in the script tags here, and as I told you that we are going to just make certain changes. So we will just remove this from here, and right here we are going to write in for let element of document dot body dot, and now in place of the child nodes we are going to just write in children. And what we are going to alert here is that we are going to simply write in the object which we have used, which is element in this case. So we will just save this page, and we are going to refresh this. You can see that you have got the HTML div element, you have got the HTML UL list element, we have got the HTML div element again, and we have got the HTML script element. Now you can see that in this case, basically when you refresh this, you can see that you have got first the div element. So if you have a look over here, this is going to be the first div element. After that, when you click on OK, it is going to give you the unordered list, which is this one. Then if you click on OK again, you can see that you are going to again have this div element that says end over here. And after that, as usual, you are going to get the HTML script element. So in this case, you can see that it does not look for descendants in this case. So that's how you can have the element only navigation as well, in which we only talked about parents and their children. We don't go into the descendant parts. So I hope that you have understood the concept of who is the children of whom, and how you can access any specific children using the tags which we have studied. You can just go on and browse all the available methods which are available. We have only discussed a few, which are the child nodes and the children. There are a lot using which you can get the next sibling, the previous sibling, and a lot of other stuff like that. So you can just Google that, and you can simply use it using the structure of code which we have specified over here. So I hope that you have understood all we have covered in this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about DOM, and we are going to discuss about some searching procedures in DOM. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about the document object model. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the searching methods which we have in the DOM. Now we are going to talk about two kinds of things. The first one is the get element, and then we are also going to talk about the query selector. So for this tutorial, we are going to just limit ourselves to the get element part. And in the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the query selector. So basically, DOM navigation properties are great when elements are close to each other. But the thing is, what if they are not? So how to get an arbitrary element of the page? Now there are additional methods for that. So in the get element, the first one which we have is the document.getElement by ID, or just ID. Now, if an element has the ID attribute, we can get the element using the method that is known as the document.getElement by ID, and in the parenthesis of this get element by ID function, you have to specify the ID, and it is going to find it no matter where it is going to be. So to give you a very simple example of that, we are going to create a div, and we are going to assign this div an ID that is going to be element. Now inside this div, we are going to have another div, and this time we are also going to specify an ID to this that is going to be element content. So we have got two divs which have got certain IDs, and right here we are also going to have some text inside this that is going to say element. So we are going to just save this page, and you can see that we have done nothing special here. We have just got two nested divs. In the first div, that is the parent div, we have got the ID element, and in the nested div, that is the child div, we have got the ID as the element content. So now here in the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to get the element. And after getting the element, what we are going to do is that we are going to do a simple thing is that we are going to change its background color to red. So what we are going to do is that we are going to write in let elem equal to, and that is where the main part comes, where we are going to start upon the search using the get element by ID. And in the parentheses, as I told you, in the quotation marks, in the single quotation marks, you are going to write in the ID through which you want to perform the searching. Now, what that has done is that it has got the element. Now to check whether it has or not, what we are going to do is that we are going to make a simple change using this elem, that is actually the ID, and we are going to write in style dot background. So as I told you that we are going to make the background to be red, so we will just make it red. Save this and refresh this page, and you can see here that for the element you have got the background to be red. Now also there is a global variable that is named by ID that references the element as well. Now in that case, the index.html is going to remain the very same. In the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to have, we will just remove this from here, and we are going to write in let element equal to 5. Now the elem is 5, not a reference to the div ID equal to element. So right here, you can just write in alert, and you can just write in elem, and what that is going to do is that it is going to give you 5 as the output. Now there is one thing that is kind of a suggestion, is that please don't use id named global variable to access elements. Now this behavior is described in the specification as well, but it is supported mainly for compatibility. The browser tries to help us by mixing namespaces of JS and DOM. That's fine for a simple script inlined into HTML, but generally it is not a good thing. There may be naming conflict also when one reads a JS code and he does not have HTML in view. It is not obvious where the variable comes from. So here we use ID to directly reference an element of brevity when it's obvious where the elements come from. So in real life, document.getElement.id by ID is the preferred method. Also, when we have an element which is the ID of something, so it is suggested that you do not use it over here. This is not something that is recommended. Moreover, there is one more thing you need to know, is that the ID must be unique. So there can be only one element in the document with the given ID. If there are multiple elements with the same ID, then the behavior of method that use it is going to get unpredictable. For example, the document.getElement by ID may return any of such element at random. So please stick to the rule and keep the ID to be unique. Also, only document.getElement by ID is used, not any element.getElement by ID is something that is generally used, because the method getElement by ID can be called only on the document object. It looks for the given ID in the whole document. You do not have to just write in something like a body.getElement by ID. That is something that does not work, because it works from the top of the tree, that is the document object. The next thing which we are going to talk about is the query selector all. By far, it is the most versatile method, that is the element.query selector all, and in the parentheses you have to specify the CSS, and it return all the elements inside the element matching the given CSS selector. For example, if I just go back here, and what I do is that I just create a unordered list, and in the unordered list you are going to have to list the test, And after that, you are going to have one more unordered list. And right here, we are going to have has list element passed. So you can see that you have got two unordered lists in which you have got two elements, list elements, the test for the first one and the has passed for the second one. So if you save this and go back to the script.js, and right here you just write in let elements equal to document dot query selector all. So this is the method that is going to help you get multiple elements. So right here, what we want to do is that from the unordered lists, how many we have doesn't matter. As you know that we have got two unordered lists for now. So for every unordered list, what we want is that for every unordered list, we want the last dash child list element. So what that is going to do is that it is going to grab every last child from the unordered list. How many of these unordered lists are, it doesn't matter. So what you are going to simply do is that you need to have a for loop here to actually print them out. So we are going to write in for element of elements. What we want to do is that we are going to simply write an alert element dot inner HTML. And what that is going to do is that it is going to print as the last child's. Let me just refresh this page to show you. You can see that the output is going to test, which is the last element of this first unordered list. Click on OK, and you can see that it's going to print upon past, which is the last element of the second unordered list. So this method is indeed very powerful because any CSS selector can be used and you can grab any set of elements which you want to grab upon. So I hope that you have understood the get element thing over here. One more thing we have here is the get elements, but we have got get elements by tag name, and we have also got get element by class name. Now there are methods to look for nodes by tags as well. Today they are mostly history, as query selector is more powerful and shorter to write, but there exist elements that are the element.getElements by tag name that looks for element with the given tag and return the collection of them. The tag parameter can also be used, can also be a star for any tags. And also we have got element.getElements by class name that returns element that have the given CSS class. Also, we have got the document.getElement by name, which return elements with the given name attribute, which is a document-wide thing, very rarely used. So let me give you a quick example of how that is going to be done, and then we are going to quit on, and in the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the query selector. So what we are going to do is that we are going to get here, we are going to remove this from here, and in the index.html, what we are going to do is that right after this, we are going to create an ordered list in which we are going to have list elements, which is going to be, let's just say, tutorials. Let's just have one more element right over here that says JS. So now you can see that you have got multiple things. Now in the script.js, we will just save this. And in the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to just write in let OL, that stands for the order list here, not specifically, but a variable. So we are going to write in, we are also going to assign an ID to this. So we will just specify an ID to this that is going to be ordered. So right here, we are going to write and let ordered dot get elements by tag name. And what we want to get is, let's just say that I want to get all the ordered list elements. So now right here, you can just write in a for loop that says for let order list of order list, we are going to just alert ol dot value, and that is going to do your job. It is going to get element by the tag name of ol, and it is going to print out that thing for you. So I hope that you have understood that. So in the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the query selector, and we are going to see the methods which are associated with that. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about the document object model. In the previous tutorial, we covered the first type of searching method we have is that was by the get element, in which we studied about get element by ID, and we also talked about the rarely used one that are the get element by class name as well as the tag name. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the one which is very important, that is the query selector. Now the call to element.querySelector returns the first element for the given CSS selector. Now you have to specify that CSS selector in the parentheses of the query selector function. In other words, the result is going to be the same as the element.querySelector all, but the latter is looking for all elements and picking one. With element.querySelector, just look for one. So it's faster and also shorter to write. Now there are two methods. Now, previous methods were actually searching the DOM, whereas the first method, which is associated with the query selector, which is the matches function, that is done using the element.matches, it does not look for anything. It merely checks if the element matches the given CSS selector or not, and it is going to simply return either a true or it is going to return false. The method comes in handy when we are iterating over elements like in an array or something and trying to filter out only those results which are a part of interest to us. For instance, right in here, let's just say that we have a href that says http, and let's just say we have example.com/file.zip here, and we have one more href that is going to be http, and it is going to be ya.ru dot here as well. So right after this, what we are going to do is that we will just save this and we are going to go towards the script part. Now it can be any collection instead of document.body.children. So we are going to have for let element of document.body dot children. So what we are going to do inside that is that we are going to specify an if condition, that if element dot matches, and what we want to match actually is the a, the href $sign equal to zip zip. So what that is going to do is that it is going to simply alert the archive reference element.href. So it is going to perform this match over here. So let's just refresh this page. And you can see that the archive reference https example.com file.zip, which means that the archive has been found. So as I told you that previous methods were actually searching the DOM, whereas the element.matches does not look for anything. what it is going to do is that this statement over here is either going to return true or it is going to return false. So since in this case it is going to return true because the archive which we were looking for in the example.com, that was file.zip, does exist. So that's why when it is going to find that, it is going to simply print out the archive reference for the given site, which we have right over here, that is the example.com. So I hope that you have understood how the matches function work. The second function which is associated with the query selector is the closest function. Now, ancestors of an elements are the parent of parent, its parent, and so on. The ancestors together from the chain of parents from the elements on to the top. The method element.closest look for the nearest ancestor that matches the CSS selector. The element itself is also included in the search. In other words, the method closest goes up from the element and check each of parents. If it matches the selector, then the search stop and the ancestor is going to be returned for you. For instance, if you go back to the HTML part, we will just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to have a heading 1, which is going to say contents. So right over here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a div. The class for the div is going to be named as contents. Now inside this div, what we are going to do is that we are going to have an unorderly list that is going to have the class of book, and inside that we are going to have two list elements. The first one is going to be chapter number 1, and the second one is going to be chapter number 2. Now what we are also going to do is that we are also going to specify the classes for these. So this one is going to be named as the class chapter, and this one over here is also going to be named as chapter. So these are the two unordered lists we have. Now what we are going to do is that you can see that we have got a simple looking HTML code. We have got a simple heading. Then we have got a div container. And inside the div container, we have got an unorderly list, which has got two list elements, chapter number 1 and chapter number 2. And we have also specified classes for each and every one of these. Now we will just remove this from here. And in the script part, we are going to use the closest function. As in the description, I told you that what this method is going to do is that it is going to return the match which is going to find, because the method is going to go up from the element and check each of parent, and if at any instant it finds the selector, the search is going to be stopped and that specific ancestor is going to get returned. So right over here in the script.js, we are going to write in let chapter equal to document dot query selector, and what we are looking for is chapter, which is actually the list element. So right over here we are going to simply write in alert chapter dot closest, which is the function which we are looking for. So what we are looking for actually is dot book. So what this over here is going to do is that it is going to return the nearest search, which is going to be the unordered list, because as you can see over here that for the unorderly list class book, you have got this unordered list as its parent. So that's why it is going to return that. Now if you write in alert and you want to have chapter dot closest, and you want to, let's just say, talk about the contents, then what that is going to do is that in that case it is going to give you div as the output, since that is the nearest one. But in the case if you just write in alert chapter dot closest and you just write in hi over here, and it is going to print upon, sorry, not hi, but the h1 tag over here, which is available over here. This one is it. So if you write in the chapter.closes h1, it is going to print upon null because h1 is not an ancestor, because it is not you can see that it is lying here all alone. But you can see that the unordered list has is an ancestor. The list elements here are ancestors. So when you searched for the closest dot book, which was right over here, it is the ancestor, and it is, since it is, the search is going to start from that specific element itself, so that's why it is going to print upon the unordered list. You can see that the query selector is going to start upon from chapter, which is right down here, and it is going to then move up, move up, move up, and it is going to print upon the, and it is going to stop the search where the match is going to be found. So the search for the first instance where we have chapter.closes.book actually starts upon from this dot chapter, which is right over here. It is going to search here, it is going to not found it, it is going to then move towards its parent, which is the unordered list. It is going to find that over here, and it is going to print this ul over here, which is going to be the output of this first one. Then for the second one, where we are looking for the class name contents, the search is going to start from chapters. So it is going to start right from here. It is going to move to its parent, which is the unordered list for which the class is book. The match is not going to be found. It is going to then move to the parent of the unordered list, which is div. So it is going to then match that over there. The match is going to be found because for the second instance, we are looking for the class name contents, as you can see over here. So the output in that case is going to be div. Whereas for this third one, it is going to be null because the search is going to start upon from chapter. Right here, it is going to move to its parent, which is the unordered list for which the class name is book. The match is not going to be found. It is going to again move up to its parent, which is the div container. The class is going to be contents. The search is going to be stopped, and it is going to return null because for any of its parent, parent, parent of parent, and parent of parent, it is not going to find anything named h1, so that's why it is going to return null. So I hope that you have understood how the closest and the matches function work, which are a part of the query selector function in JavaScript. You have to use both of these together. You have to use the query selector, and with the query selector, you have to either use the matches or either you have to use the closest function. So that is it with this tutorial as well. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about DOM. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the node properties, in which we are going to discuss the type, the tag, and the contents. So let's get more in depth and look at the DOM nodes. So in this tutorial, we are going to see more into what they are and learn their most used properties. Now, the first thing which we are going to talk about is known as the DOM node classes. Now, different DOM nodes may have different properties. For instance, let's just say that an element node corresponding to a tag A has link related properties, you know that, and the one that corresponds to the input field has obviously the input related properties, and so on. Now, text nodes are not the same as element nodes, but there are also common properties and methods between all of them, because all the classes of DOM nodes form a single hierarchy. Now, each DOM node belongs to the corresponding built-in class as well. Now, the root of the hierarchy is known as the event target, that is inherited by node, and other DOM nodes actually inherit from it. Now, right in front of you, you can see the pictorial explanation of what I'm saying. You can see that at the very top, you have got the event target, which, as I told you, is the root of the hierarchy. That is actually inherited by node, and all the other DOM nodes are actually inherited from this parent node or the root node that is known as the event target. Now, if you talk about the classes, now as you can see that at the very top of this image right in front of you, you have got event target. Now, as I told you that it is the root abstract class for everything. Now, objects of this class are never created. It serves as a base so that all DOM node supports the so-called events, which we are going to discuss later. Now, from this event target, you can see that it has got one child that is known as the node. Now, node is also an abstract class serving as a base for the DOM nodes. It provides basically the core tree functionality that includes the parent node, the next sibling, the child nodes, and so on, where basically they are the getters. Now, objects of the node class are never created as well, but there are other classes that inherit from it and so inherit the node functionality as well, because since they inherit from the node class, so they also inherit the functionalities of this node class. Now down from this node, you can see that you have got three more classes. The first one is this document, then we have got this element, and we have also got this character data, which are actually inherited from this node class. And as I told you, that when they inherit from the node class, they also inherit the properties of this node class as well. So document, element, and character data not only inherit from the node class, but they have also inherited the properties of the node class. So let's just discuss these three one by one. So the first one, as I told you, is this document. Now, document for historical reason is often inherited by the HTML document. It is a document as a whole. The document global object belongs exactly to this class. It serves as an entry point to the DOM. We have also discussed this document object in the previous tutorials as well. The second one is this character data. Now, character data, which is an abstract class, is inherited by two things, as you can see. Character data is inherited by text as well as it is inherited by comment. Now, for the text, it is that class corresponding to a text inside element, for example, hello in a paragraph, let's just say. Then for the second one, we have got comment, that is the class for comment. They are not shown, but each comment becomes a member of the DOM as well. The third class, which is inherited from the node class, is known as the element. Now, element is actually a base class for DOM elements. Now, it provides element level navigation like next element sibling, children, and searching elements like get element by tag name or query selector. We have discussed them in the previous tutorials as well. Now, a browser supports not only HTML but also XML and SVG. So the element class serve as a base for more specific classes like SVG element and XML element. We don't need them here, and it also support the HTML element as well. And finally, from the element, we have got this HTML element class. So HTML element is basically the basic class for all HTML element. We will work with it most of the time. Now it is inherited by concrete HTML element, which you can see as well. It is inherited by the HTML input element, the HTML body element, and the HTML anchor element. Now the HTML input element is the class for input elements. The HTML body element is the class for body elements. And similarly, the HTML anchor element is the class for anchor elements, that is for the links like ahref and so on. Now, there are many other tags with their own classes that may have specific properties and methods, while such elements such as the span, the section, the article, they do not have any specific properties, so they are the instances of the HTML element class. So basically, the full set of properties and methods of a given node comes as a result of the chain of inheritance. For example, let's just consider the DOM object for an input element. It belongs to the HTML input element class. Now it gets properties and method as a superposition of elements, let's just say like HTML input element, that is this class provides input specific properties. Then we have got HTML element, which provides common HTML element methods. Then we have got element, which provide generic HTML generic element methods. We have got node, which provides common DOM node properties, and even target, which gives the support for events, which we are going to cover as well. And finally, it inherits from objects. So plain object method like has own properties are also available. Now, to see the DOM class name, we can actually recall that an object usually has the constructor property. It references the class constructor and constructor.name is going to be the name of that specific reference. So what I'm saying is that we will just minimize this from here, save this, and if you just move down here and right here, if you just write in alert and you just write in document dot body, and right after this, if you just write in constructor dot name, and if you just save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that it says HTML body element. So as I told you that to see the DOM node class name, you can recall that an object usually has the constructor property. It references the class constructor, and constructor.name is its name basically. So here in this image, this HTML body element basically which reference the HTML element, which is the HTML body element, as you can see. So it was actually inherited from the HTML element, which was inherited from H element, which was inherited from node, which was inherited from event target. So you can get it something like that. So we can also use the instance of to check the inheritance as well. So to do that, what you can simply do is that you can just write in alert document dot body, and right here you can just check it using the instance of that. If it is an instance of HTML body element, now this one is going to return true. We have also seen the output of that. So if you run this, it is going to return true. So you can also check multiple instances. As I told you here in this image, that HTML body element is an instance of HTML element, which is an instance of element, which is an instance of node, which is an instance of this event target. So basically, if you want to check if the HTML body element is an instance of element and you want to check it directly, then that is going to be true. If you want to check if it is an instance of node, it is also going to be true. And if you want to check if it is an instance of event target, that is also going to be true, because it is a kind of hierarchy that is followed down the order. So right here, if I want to check it for, let's just say not HTML body element, but I want to check it for HTML element, if I just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it also gives me true. But right here, you can see that this time I have checked it for the HTML element directly here, not for the HTML body element. Now you can also check it for, let's just say element. We will just remove this from here, and you can now see in this image that we are referring down this body tag. You can see that these body tags, and we are referring directly 2 steps ahead towards this element. So we have saved this, we will refresh this, and it is going to return true. Moreover, you can also reference the node because it is also an instance of node. And this one is also going to return true. If I just refresh this page, you can see that it is going to return true as well. I can also check it for the event target, which is the root directory. So I'm going to just write in event target, save this page, and this one is the last one, that is the root directory, which is also going to return true. Now if I want to move outside it, for example, as you can see that HTML body element is not related to, let's just say, this character data. So if I want to check it for that, and right here if I just write in character data and save this page, refresh this, and you can see that it is now going to return false to me, because as you can see in this tree here, that it is not related to that. So as you can see that DOM nodes are regular JavaScript object. They use prototype based classes for inheritance. That is also easy to see by outputting an element with console.dir and writing the element in the parentheses in a browser. There in the console, you can see HTML element.prototype and element.prototype and so on. So I hope that you have understood all about the DOM node classes and the hierarchy tree it follows down the order, starting from the event target down to the HTML input element, HTML body element, and HTML anchor element, and so on. So I guess that is it with this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the node properties, type tag, and contents. But this is actually the prerequisite for understanding what we are going to cover in the next tutorial. So I hope that you have got what we have discussed in this tutorial. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about DOM. So in the previous tutorial, we got a brief introduction about DOM node classes, and we also got in detail about the tree and the hierarchy it follows. So in this tutorial, we are going to talk about the node properties here, and we are going to discuss the type, tag, and we are going to discuss the content. So starting on with the node type property. Now the node type property basically provides one more old-fashioned way to get the type of a DOM node. Now it is going to have a numeric value where element dot node type, if it is 1, it represent the element nodes. If it is 3, it represent the text node. If the value is 9, it is going to represent the document object. Now there are also other values which you can go and see in the specification. So let me give you a quick example of what I'm saying. So here in the script tags, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an element, and we are going to just write in document dot body. Now down here, what we are going to do is that we are going to examine that what type of node is in the element object which we have created. So if you just write in alert and you just write in element dot node type, then let's just see what is going to be the output first. So let's just refresh this, and you can see that the value here is 1, which means that, as I told you, that when the value is 1, it actually represents the element node. So here this 1 indicates that here we are talking about element nodes. So what if we want to talk about its first child? So for that, what you have to do is that you have to write an element dot first child, and we are going to write in dot node type. So if you just now save this page and refresh this, you can see that the value here is now 3, which represents the text nodes. Now for the document object, the type, as I told you, is going to be 9. So right here, if you write an alert and you just write in document dot node type and you save this page and refresh here, you are going to see that the value is going to be 9. Now in modern scripts, we actually use the instance of and other class-based tests to see the node type, but sometimes the node type may be simpler. We can only read the node type. We are not allowed to actually change it. Now, the second part of the tutorial deals with the tag, where we are going to talk about the node name and the tag name. Now, given a DOM node, we can read its tag name from node name or tag name properties. For instance, if you just write in document.body.node name, you're going to get body. If you write in document.body.tag name, you're also going to get body as the output. Now, you might be thinking that what is the difference then between the tag name and node name? Sure, the difference is reflected in their names, but is indeed a bit subtle. Now, the tag name property exists only for element nodes, whereas the node name is defined for any nodes. For element, it means the same as tag name, and for other node type, it has a string with the node type. In other words, tag name is only supported by element nodes, while node name can say something about other node types as well. For example, let's just compare the tag name and node name for the document and a comment node. So what we are going to do is that we are going to move right here. And right here, first we are going to do it for a comment. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to write an alert, and we are going to write an document dot body dot first child dot tag name. So what that is going to do is that it is going to return unidentified. Right here, what we are also going to do is that in the body tags here, we are going to have a comment save this and move back here and just move down and write an alert document dot body dot first child dot node name. Now what that is going to do is that this over here is going to return unidentified, whereas this one over here is going to return comment as the output. Whereas if you do it for the document, and what we will do is that we will just copy these lines from here and we are going to paste them here, but we will just remove this from here. We want to have document dot tag name and document dot node name. Now what that is also going to do is that this one is going to return unidentified, and this one over here with the node name is going to return document. Now, if we only deal with elements, then we can use both the tag name and node name. There is going to be no difference. So I hope that you have understood the difference. As I told you, that tag name is only supported by element nodes, while node name can say something about other node types as well. As you can see clearly in here, that when you write in tag name for the first child or tag name for the document, they are going to return unidentified, because they are only supported by element node. Whereas for the node name, you can see that since they are allowed to say something more about other node types as well, so that's why it is going to return comment for this one and document for this document one. Now there is one more thing you need to know, is that the tag name is always uppercase except in XML mode. This is a kind of thing you need to know. The third part of this tutorial deal with the content part, because as I said in the very start, we are going to discuss the type, tag, and the content. So here comes the content. So the inner HTML properties allows to get the HTML inside the element as a string. We can also modify it. So it's one of the most powerful ways to change the page. So right here, what we are going to do is that we will just remove this from here. We don't need it. And in the body tags here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a paragraph that is going to simply have paragraph, and we are going to create a div that is going to say that I'm a div. Yes, you are. And now what we are going to do is that we will just save this, go back to our script.js, and right here you are going to write an alert, and we are going to write in document.body inner HTML. Now what that is going to do is that it is going to read the current contents. Whereas if you write in here document dot body dot inner HTML and you make it equal to the new body, then what that is going to do is that it is going to actually replace it. Whereas this one is going to read the current contents. So what we can do is that we can try to insert invalid HTML, and what the browser is going to do is that the browser is going to actually fix our errors. For example, let's just say that we forgot to close some tags. So let's just say that in here, what I'm going to do is that let's just say that I just write in document dot body dot inner HTML, and I want to make it equal to, let's just say that I want to have a simple text where I'm going to have a B opening and a B closing, but let's just say that I forgot to close the tag. Then what that is going to do is that, as you can clearly see, that this is going to be an error message, but that is not going to be it, because the browser is going to fix your errors. And if you try to alert the document dot body dot inner HTML, then that is going to work just fine, and it is going to return the correct output. As you can see, if I just refresh it, you can see that it has got a opening tag, it has also got a closing tag as well. So you can see that it clearly solves all the problem. Now there is one thing, that is, if inner HTML inserts a script tag into the document, it is going to become a part of HTML, but it is not going to actually execute it. So I hope that you have understood about the type, about the tag, and the contents part. So that was it with this tutorial as well. That was all about node properties in the DOM. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are discussing DOM. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about attributes and properties. And by attributes, I mean HTML attributes, and by properties, I mean DOM properties. Now, basically, when the browser loads a page, it is going to read the HTML and it is going to generate the DOM objects from it. For element node, most standard HTML attributes automatically become properties of the DOM object. For instance, if the tag is, let's just say, body ID equal to page, then the DOM object has body.id equal to page, but the attribute property mapping is not one-to-one. In this tutorial, we are going to pay attention to separate these two notions to see how to work with them when they are the same and when they are different. So in the first part of this tutorial, we are going to discuss about DOM properties. Now, we have already seen built-in DOM properties. There are a lot, but technically no one limit us. And if there aren't enough, we can add our own as well. Now, DOM nodes are regular JavaScript objects, you know that. So when they are regular JavaScript object, which means that you can also alter them. For instance, let's just say that right here, I want to have, not with a caps lock open, but with a caps lock closed, I can just write in document dot body dot my data, and I can make it equal to, let's just say, name as John, and just separate it by a comma, and I can specify a title here as well, which is going to be, let's just say, instructor. So right down here, what I can simply do is that I can just write in alert, and I can just write in document dot body dot my data, and I can just want to, let's just say, have the title, so I can just write in the title here, and that is going to print me the title, that is instructor in this case. So as you can see that we can create a new property in document.body as well. Now we can also add a method as well. So if you want to add a method, let's just say, then what you can simply do here is that you can just write in document dot body dot say tag name, and we can make it equal to a function where we are going to have, let's just say, simply alert this dot tag name. So we can just write in this dot tag name, and that is exactly what it is going to do is, and right here you can just call it upon by just writing document dot body dot say tag name, and it is going to call upon this function, and the answer is going to be the answer is for this is going to be body, which is the value of this in the method, which is document.body. So that's why it is going to return body as well. So we can also modify built-in prototypes like element.prototypes and add new methods to all elements as well. For example, what you can do is that you can just have something like element.prototype, and you can add a new prototype for a function. Let's just say that is going to be say hi, which is going to equal to a function. And inside this function, what you can do is that you can just write in a simple alert statement, which is going to be something like this, which is going to say, hello, I am, you can just write in dollar sign here, curly brackets, you can just write in this dot tag name. And you can just call it using something like this, where you can just write in document dot document element dot say hi, and what that is going to do is that it is going to print me the content that is going to be hello, I am HTML, where you can also write in document dot body dot say hi, and what this is going to return, it is going to return that hello, I am body. So this statement is over here is going to return hello, I am body, And this statement over here, which is referring the document element, it is going to say, hello, I am HTML. So DOM properties and method behave just like those of regular JavaScript object. They can have any value and they are case sensitive as well. So I hope that you have understood about the DOM properties. The next part of this tutorial deal with the HTML attribute. Now in HTML, tags may have attributes. When the browser parses the HTML to create DOM object for tags, it actually recognizes the standard attributes and creates the DOM properties from them. So when an element has ID or another standard attribute, the corresponding property gets created, but that does not happen if the attribute is non-standard. For instance, let's just say that I've just removed this from here, and right in here, let's just say for this body, I'm going to specify an ID of test, and I'm going to write in something non-standard. So you can see that I have this one over here. So if I just save this and I could just go back to the script here, and I want to just write an alert, and I just write in document dot body dot ID, and what that is going to do is that it is going to return me the ID. So if I just refresh this, I guess there is an error with this. Yes, it is. I guess we just missed the equal signs. So now if I just refresh this page, you can see that you can get the ID, which is going to be test. Now non-standard attribute, as I told you, does not yield a property. So right here, since this over here, which is something equal to non-standard, is a non-standard attribute, you know that such an attribute does not exist. So it is not going to yield a property as well. So if you try to write in document.body.something here, and you just refresh your browser, it is going to return undefined. As I told you, non-standard attribute does not yield a property. So please note here that a standard attribute for one element can be unknown for another one. For instance, type is standard for input, but not for body. Standard attributes are described in the specification for the corresponding elements class. You can just go on there and see that as well. So let's just see one more thing here before we quit on. So let's just move here, and let's just say that I want to change this one, and I want to assign this to a body. And right here, I'm going to specify type, and I'm going to make it equal to text. Now, inside this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create an input field. The input type is going to be text. We are going to specify an ID. The ID is going to equal to input. The type is going to be text. So we will just save this page and we will just move to the script part. And in here, what we are going to do is that if I just write an alert and I just write in input dot type, so as you can see that for input dot type, it is going to return text, because you can see for the input field, the type here is text. So this one over here is going to return text. You can also see it here if you don't believe me. So you can see that it is going to return text. Now, if you just write in, let's just say body dot type, so you might be thinking that since the body type is also text, as you can see over here, so you might be thinking that text is going to be the answer, but that is not going to be it. What this is going to do is that it is going to return unidentified as the answer. As you can see as well, you can see that it is going to return unidentified. The reason behind that is that DOM property like this are not created because it is actually non-standard. So if an attribute is non-standard, then there would not be a DOM property for it. Now the question is that, is there a way to access such attributes? Sure, all attributes are accessible by using certain method. The first one is element.hasAttribute, which checks for the existence of a certain attribute. Then we have got element.getAttribute, which gets the value. We have the element.setAttribute, which has got two parameters, the name and value, which sets the value for a certain attribute. And we have got element.removeAttribute, which removes the attribute. The first, second, and the fourth function, the has attribute, the get attribute, and the remove attribute functions here have one parameter, which is the name of the attribute, and the set attribute function has two parameters, the name and the value. Now, these methods operate exactly with what's written in the HTML. Also, one can read all the attributes using element.attributes. That is a collection of objects that belong to a built-in attribute class with name and value properties. So let's just see this with the help of an example for how it is going to be. So let's just say that I just remove this from here. This is the body tags. We will just remove this from here. And we are going to get this script back inside. Yes, working fine. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to just assign something here. Now you know that this something over here is a non-standard attribute. So we will just name it as non-standard. So what we are going to now do is that we will just save this page and we are going to get right here, remove this from here, and we are going to write an alert. And we are going to write in document.body.getAttribute is what we are going to use. And right here, we are going to write in the name of the attribute, which is something. So if you want to get the name, you know that it is a non-standard attribute, which is exactly what is going to be the output. So HTML attributes have two features. The first one is that their name is case insensitive. So ID in small is same as ID in capitals. What I'm saying is that what you can do is that right here, if you just write in ID equal to, let's just say ABC, or you just write in that in caps, then both are going to work just fine because their name is, as I told you, case insensitive. The second attribute for HTML is that their values are always string. So you need to get to know these two things. So let's just see an extended working with attributes here. So for that, what we are going to do is that we will just remove these from here and we are going to move inside the body tags and we are going to create a div. We are going to assign an ID to this div, which is going to be element. And right here, we are going to have a non-standard attribute, which is going to be about. And we are going to just write in tutorials here. So we will just save this page and we are going to move towards the script part, remove this from here. And right here, we are going to just write an alert element dot get attribute. And we are going to get attribute about the about, which is this one. As I told you, it is case insensitive, so it doesn't matter. So if I just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it says tutorials, which means that it is actually reading that. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write in here element dot set attribute, not interval, set attribute. And for the set attribute, I'm talking about test. So we are going to perform some testing, 2, 1, 2, 3. So this is basically something that is writing right here. We were doing the reading process, and right here for the second part, we are actually doing the writing part. So right down here, if you want to have alert, and you just write an element dot outer HTML, then what that is going to do is that it is going to see if the attribute is in HTML or not. So let's just see what is going to be the output for this. So this one is going to be for the first alert statement, and you click OK, it is going to, you can see that id equal to element, about equal to tutorials, and it has also added the test equal to 123, which was using element dot set attribute test 123. Test was the attribute, 123 was its value. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use a for statement here, where I'm going to write in for attribute of element dot attributes. What I want you to do is that I want you to alert a dollar sign here, attribute dot name, and make it equal to attribute dot value. So if I just save this page and refresh this, this is the first output, this is the second one, and this is now the one for the for loop. This is for the very first one, where the id is element, the about is equal to tutorials, and the third one is for the test, which is equal to 123. So you need to understand four things here. The first one is that the get attribute, in which we have in the parenthesis about, it is the first letter is uppercase here, and in HTML it's all lowercase, but that does not matter. As I told you, that attribute names are case insensitive. The second thing is that we can assign anything to an attribute, but it becomes a string. So here we have 123 as a value, but what it is going to do is that it is going to actually stringify it, or you can say that it is going to convert it into a string, because as I told you about the HTML attribute properties is that they are case insensitive, and the second is that their values are always strings. So right in here, when we try to insert an integer into it, what that is going to do is that it is going to convert it into a string. The third thing which you need to understand is that all attribute, including ones that we set, are visible in the outer HTML, which you have also witnessed using this second alert statement here. And the fourth thing which you need to understand here is that the attributes collection is iterable, and it has all the attributes of the element, standard and non-standard, as objects with name and value properties. So I hope that you have understood about attributes and properties. Attribute is actually what is written in HTML, and properties is basically what is in the DOM objects. So that is it with this tutorial as well. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section, where we are talking about DOM. In this tutorial, we are going to cover a very interesting topic, that is how to modify a document. Now, DOM modification is basically the key to creating live pages. Now, here in this tutorial, what we are going to do is that we are going to see how you are going to create new elements on the fly, and we are going to also modify the existing page content. So it is going to be a very interesting tutorial. So let me just first demonstrate it using an example. What we are going to do is that we are going to add a simple message on the page that is going to look much more nicer than an alert prompt. So what we are going to do is that right in here, what we will do is that we are going to create a div. We are going to name it as the alert class. And what we are going to do is that inside here, we are going to create strong, and here we are going to write in hi there. And what we will do is that we are going to move out, and we are going to write in here, you are reading a message. Simple enough. Save this, move towards the styles.css, which you can see that we have linked it right over here. So in the style.css, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in dot alert. And in the alert part, what we are going to do is that we are going to perform simple styling, like we are going to specify a padding of 15 pixels. Then we are going to specify a border. Let's just say that I want to specify a border of 1 pixel solid. And let's just say that I want the border to be in red color. Then what we are also going to do is that we are going to specify a border radius of 4 pixels. We are going to specify a color. Let's just say that I'm in love with green color. Then let's just say that I want to also add a background color, and let's just say that I want the background color to be aqua. So this is a very basic styling which we have performed. You can see that we have not touched the script.js yet. We have only have a div class alert here which we have designed using this simple styling using the style.css. So if I just refresh this page now, right here you can see that it is going to say, hi there, you are reading a message. So this is a simple HTML example. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to create the same div, but this time we are going to do it with JavaScript. So right here, what we will do is that we already have this styling. Now we are going to move towards the script.js, and that is where we are going to create our div. Now to create DOM nodes, there are two methods. The first one is using the document.create element, and the second one is using the document.create text node. So using the first method, what you can do is that you can just write in let div, and you're going to make it equal to document dot create element. There it is. And in the parentheses, you're going to specify the ID. So what I'm going to specify is not the ID, but I'm sorry, the attribute which you are going to create, which is going to act as a tag. So this is the tag which we want to create using the create element. We will just save this. And what we are also going to do is that we don't want it over here because we are creating it in the script.js now. So if we just save this page now and refresh this, you can see that everything just disappeared. And the reason behind that is a div has been created, but the reason everything just disappeared is that we have not inserted anything inside this div over here. We are going to get to that as well. Now, the second method to create a node is using the document.create text node as well. So to do that, what you are going to do is that we will just remove this from here, and we are going to create a text node, which is going to equal to, as I told you, document dot create text node. Now, inside the text node, you are going to write in here I am. All right, so that is it. You can see that you have created a text node successfully. So most of the time we are going to need to create element nodes such as the div for the message, which was the first method to do that. So just remove that from here now. Now we are going to see how to create the message. Now creating the message div, it is going to take basically three steps. The first step is to create the div element. The second step is to set its class to alert, which you can see that when we did that in the previous case, we will just remove this from here. And you can see that right here, we are performing the styling for this alert class. But right here, we have not specified anything like that, that we want to perform the styling for the alert class. So the second step is where we are going to set the class to alert. And the third step is to fill it with the content, which was, hi there, you're reading a message. So let's just do it. So we are already done with the first step where we have let div equal to document.create element, and div is the tag. In step number 2, we are going to use the object div, and we are going to write in the class name, and we are going to make it equal to alert, which is the class which we are actually styling. And in the third step, we are going to fill it with content. So you know that inner HTML is going to help us with that. So right here, we are going to write in strong tags opening, strong tag closing, and that is where we are going to write in, hi there, you are reading a message. That is it. So this is going to be the third step. So we have now successfully created the element, but as of now, it is only a variable named div, not in the page yet. So we cannot see it actually. So if you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that you can now not see it for now. Now comes the insertion method. Now to make the div show up, we need to insert it somewhere into the document. For instance, into the body element referenced by the document.body. Now there is a special method that is known as append for that, which looks something like document.body.append, and in the parentheses of the append function, you have to write in div. So let's just get to it as well. So we are already done with the styling part. What we need to do is that write down after this statement, right here we are going to perform document dot body dot append, and we want to append the div to the document dot body, and that is exactly where DOM comes into account. So we have now appended it as well. So now if you run this code, you can see that you have successfully got your output. So here basically we have called the append on document.body, but we can call append method on any other element as well to put another element into it. For instance, we can append something to the div by calling div.append, and in the parentheses you can write in that another element. Now the insertion method, there is an insertion method node.append, node.prepend, node.before, node.after, and node.replace with as well. So these are the insertion methods which you can use. We have only used append for now. Now arguments of these methods are an arbitrary list of DOM nodes to insert or text string that become text nodes automatically. So let's just see them in action as well. So for that, what we will do is that in this part here, in the HTML part, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an ordered list, and we are going to specify an ID to this order list, which is going to be OL. And inside that, we are going to have a list element 0. We are going to have a list element that is going to be 1, and we are going to have a list element that is going to be 2. Now we will just save this page right here. And in the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to use the insertion methods. So we are going to use that OL, and with this OL, what we are going to do is that we are going to call upon before. So with OL.before, what we are going to do is that we are going to simply insert before here. So what that is going to do is that it is going to insert the string before the OL tag. So we are going to see that in the output as well. So first just we are going to write an OL dot after, which is another insertion method through which you can insert something. So let's just say for this after, I want to insert the string after the OL order. You can say the OL tag or the order list. So right here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write in li first. I'm going to write in document dot, not attribute, but I'm going to create element. Now these are the 3 steps which we are going to actually follow. Now since the element which we want to create is going to be a list element, because right here you can see that we have got 3 list elements. We want to create 2 more list elements, that is before and after. So right here we are going to create the first one, that is li first. It is going to be a list element. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write in li first dot inner HTML is going to equal to prepend. So this is going to be the inner HTML. This one over here is going to be the tag, sorry, the ID. So it is going to be prepend, and after that we are going to write in OL dot prepend, and we are going to prepend li first. That is going to insert li first at the beginning of the ordered list. Now to do that, for the second part, we will just copy this from here, paste it again, and this one it is going to be for the after one. So it is going to be li last in this case. So it is going to create a document, create an animal list. The li list is going to be not prepend, but it is going to be append this time, and it is going to be not first, but it is going to be last, and that is going to be it. So if you save this page now and you just refresh that, you can see that you have got this output that says append 0 1 2, and then after that you can see that it says after. Now there is a problem with this output here. I guess we have to call upon the append function here, not the prepend function here. Now let's just save this and refresh this, and now you can see that it is working just fine. Not just fine here, we need to have prepend here and append here. Still, it has got some issue here. Yes, we have to change this to last as well. That is what happens when you get lazy and don't type the code and just use the control CV. So now just refresh it, and now it is in the perfect order. You can see that you have got prepend first, then 0, 1, 2, and finally you have got append, and you can see that you have got before and after as well over here. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. So that's how basically you can see that at the very start we discussed about how you can just create a completely new node in a completely new document. In this example, we have seen how you can add a node to an existing thing. For example, in this, as you can see that we have got an ordered list and we added two nodes to it. So in the next tutorial, what we are going to do is that we are going to see how you are going to remove a node as well. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial here, and this is going to be the second part for how to modify your documents. And as I told you that we are going to talk about how to remove a node. Now to do that, you have got a very simple method that is known as node.remove. So this is the previous code example in which you have created a div using the script.js. So right here, what you can simply do is that you are going to have a set interval not, but you're going to have a set timeout. And in this set timeout function, you are going to have an arrow function, which is going to help you remove your div. So you have written div.remove, and that is exactly what it is going to do. So it is going to remove your div after waiting for 2000 milliseconds. So let's just save it and see what is going to be the output. So if you just refresh this, and you can see that after 2 seconds, it is going to actually remove your node. So please note here that if you want to move an element to another place, then there is no need to remove it from the old one. All insertion methods automatically remove the node from the old place as well. The second topic which we are going to cover in this tutorial is how to actually clone your node. Now the question here arises is that how to insert one more similar message. Now we could make a function and put the code there, but the alternative way would be to clone the existing div and modify the text inside it if needed. Sometimes when we have a big element, that may be faster and simpler. Then the called element.clone node creates a deep clone of the element with all attributes and all sub-elements. Whereas if we call element.clone node and pass in false, then the clone is made without child elements. So clone node is either going to get in true in its parameter or false. If it gets in true, it is going to have a deep clone with all attributes and sub-elements. And if you pass in false to the clone node function, then the clone is made without child elements. So let's just see this with the help of an example as well. So let's just say that we will just copy this text from here. So what we are going to do is that in the index.html, we are going to create our first div. And for this first div, we are going to have the class as alert, and we are going to assign it the ID of div as well. Now inside this div, we are going to have this thing, which is going to simply say strong hi there, you are reading a message. Now in the script part, we will just save this from here. We already have got our style. So in here, what we are going to do is that we will just remove this from here, and we are going to create a div2. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to actually clone it. So we are going to clone it with the first div which we have created, for which we have specified the ID to be div. So upon that, we are going to call upon a clone node function, and we are going to pass in true to that as well. So what that is going to do is that, as I told you, that if you pass true to the clone node function, it is going to create a deep clone of the element with all attributes and sub-elements. So here, when we pass in true to the clone node function, what it is going to do is that it is going to clone the message as well. So right down here, if you just write in div2 dot query selector, and in the query selector, if you just write in strong, which means that we want to get whatever is in the strong tags, which is hey there, I guess. In the index.html, you can see that it says hi there in the strong tag. So we are actually selecting it using the query selector. So for that, we are going to write in inner HTML, and we are going to make it equal to by there. So what we are doing here is that we are actually changing the clone here. So right here, we can just write in div dot after, and you can just write in div2, which is going to show the clone after the existing div. So if you just save this page and you just go up here, refresh this, you can see that you are going to see that says hi there, you are reading a message. And after that, as I told you, that after the existing div, it is going to show you the clone that says bye there, you are reading a message. So I hope that you have understood how you can actually clone a div, clone a node as well. Now, the last thing which we are going to study about modifying the document is known as the document fragment. Now, the document fragment is a special DOM node that serves as a wrapper to pass around a list of nodes. We can append other nodes to it as well, but when we insert it somewhere, then its context is inserted instead. For example, let's just see this with the help of an example. So we will just remove this from here. We are going to get back here and we don't need this div anymore. So right down here, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in an unordered list, and we are going to specify an ID of UL to it as well, but we are going to leave it empty for now. Now in the script.html, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a function that is going to be named as getListContent. And what that is going to do is that it is going to generate a fragment with list items that are going to be later inserted into the unordered list we have created in the index.html. So we are going to have a function that is going to be named as getListContent. And using this getListContent function, we are going to generate fragments with list items, which we are going to insert into the unordered list we just created. So inside this function, what we are going to do is that we are going to make fragments. So we are going to make fragment equal to the new, and the document fragment is the function which is used to actually create document fragment. So as I told you as well, that it is a special DOM node that serve as a wrapper to pass around list of nodes. So that is exactly what this function is going to create. You can see that it is kind of a constructor here. Right down here, what we are going to do is that right down here, we are going to create list items. So let's just say I want to create 3 list items. So I'm going to iterate this loop 3 times. So I'm going to start on with I equal to 1. And I'm going to go till I less than or equal to 3. And finally, I'm going to have my iterator increment counter that is going to be I plus plus. Now inside this function, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write in let li equal to document dot create element. And what I'm going to create here is going to be with the tag li, which means list items. And right here, I'm going to write an li dot append, and I'm going to append it to I. And at the very end, I'm going to append that to the fragments. So we are going to write in fragment dot append, and we are going to append that to the list. So right down here, what we are going to do finally is that we are going to return fragments, and outside this function, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in ul dot append, and that is where we are going to append the fragments we just created to the unordered list. So we are going to call upon the get list content function right over here, and that is going to actually do your job. Now in this line we are actually appending the document fragments, but what it is going to do is that it is going to blend in. So if I just save this page, refresh this, you can clearly see that you have got 1, 2, 3 as the output. So this is the resulting structure we have got here. Now the document fragment is rarely used explicitly. Why append to a special kind of node if we can return an array of nodes instead? So what we can do is here that we can make certain changes to it, because as I told you that document fragment is not used explicitly, it is rarely used explicitly. So it is a very important question here, that why we are appending to a special kind of node if we can return an array of nodes instead. So that is exactly what we are going to do, is that we are going to return an array of nodes here. So to return an array of nodes, what we are going to do is that we need to first create an array of lists. So right in place of this over here, we are going to create an array that is going to be named as results. It is going to be an empty array for now. So our loop is going to be executed in the very same way, with only this fragment changing to the name of the array which we just created. Also, the arrays does not have the append function, but it has the push function. So we are going to use the push function here. li.append is going to work perfectly fine, and we are going to have result.push. And right here, we are not going to return the fragment, but we are going to return the result. And what that is going to do is that it is going to work perfectly fine. So if you just go back here and refresh this page, you can see that you have got the very same output, but this time we are not using the fragment part. We are doing the same thing. So basically we mentioned the document fragment mainly here because there are some concepts on top of it, like template element, which we are going to discuss later. So I hope that you have understood all the three topics which we have covered here. We have talked about document fragmentation, we have talked about how to clone a node, and we have also talked about how to remove a node as well. So this is basically a very important thing, that is how to modify a document, because DOM modification is the key to creating live pages. So I hope that you have understood all we have covered in the previous tutorial about modifying documents, as well as what we have covered in this tutorial. So that is it with modifying documents. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about DOM. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about style and classes. Now, before we get into JavaScript ways of dealing with styles and classes, here is an important rule. Hopefully it is obvious enough, but we still have to mention it. Now, there are generally two ways to style an element. The first one is to create a CSS and add it, and the second one is to write the properties directly into the style tag. Now, JavaScript can modify both classes and style properties, you know that. Now, we should always prefer CSS classes to style, as we have discussed previously as well. The latter should only be used if classes cannot handle it. For example, style is acceptable if we calculate coordinates of an element dynamically and want to set them from JavaScript. For example, what I'm saying is that let's just say that in the script.js, let's just say that you have let top equal to, and let's just say that it is a complex value. So let's just say that for the left, we also have got a very complex calculation. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to add comments, and these comments basically indicate some complex values. So right here, it is going to be a complex value, and this one over here is also going to be a complex value. Now, what we are going to do here is that right here we can just write an element dot style dot left, and we can make it equal to left. And similarly we can also write an element dot style dot top equal to top. So let's just say, for example, that this one over here is 123 pixels that is calculated at runtime, and let's just say that this one is 400 pixels, which is also calculated at the runtime. Now, for other cases like making the text red, adding a background icon, it describes that in CSS and then add the class. JavaScript cannot do that. Now, that's more flexible and easier to support. So these are the cases where you can use the style here. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the class name and class list. Now, changing a class is one of the most often used action in scripts. In the ancient times, there was a limitation in JavaScript that was a reserved word like class that could not be an object property. Now, that limitation does not exist now, so you don't need to worry about it. But at that time, it was impossible to have a class property like we have now, where we can write an element.class. So for classes, the similar looking property class name was introduced. The element.class name corresponds to the class attribute. For instance, in the body tag, let's just say here that I want to specify this as a class, and let's just say that I want to name it as the main page. Now in the script.js, what I can simply do is that I can just write in an alert statement and write in document.body, and I can just write in dot class name. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give me the output as the main page, which has been specified right here, which is the class. So the class name for the document.body here is going to be main page in this case. So if we assign something to element.class name, what it is going to do is that it is going to replace the whole string of classes. Sometimes that is what we need, but often we want to add or remove a single class. Now there is also another property for that that is known as element.classList. Now the element.classList is a special object with methods to add or remove or toggle a single class. So for instance, let's just say that in here, if you want to add a class, then what we can do to add a class is that we can just write in document, not attribute name, but document.body dot class list, and we can use the add method here, and we can name it as article. Now write down here, if you want to alert document dot body dot class name, then what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the output as main page, but it is also going to add up article right over here. So what that is going to do is that it is going to first fetch the class name which has been specified here, that is main page. But what it is also going to do is that since we have the class list dot add article here with document dot body, so what that is going to do is that when we print out document dot body dot class name, it is going to give us main page, and at the very end it is going to add up this article with it, and it is going to return the entire name. So basically we can operate both on the full class string using class name, or on individual classes using the class list which you have just witnessed here. So what we choose depends all on our needs. Now there are certain methods of the class list. The first one is the add method or the remove method. You have seen the add method here. In the very same way, you can use the remove method as well. It is basically used to add or remove a class. Then we have the method that is known as element.classlist.toggle. Now what that is going to do is that it is going to add the class if it does not exist. Otherwise, it is going to remove it. And finally, we have got one more method with the class list, that is element.classlist.contain. And it basically checks for the given class, and the output of it is going to be a Boolean value, which is going to be either true or it is going to be either false. Now, besides class list is iterable, so we can list all classes with the for of loop. So for that, what we can do is that we can use the for of loop. So we can just write in for let name of document.body.class list. What we can do is that we can just write an alert name, and what that is going to do is that it is going to give me first main, and after that it is going to give me page as the output. Now as you can see that we have actually removed the class list.add here, so we are not going to get the article over here, but what we are going to get here is, let me just show you that, refresh this, and you can see that it is going to first give me main as the output, and when I click on OK, you can see that it is going to then give me page as the output. So here basically what we understood from this thing is that class list is actually iterable, and we can list all the classes with the for of loop in this manner. Then we have one more topic which we need to discuss here, that is known as the element style. Now the property element.style is an object that basically correspond to what is written in the style attribute. Now setting element.style.width equal to 100 pixel works the same as if we had in the attribute style a string with width colon 100 pixel. So for multi-word property, the camel case is basically used. So you can have background color, and it can correspond to the element.style.background color. The z index can correspond to element.style.z index. The border left width can correspond to element.style.border left width, and so on. So for instance, what you can do is that you can just remove this from here, and you can have document dot body dot style dot background color, and you can actually make it equal to prompt background color, and you can give it a value that is going to be, let's just say, green. So if I just save this page and refresh my browser, you can see that it says the background color is going to be green. So if you click on OK, you can see that now the background color has been changed to the green color. Now, browser prefix properties like the MOZ border radius or the WebKit border radius also follow the same rule, but that is that a dash means uppercase in that case. So if you want to have the MOZ dash border a dash radius and you want to specify it using the style attribute here, then what you have to do is that wherever there is a dash, what you have to do is that you have to replace it with the camel case in the very same way we did it here. You know that when you have to specify the background color in here, what you have to do is that you have to write in background and you have to write in dash color. So you can see that wherever the dash pops up, what you have to do is that you have to replace it with a capital camel case. You can see that this C over here is capitalized. What I'm saying is that for the prefix properties, like where we have the MOZ border radius, now what that is going to be when you want to specify it with the style property is that you can see that you have got a dash with this M. So this means that this M is going to get capitalized. So we have to write an MOZ. After that, you can see that you have got a dash with this B. So this means that this B also has to be capitalized. And you can see that you can also see this dash with this R, which means that this also has to be capitalized. So this is basically the, you can say, the syntax of writing up properties with the style attribute. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about styles and classes. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about DOM, and this is where we are going to discuss the second part of styles and classes. Now, the first thing which we are going to cover in this tutorial is how to reset the style property. Now, there might be a case where we might want to assign a style property and later we want to just remove it. Now, for instance, to hide an element, what you can do is that we can set the element.style.display to none. Then later, we may want to remove the style.display as if it were not set. So instead of delete element.style.display, we should assign an empty string to it where we can write an element.style.display equal to an empty string. What I'm saying is that you can just have document dot body dot style dot display, and what you can do is that you can have none here. Now if we run this code, the body will actually blink here, but to make it go to normal, what you can do is that you can have the set timeout function, and you can have an arrow function here where you can write something like this, where you can have document dot body dot style dot display equal to an empty string, and we want to convert it into an empty string after 3000 milliseconds. So let me just show you the difference for what happens if you want to assign none to display, and what is going to happen when you assign an empty string to this display. So let's just see this here. So when we refresh it, you can see that it is going to actually blink, but it blinked in such a quick manner that actually you did not just notice it, but after 3000 millisecond it is going to get to the normal display. So if we set the style.display to an empty string, then the browser applies the CSS classes and its built-in styles normally, as if there was no such style.display property at all which existed. Now also there is a special method of that is known as the element.style.remove property, and in the parentheses of that function you have to write in that specific style property which you want to remove. So we can remove a property using that function as well. So how that is going to be done, let's just see this as well. So let's just say that you have got document dot body dot style dot background, and let's just say that you have the background equal to green color. So now what you can do is that you can use the remove property function to remove the background. So let me just save this page and refresh, so you can see that you have got this green background here. So if you want to remove it, and so that it is visible that it got removed, what we are going to do is that we are going to use the timeout function for that, so that you can see that how it is going to get removed. And you can use the arrow function here to write in document dot body dot style, and that is where you are going to use the remove property function. In the parentheses, as I told you, you are going to write in the property which you want to remove, which is background, which we want to remove, and we want to remove it after 3000 milliseconds. So just save this page, go back, refresh. The screen is green as you can see, and after 3000 milliseconds, as you can clearly see, it is going to get back to white, which means that the background property has been removed using the remove property function. So I hope that you have understood how that is. Now, there is one more thing, is that don't forget to add CSS units to values. For instance, we should not set the element.style.top to some value, but rather we have to also write in the unit with it. Like what I'm saying is that if you want to set the style.top to 10, you should write in style.top equal to 10, and you should also write in pixel. Otherwise, it is not going to work. Let me just show you an example of that as well. So we will just go back here, remove this from here, and let's just say that you have got document dot body dot style dot margin, and we want to make it equal to 20. Now this is something that is not going to work. So if you want to have an alert statement here where you are going to write in document dot body dot style dot margin, then what that is going to do is that this over here is going to return an empty string. Now the reason behind that is, now you must be thinking that we have assigned a value of 20 here, but that is not going to work. As I told you, that don't forget to add CSS units to values, otherwise they won't work. Now the only mistake we have over here is that we have not specified the unit here with this value. So right here what we are going to now do is then now we are going to add the CSS unit pixel, and we are going to see what is going to be the output in that case. So we will just copy this from here, and we are going to just paste it over here, and right here, now what we are going to do is that we are going to write in 20, and we are going to write in pixels as well. Now, when you have this document.body.style.margin, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the output as 20 pixels, because now you have specified the margin here. So if you now have document.body.style.margin top, it is also going to return 20 pixel. And if you have document.body.style.margin left, it is also going to return 20 pixels for you. So please note that the browser unpacks the style property style.margin in the last lines and infer style.margin left and style.margin top from it. So you have seen up till now that modifying a style is easy, but the question now is how to read it. So for instance, we want to know the size, the margins, and the color of an element, then how we are going to do it. Now the style property operate only on the value of the style attribute without any CSS cascade. So we cannot read anything that comes from CSS classes using element.style. So for instance, let's just see this with the help of an example. So if we just remove this stuff from here, and what we are going to do is that we are going to get to the style tag here, and let's just say that I want to style the body here. So I'm going to just write in body, and I want to, let's just say, specify a color red. And let's just say that I also want to specify the margin as 5 pixels. Now, when you specify the margin here, what you can do is that you can obtain the margin top and margin left as well. So we'll just save this page. And now in the script.js, what we are going to do is that if you want to alert, and you just write in document.body.style.color. And you might be thinking that since the HTML is linked with CSS, which is also linked with the script.js, so when you alert document.body.style.color, you might be thinking that it is going to return red to you. But let's just see if it does or not. So when you refresh the browser, you can see that it returned an empty string. So what if we need that? So to increase the margin by 20 pixel, we would want the current value of it. So how that is going to be done? Now there is another method for that, that is known as the get computed style method. Now the syntax for that method looks something like this. We will just remove this from here, and it is going to be get computed style. And there are two parameters. The first one is the element, and the second one is pseudo. Now, element is the element which we want to read the value for. Now, what is this pseudo here? Now, a pseudo element, if required, for instance, like before, now an empty string or no argument mean the element itself. Now, the result is an object with styles like element.style, but now with respect to all CSS classes. So we are going to stick with the style.css here. We have got the color, and we have got the margin. Now in the script.js, we will just remove this from here, and we are going to have let computed style, and we are going to make it equal to the get computed style function. And right here, we want to get the computed style for the body. So we are going to write in document.body. Now we can actually read the margin and the color from it. So if you want to now alert and write in computed style dot color, what that is going to do is that it is going to return red. And if you want to alert computed style dot, let's just say I want to know the margin top, then it is going to give me the value as well. So let's just see the output of this. Let's just refresh this, and you can see that it is going to give me the RGB value, which is for red color. And when I click on OK, you can see that it is also going to give me 5 pixels here, which is actually the margin here. So basically, there are two concepts in CSS. The first is that a computed style value is the value after all CSS rules and CSS inheritance is applied as a result of the CSS cascade. It can look like height equal to 1 em or font size 125%. The second concept is that a resolved style value is the one finally applied to the element. Values like 1 em or 125% are relative. The browser takes the computed value and makes all units fixed and absolute. Now, a long time ago, getComputed_style function was created to get computed values, but it turned out that resolved values are much more convenient and the standard changed. So nowadays, getComputed_style actually returns the resolved value of the property, usually in pixels, for geometry, as you have just witnessed as well. Now there is one more thing is that getComputed_style requires the full property name. We should always ask for the exact property that we want, like padding left or margin top or border top width. Otherwise, the correct result is not guaranteed. For instance, if there are properties like padding left or padding top, then what should we get for getComputed_style is not padding, nothing, or maybe a generated value from known paddings. There is no standard rule here. The last thing which you need to understand here, that styles applied to visited links are hidden. So visited links may be colored using the visited CSS pseudo class, but getComputed_style does not give access to that color, because otherwise an arbitrary page could find out whether the user visited a link by creating it on the page and checking the styles. So JavaScript may not see the styles applied by the visited tag. Also, there is a limitation in CSS that forbids applying geometry changing styles in visited tags. So there is no guarantee that there is no side way for an evil page to test if a link was visited and hence to break the privacy. So that's why styles applied to the visited links are actually hidden. So what we have covered about styles and classes is that to manage classes, there are two DOM properties. Class name, that is the string value, that is good to manage the whole set of classes. And we have talked about class list, that is the object with methods add, remove, toggle, and contains that are good for individual classes. Then we have talked about to change the style property is an object with camel case styles. Reading and writing to it has the same meaning as modifying individual properties in the style attribute. Now, to see how to apply important and other rare stuff, there is a list of methods in the documentation which you can just go on and check. The style.css text property corresponds to the whole style attribute, the full string of style. And finally, we talked about to read the resolved style, what we can do is that we can use the getComputed_style method, which is going to return the style like objects with them, which is only read only. So I hope that you have understood all about what we have covered about styles and classes. So this is all about DOM as well. Thank you so much, guys, for getting along with me throughout this section, and I will see you guys later.
Alright guys, so once you are done with the installation part of VS Code, now we are ready to move on to our coding part of Music Player. Now the first thing that I will do is that I will just basically create three files. One file will be for my HTML, the other one will be for my designing purposes, and the third one will be my JavaScript where we're gonna put down all the logics. So let's just get started. So first of all, I'm going to create a new file and I will just name this file as layout.html. So layout.html and hit enter. And basically I'm going to create this file inside this folder JavaScript and then this apps folder. So I'm going to create this file, and the next thing that I will do is that I will just basically create another file for my CSS, and we're going to name it as style.css. And then the third file that we're going to name it as will be my logic part. So that is why I'll just name it as logic.js. Okay, so now we have these three files, layout.html, style.css, and logic.js. Now, what we're going to do is that for the coming up for the coming couple of videos, we're gonna only work on this layout.html and then style.css file because first of all, we're gonna only work on the designing part and then later on we're gonna make this application dynamic using JavaScript inside this file logic.js. Okay, now first of all in this HTML file, what I'm going to do is that I will just lay down my basic HTML and if you're using VS Code, then it's really simple. You just simply type HTML and then just hit basically just click on this HTML colon pipe and then hit enter and it's going to basically lay down the basic HTML structure for you. Okay, now here, first of all, I need to basically get rid of this thing because we do not need it. And then we're going to basically change the title because we do not want this title. We want this title to be something else. And it will be music player master. You can just name your title anything you want. And now the next thing that I will do is that first of all, I will just load the font awesome library. So right in here, what I'm going to do is that basically I'll just type simply link and basically it will actually go to this font awesome link that I have inside my notepad. So I'm going to copy this link. So copy and I'm going to just paste it right in here. And now what it will do is that it will just let us do some awesome fonts that we will use in our application. So just for more understanding purposes, I'm going to basically lay down a comment right here. So comment, okay, so font, um, font awesome. Yeah, that will be some awesome. So let me just type a Lord font awesome. Okay, so now let me just show you this thing right here. So if you just go to this folder, this is actually the finished version of my application. And now if you just go to this folder, which is inside JavaScript and then apps, you can see that we have this HTML file name layout. So let me just execute it. And at the moment you are actually seeing nothing, but you can just see this title right here, music player master, and you have nothing else. And the reason for this is that we haven't put anything on our application yet. But in this video, what we will do is that we will actually basically put this thing and then this image and then this title and then this artist name right on our basically in this tab in this window. Okay, so let's do it. So first of all, inside this body tag, I will have my div. So first of all, let me just scroll it down to make sure everything is visible. So just simply type div and then hit enter and it's gonna do the job for you. Okay, now I'm gonna basically give this div name, basically this div name of class. Let's say I'm gonna give it the name of player, and now inside this div, I'm gonna basically wrap my entire application. So now again inside this div, I will now have another div, and now I'm gonna give it a class name of let's say details. Not here, here details. Okay, and now again inside this detail class, we will now have basically one, two, three. Okay, we will have four divs, and basically these four divs will be for my first div will be for this text right here, and then my second div will be for this image, and my third one will be for this title, and then my fourth one will be for this artist name. Okay, so let's do it. So first of all, I will just have my first div and first of all, make sure that you have actually named your divs. So my first div will be, I will just name it as now playing. So again, just remember that this is just my naming convention. You can just name your div whatever you want. This is totally up to you. This is just my naming conventions. Okay, and now for this div text right here, I will just type playing x of y. Now this x and y at the moment will be static, but as we move on to the JavaScript part, we're going to make it dynamic. So this is actually, let's say that we have 100 files in our list or 100 songs in our list. And let's say that we want to play, and let's say that song number 7 is playing. So what it's going to do is that it will be just saying playing 7 or playing song number 7 of 100. So right in here in this finished version of this music player, you can see that it is playing, since it is playing the first music file, so it is saying playing one or playing song number 1 of total 3 songs. So this is what this X and Y actually means. Okay, now I will just create another div and I'm going to give it a class name of track art. So track, my track art, and we actually need no text for this div, and then I'm gonna give it a class name of, let's say, track name. So this will be, because this will be my track name, and then the fourth one will be basically my track artist. So track artist. Okay, so right in here, I'm gonna basically say that my track name. Okay, so now we have this HTML file, and now if you just execute it by actually refreshing it, you can see that we have this boring thing right here, because we haven't basically designed this application yet. So we can now actually move on to the CSS file where we can actually do all the designing. So move on to the CSS file. Okay, now first of all, we'll just do it for our body. So my body, the basically I want the background color of my application. So right in here, I will use that my background color will be, let's say, well, light green. You can just name your background color whatever you want. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically want to transition it. So let me just first of all type. So transition. Actually, I want to transition my background color. So actually, I have to write it down completely. Okay, so background. Um, color, and let's just give it, basically let's just transition it with 0.5 second. Okay, so now in here what it will do is that it will smoothly transition the background color with this space. Okay, so let me just add a command because it may be quite a little bit hard to understand. So let me just add a command and I'll just say that smoothly transition the background color. Okay, yeah, that's enough for our body tag. And now let's just do it for basically our clear div where we have wrapped each and everything. So since we have it a name of player, so we can access it with this dot. So player, and we're gonna give it some height. So height will be let's say 95 ph, and then I'm going to say that my display will be flags, and by using display flags in parent elements, child elements automatically align like columns or rows with some auto width and auto height. So in here you can see that we have this player class, and then we have these child elements of this player. So our player is actually the parent of all these things, all these divs. So we can actually call these as child elements, and then this one is a parent of all these children's. So hope it is making sense. So by using display flags, let me just explain again. By using display flags in parent element, child elements will automatically align like columns or rows with some auto width and auto height. So yeah, this is what it is. And now we're going to basically align items. So align items will be center, because in here you can see that in this finished version, you can see that all the items are at the center. So we actually need to tell that we want to align items in the center. So align item center, and then my flex direction will be along columns and not along rows. And then I want to justify my content. So justify content will be centered as well. Okay, so this is what we need to do for our player class. And next we're going to do it for this details as well. So let's just type details, and now we're going to do it for it as well. So first of all, I'll just say that display will be flex. And then I want to align items center, and then basically I want to put the flex direction. So flex direction will be along columns, and I want to justify my content as center as well. So center, and then what I want is that I want to have some top margin. So margin top will be 25 pixels. So 25 pixels. Okay, now let's just do it for, first of all, let's just do it for, we have this thing. Well, let's just first of all do it for this track art. So right here, I'll just say that my track art. So make sure that you spell it exactly what it is right here. So it is track and minus art. Okay, so track art, and then first of all, I will have some margin. So margin will be 25 pixels, and my height will be 250 pixels. And then my width, oops, not like this. Let's type it. So my width will be 250 pixels as well, and then my background image. So my background image, where it is, okay, right here. So actually, I will just go to the URL to set the background image of basically this div, which I named as track art, and I have basically this link right here. So it is actually inside the images.pixels library. So I will actually copy this link, and it will actually put this awesome image right here in my URL. Okay, next, I will just say that my background size, my background, oops, not like this. So my background size will be, my background size will be uh, cover, and basically it actually means that resize the background image to cover the entire container, because we want basically this background image to appear inside the entire container that we have right here. So for track art, so you can see that it is actually empty now. By using this URL image, now what it will do is that it will actually put basically that image right here in this div. Okay, so now let me just scroll it down. Okay, so background size covered, and my border radius. So my border radius is going to be, oh well, I think it will be 15%. 15% will be enough. Okay, next, I'm gonna basically do some CSS for this div, which is now playing. Okay, so dot now playing. Okay. So we just basically give it a font size. That's enough. So font size will be 1 rem. Okay, next we're gonna basically do it for what track name as well. So track name. So track. Basically this track name. Okay, and for track name again, we just need to set the font size to of. We're gonna set the font size to 3 REM. And then finally, we will actually do it for this div as well, which is my track artist div. Okay, so let's do it. So dot track um, artist. So make sure that you spell it right. So track artist, and we're gonna set the font size of it to um, let's say we're gonna set the font size to 1.5 rem. Okay, so yeah, I think that's all we need to do for the CSS part of basically all these things that we have right here. And now I think that my application will not look ugly. It will actually look pretty much decent. Okay, so this is the finished version of the music player. And now let's just refresh it. Okay, so I think that we haven't saved our code yet. Okay, so save it, and then okay. So the reason we are actually seeing nothing, you can see I'm just refreshing it, but it is actually we're actually seeing the same thing that we had seen previously while we only have HTML, and this is because we haven't loaded basically this layout.html does not know anything about this style.css. So make sure that you actually load it. So inside this HTML file, we're going to tell that your designing part is right basically this file. So in here, I will just add basically another link. So link, and it's going to basically reference basically this file that I named as style.css. And now just make sure that you save it. And now if you just execute it, you will now basically see this awesome You can see that first of all, it is saying that playing x of y, and then we have basically this image that we have loaded inside our CSS. Yeah, in here we have loaded this background image for our track art class that we actually named our div as track art, and then inside that track art we actually put this image, and then we have this track name. Obviously we could just basically change this track name depending upon the track name, obviously, but we're going to do it in JavaScript. We're not going to do it in HTML or CSS because we're going to do all the logic inside the JavaScript. Okay, now in the next video, what we will do is that we will actually put down basically these three buttons on our screen. So we're going to do it in the next video. So for now, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Okay guys, now in this video we will put these three buttons inside our music player. So let's do it. Now inside my layout.html and then inside this div, but outside this div, I'm going to create a div and I will just name it, I will just give it a class name of buttons because in here we will have three buttons, and now my first button will be my previous track, and then I will name my second button as play pause track, and then my third button I will just name it as next track. So let's do it. So right here inside this div I will just create three divs, and I will just name my first div as, so first div will be previous track, and then the next div will be so div, and basically it is div and then div. Okay, I will just give it a class name of, oops, we can type, so class name of play pause track. So play pause and then track. And then the next one, I will just name it as next track. So right in here, so class and then next track. Okay, now basically for these buttons, I'm going to use Font Awesome. Basically, I'm going to use Font Awesome icons. Now, let's just first of all understand what it is, and then we will actually do it. So first of all, let's just go to this official website of Font Awesome. Now we already have basically included Font Awesome in our code. Where it is, yeah, here it is, and it is basically loading the Font Awesome, and now we can actually use it. So now if you just go to the official website of fontawesome.com, and then since we are going to work on font awesome icons, so let's first of all understand what actually it is. So it is saying that you can place font awesome icons just above anywhere using the CSS prefix FA and then the name of the icon. So font awesome is designed to be used with inline elements. So they actually suggest to use this tag while using font awesome icons, but you can actually use the span tag as well. Now, first of all, you can see that we have on the CSS prefix FA, and then we have the name of our icon name. So in here, let's just understand it with this example. Now, let's say that you want to increase icon sizes relative to their containers using the, well, we can actually use FA minus LG, which will actually increase it 33%, and then it can increase it. FA minus 2 will actually increase it two times. So in here you can see that let's say that we have an icon. So by using FA minus LG, it can increase it that much time, and then FA minus 2x will increase it two times, and FA minus 3x will increase it three times, and FA minus 4x will increase it four times, and then this one will increase it five times. So just remember that first of all, we need to use the CSS prefix FA and then the name of our prefix. So what we are going to do, we are actually going to be using FA minus 2x because what we want is that we want to increase icon sizes relative to their containers. So let's just first of all code, and then you will actually understand it more. Okay, so now for these buttons, I'm actually going to do it. So right here, basically inside this div, I'm going to create an icon. Yeah, an icon. And I'm going to give it a class name of, so class name. And now in here, I'm going to first of all use the CSS prefix FA and then the name of it. So it will be FA minus step because it is going to
move in the backward direction. So step minus backward. So step minus backward, and then we are going to use the name of it. So fa minus 2x. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that, oops, fa minus, it is actually 2x. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to copy this name, copy this whole thing. So copy, and I'll just use it right here and then right here as well. So now since this is the play pause track, so play circle. So right here, fa minus play circle. Okay, and so it will be 2 times as well. Well, it should not be 2 times. It should be pretty much larger, because in here you can see that inside this finished version, you can see that this thing is pretty much bigger than these two buttons. So that is why we are actually increasing it 5 times rather than 2 times to their containers, obviously. And then this one step forward instead of backward, so forward, and we can increase it 2 times because the size of basically this button and this button is the same, is exactly the same, while this one is actually bigger. So for this one, we're actually saying it should be fa minus fx, which is one of the basically term icon name for that font awesome actually provide us. And then this one will be fa minus 2x, and then this one will be fa minus 2x. Okay, yeah, that's all we need to do for this button inside this HTML file. And now we can actually go on to the designing part inside our CSS. So right in here, first of all, I will actually access this class buttons in which we have all these buttons. So right in here, what I will do is that I will first of all access it. So obviously we can access classes with their names with this dot element. So make sure it is buttons. Yeah, it is buttons. Okay, let's just first of all save it. Okay, so first of all, I will just say that it's display. Oops, not like this. Okay, its display will be flex. So its display will be flex, and then I'll just say that this time the flex direction will not be along column, it should be along rows. So yeah, rows. Okay, and this time I want to align items as well, just like other things. So align items, and this time it will be centered. And now I'm just going to basically do some CSS for these buttons as well. So what I'm going to do is that actually the basically the CSS for all these buttons will be the same, so I can access all these buttons at the same time. So first of all, I will just accept my first button, which is play pause. So play pause, play pause track, and then my second one. So actually, it will actually change once I just hover over it, and then my previous track. So previous track, and again, it will just do something depending on what would be good inside our CSS once I hover over it. And then the next one will be my last button, which I named as, which I give it a class name of next track. So it will be hover as well. Okay. So now let's just come inside, and what I'm going to do is that I will just increase its opacity once I hover over it. So I will just say that my opacity should increase 1/0 once I hover over it. I hope it is making sense. And not only for that, I'm going to do it basically not only for the hover part, but without hover part as well. Yeah, so actually now what you simply need to do is then actually remove this hover thing from here. Make sure there is comma, and then this thing here as well, and then this thing here as well. Okay, so now first of all, I'm going to give it some padding as well. So padding will be 25 pixels, and then my opacity. So opacity should be 0.8. It is 0.8. And then I'm going to increase the transition. So and now
transition, and then opacity. So opacity and then minus, sorry, it's 0.2 second. And now what it's actually doing is that it can basically smoothen transition the opacity. Okay, so I'm giving you some padding, and yeah, that's all we need to do for CSS as well. And now if you just execute this thing basically right here, you will just see basically all these three buttons placed nicely next to each other in a pretty awesome, decent way. So actually we have used font awesome to increase their sizes relative to their containers so that it does not look messy. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. In the next video, we can actually basically move on basically this thing, this slider, and then this volume slider as well. So we're gonna do it in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Okay guys, now in this video we will start working on this slider and then this volume slider. So let's just get started. So open your VS Code, and now outside this button class, I'm going to create basically a div, and I'm going to give it a name of, so class name will be slider underscore, slider underscore container. And then inside basically this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create another div. So div, and this time I'm going to name it as, so I'm going to give it a class name of current time. So current time, and initially the current time will be 00 colon 00. Now, of course, we're going to be changing these values in JavaScript once we're actually playing our music. Okay, so now we are actually going to create an input field. So right here, I will just say that my input field, and the type of it will be basically, it will be a range, and then throw this range, because in here you can just see that we have basically this range, which is actually starting from 00, and then it is going up to 3 minutes and 14 seconds. So that is why we are actually putting its value equal to range. And then the minimum length of it will be, so we're actually giving it a range. So min will be equal to 1, and then the max value will be equal to 100. So max will be 100. And then initially we're going to set its value equal to 0. So right here, we're going to set its value equal to 0. And then we can actually give it a class name as well. So just type here class, and we're going to give it a class name of, let's say, seek. It should be seek, and then underscore slider. So seek slider, and yeah, that's all we need to do for our input field. And now let's just come out of this input field, and now I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give it a class name of, so class name will be this time total duration. So total underscore duration, and the total duration, so initially we're going to set its value equal to 00 colon 00. But of course, again, we're going to be changing it in JavaScript once actually we are actually playing our music. So depending upon the total duration of the music, that is actually going to be that value that we are going to put inside the step that we just named as, we have actually assigned it a class name of total duration. Now that's all for the slider container. And now in here, I'm going to create basically a div for my volume. So right in here, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give it a class of, so in here, I'm going to give it a class name of slider underscore container. Okay, and now in here, I'm actually going to create basically this tag, and then I'm going to give it a class name of, so class, and again I'm going to use basically font awesome. So just type here FA, which is one of the CSS prefix that I've already explained in the previous video, and then this time it will be FA minus volume down. So volume down. Okay, so volume down, and now in here, again, I'm going to create an input field. So input, and the type of it again will be equal to range, because again, we're going to be actually setting, because it will have some value starting from some value up to some maximum value. So that is why initially its value will be equal to, so that is why we are actually setting our type equal to range. and then the minimum length of it will be, let me just get rid of this thing. The minimum of it will be actually start from 1, not this thing, it should be, it is actually 1, and then the max of it will be 100. So, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set its value initially to 19, and again we're going to be changing its value depending upon what the user has inputted. And that is why actually we are using this input field, because in this finished version you can just see that we are actually, the user is actually giving some input, and you can just see that it is actually changing its value depending upon the user input. So that is why actually we are using this input field right here. Okay, and now I'm going to give it a class name as well. So class name will be volume, oops, not like this, volume slider. Okay, and then I'm going to create basically another basically the stack, and this time I'm going to just say that class name of fa minus basically this time it will be volume up. So volume up. Okay, and now this div is closed, and then this div is closed as well. And yeah, that's all we need to do for HTML, and that's it. Yeah. And now let's just move on to CSS to just basically style basically this div. Actually, we have wrap basically both of these all of these things. So now let's just go to the CSS part and then style both of these sliders. Okay, so here we have the CSS, and now let me just scroll it down to make sure everything is visible. Okay, and now right in here, I'm going to first of all access the seek slider class. So right in here, I will just say that dot seek underscore slider, and then I'm actually going to access the volume slider as well. So volume underscore slider. Okay, and now we'll have yeah. So in here, well, let me just first of all type. So it would be WebKit minus, oops, like this, appearance. So WebKit appearance, initially you can set its value equal to none. And we're actually using this WebKit's appearance equal to none. Well, this one is actually for, actually, if we want to change the appearance of HTML elements. And this one is actually for WebKit appearance is actually for Chrome and then Apple Safari. So by setting its value equal to none, we actually want our music player to appear exactly the same in all browsers. So that is why for any kind of appearance for Chrome and then Apple Safari, we are setting its value equal to none. And then similarly, we're going to do it for Mozilla browser as well. So Mozilla, it's not an animation, it should be appearance. So Mozilla appearance, and we're going to set its value equal to none as well. And then we're going to set its value equal to none as well. Okay, now let's just say that my height will be 5 pixels. 4 pixels will not be enough, so 5 pixels. And then my background, so my background will be um, black. So it should be black. And the opacity of it will be 0.7. That's enough. And well, let me just first of all have some other properties as well. And it should be WebKit appearance. So minus WebKit minus appearance. Okay, so again, we will just say that it should be minus 0.2 second, and then I'm gonna say that my transition. So transition will have opacity. So opacity, and we're gonna just set, we can change this opacity with the space. Okay, so now that's enough for this thing, and now let's just access another class, and I need to see what I just named it. So it is seek slider, and then okay, so it is seek slider, and then we have this volume slider. So now let's just access it right here. So right in here, I'll access it. So it is seek slider, and then what I'm going to do is that it should be two colons. Oof, we can just do it. So two colons, and then we're gonna just say that webkit minus it is minus slider thumb. And actually, we are actually want to modify the appearance of the slider thumb, and then similarly, we're gonna do it for volume slider as well. So dot volume slider, and then we're gonna do it the same as well. So it will be minus webkit. So webkit minus slider thumb. And now let's just come inside. And now right in here, I'm going to first of all do it the same. So let me just copy instead of just typing. So actually, I want to copy both of these things. So let's just copy and then let's paste it right here. And let me scroll it down, make sure everything is visible to you. Okay, so now I'm going to set appearance as well. So appearance will be none as well. And then my width will be my width will be 15 pixels with 15 pixels, and then my height will not be like this. My height will be 15 pixels as well. So 15 pixels, and make sure that you have this semicolon right here. And so then my background will be white. So my background will be white, and then my cursor should be a pointer, and then my border radius. So my border radius will be, well, let's just say it will be 15%. Okay. So now let's just basically have once again let's just access this six slider, but this time we're gonna just say that what if we just hover over it? So hover, and then we're gonna do it for the volume slider as well. So volume slider, and then we're gonna do it hover. So now let us come inside. So what's just gonna happen to the appearance of the seek slider and then the volume slider once we actually hover the cursor over it? Okay, so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna first of all change the opacity of it. So opacity, and this time it will be 1.0. Okay, so now right in here, well, actually I want to have a different width for my seek slider and volume slider, because in here you can just say that the width of the seek slider is actually bigger than the volume slider. And this is what I have done in the finished version of this app, and this is what I'm going to do it right here as well. So let's just do it. So actually I have to access it separately. So seek slider, and in here I'm going to only change the width. So its width will be 60%. So its width will be not 50%, it should be 60%. So 60%, and then my volume slider, first of all, let me scroll it down. Okay, so my volume slider, its width will be, well, it should be 40% or 30%. I think it will be 80% because that way it will look more much better, much better. Okay, so volume slider, and then I'm gonna say that my runtime class, is this what I named it? Let me just see. Okay, so yeah, current time, and then the other one is the total duration. Okay, so now let's just access it. So current time, and so current time, and then the next one is my total duration. So total, oops, I have trouble typing with my new laptop. So total duration, and then okay, first of all set the padding. So padding will be 10 pixels, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually basically access the volume down and volume up class, basically these tags that I named as FA volume down and FA volume up. Okay, so let's just first of all access it. Okay, so right in here, just type I dot FA minus um, volume down. So volume down. Oops, not like this. Volume down, and then we can access the volume up class as well. So FA
minus volume up. Okay, and we're gonna only set its padding. So padding will be 10 pixels. Okay, and now we're gonna basically do it for the play circle, and then the yeah, I think I just remember the names. So I dot fa play circle fa minus play minus a circle. Make sure that you just didn't write equal. It is actually minus thing. So this thing, and then I dot fa minus circle, and then I dot fa minus step forward, and then I minus I dot fa minus backward. So yeah, now let's just come inside, and we're gonna just say that its cursor is going to be only pointer. And I think there is no need of further CSS. I think that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. And now let's just basically save this and just refresh our browser in this unfinished thing. But you can just see that it is not appearing really good. And now let's just see what's the problem. So open your VS Code and then just see what's wrong. So first of all, I'm going to check this HTML file. Okay, so I have this class, and well, actually, what I want to do is that I'm going to create basically. So let's just give it. Okay, so now in here, outside basically this slider container, I'm going to create this div instead of just wrapping it inside the slider container, because that way it's just not going to look much better, because that way it's just going to look basically I'm actually wrapping basically this container inside this container, and this will actually make it look messy. Okay, so now let's just refresh it and just see if we are just seeing any changes. Okay, so again we are just seeing no changes at all, means that there is something wrong as well. So, okay, so we have, then just look into the CSS file. Okay, so we have the seek slider and then the volume slider. And then, well, actually, did I just have done the CSS part of this class, the slider container? Okay, I think that I have done it for the seek slider and volume slider, but I haven't done the CSS part of this slider container. Because actually with the slider container, I'm gonna just tell how its child elements are going to look like. So let's just do it. So right here, I'm gonna do its CSS. So first of all, it will be uh, slider underscore container. And then in here, first of all, I'm going to set its weight to 75%, and then its max weight will be 400 pixels, and then its display will be flex. Just say that justify content center, and then align items center as well. And actually, we are actually aligning the flex item at the center of the container. And this is what I'm doing. Simple as that. And now, hopefully, this should now look pretty much fine. And we just refresh it, and now you can just see that it is looking now pretty much okay. So you can see that we have set its initial value to 0 basically of this slider. So that is why it is at the 0th position. While for this volume slider, I have set its initial position to 99 instead of 100 or 0. So in here, you can see that right here in this input field for this volume slider, you can see that I have set its value, input value equal to 99. And let me just explain one last time, like what is the purpose of this input field? Why I'm using this input tag? Well, this is because the user will be inputting the volume. It is up to the user what volume he set. So we actually input the volume value. So that is why we are actually using this input tag. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this HTML and CSS part. Now in the next video, we will start working on JavaScript, on basically the logic part of this application. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time.
Alright guys, now in this video we will start working on JavaScript part of this application. So let's just get started. Okay, so first of all, what we're gonna do in this JavaScript file. So first of all, let me just open it. Now in this JavaScript file, first of all, I need to select all these elements. So first of all, like for example, this player class and then this detail and then all the classes that we have made in this HTML. So actually we do not need this CSS file anymore. So we can just quit it. And now in this logic .js file, first of all, we can access all these elements. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to create a variable, and actually I'm going to create a variable for by accessing first of all the classes. What I'm going to do is that I will just store it in some variable. So the first variable I will just make is now playing, and I'm going to just say that my document dot query selector. And actually, let's just do it like this. And actually, we have to select since lots and lots of elements. So I'm going to actually copy it. And now, first of all, I'm going to basically access this class now underscore is not underscore, it is minus. Okay. So now playing, and now I'm going to create another variable, and I'm going to just name it as track art. So I'm going to set its value equal to basically the thing that I've copied. So query selector, and this time I'm going to access a class which I named as track art. Okay. So why is it giving me this error? Okay. So actually we are using JavaScript, not HTML, so it should be underscore. Okay. So now let's just create another variable, and let's just name it as track underscore name. And again, we can set this value equal to document.query selector. And this is actually the command that we are using in JavaScript to select these elements that we have in HTML. So now the next item that we will select, since we're accessing a class, so we can access it using this dot. And this time it will be track name, and this is what we named it. Okay, and now let's just basically create another variable, and this time we're gonna just name it as track artist, and we're gonna set its value equal to document dot query selected, and this time we're gonna access a class. So make sure that you just put this dot here before accessing the class name. So track, and this time we're gonna access track artist. Okay, and actually, it would be much better if you just put these semicolons as well. So semicolon, semicolon, and then semicolon. Okay, now in here, we are going to access all our buttons. So our first button, well, in here, you can just create another variable of your choice, but I'm gonna just name it as my first button as play pause button. And I'm gonna set its value equal to again the same thing. Oops, not like this. Okay, so control V, and now I'm gonna set its value equal to, I'm gonna basically access a class named play pause track. So play pause track, and then I'm going to have create another variable in which I will just store my next track button. So I'm gonna just name it as next button, and I'm gonna set its value equal to this thing. So query selected, and this time I'm going to access basically this class which I named as next uh, minus track. Okay, and then the next button that I'm going to access my previous button. So I'll just name it as previous button, and I'm going to set its value equal to this thing, and then I'm going to access my button which I named the class name of previous track. Okay, so now we have accessed all the buttons, and now let's just access our sliders. So the first one is my seek slider. So that is why we'll just name it as seek slider, and I'm going to set its value equal to basically the same thing, document.query selected. And then what I'm going to do is that basically I've named it as dot seek underscore slider. Okay, and now let's create another variable. And this time I'm going to access my volume slider. So volume underscore slider. And I'm going to set its value equal to this thing. And then this semicolon. And then this dot. I just named it as volume slider. So volume, oops, volume slider. And then going to create another class, or basically another variable, and this time it will be current time, and I'm going to set its value equal to this thing, and then um basically I just named it as current time. So current time, and then let the total duration. So total duration will be equal to class name, which I named as dot total underscore, I think it is, yeah, dot duration. So duration. Okay, so now since we have accessed all these sliders, all the buttons, and then all these playing, and then track art, track name, and track artist as well. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create first of all a couple of variables in this video as well. And the first variable I will just named as track uh, index. So my track index initially will be equal to 0. Okay, so now this is actually like my first song or my first item in our playlist or in our song list will be at index number 0. My second song will be at index number 1, and my third song will be at index number 2. So initially, I'm going to set its value equal to 0 because I'm actually pointing towards the first song. Okay, and now let's just create another variable is uh, playing equal to false. Initially, since the music will not be played once we actually run our application, so that is why we are setting its value equal to false. And then I'm going to create another variable, update timer. So obviously our timer will be updating as our application will be running as the song is being played. So that is what we actually need to create this variable, and initially we will just assign it no value. So let's just leave it like as it is. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to basically create a new element. Okay, so create a new audio, create new audio. Oops, I have really trouble typing on my new laptop. So create new element. Okay, so create new. So actually now I'm going to create a new audio element. So let me just scroll it down, and let's just say that, oops, not like this. So it will be let my current underscore track, it's going to be equal to document. And now in order to create new elements using the document, we actually use this property called create element. And now what element we're going to create? We actually want to create an audio element. So that is why we will just set its value. We will just set it to audio. Okay. Now let's just say that I will have 3 songs in the list. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create an array of objects, and actually instead of just typing it, I have it in my notepad. So let me just first of all copy and then paste it right here, and then I will just expand. So copy and paste, and let me now just save it, and now let's just see what we have. So you can see that we have basically an array in which we have basically two, two, and then 3 objects. Okay, so the name of my first song will be Night Owl, and then the artist name is broke for free, and then the image that it's actually using is actually coming from this thing. So you can just access these images. I will just actually attach the notepad file, or the link of it will be available in this notepad, or you can actually download the entire code, and then the link will be available in these codes as well. And then the path of it is actually right here. So again, I'm just going to give you this link as well. So basically this one is your song number 1, whose name is this one, artist name is this one, and then the image is actually this one. So in here, you're going to see that in the finished version, the first song has this image, while the second song has this image, and then the third song actually has this image. So actually, every song has different images. So that is why here we have basically different images. Okay, and then the name of my second song will be this one, and the artist name will be tours, and then images, and then path. And then similarly, my third song name will be shipping lanes, and then the artist name is this one, and then the images, and then path. Okay, so yeah, this is all we need to do for this video. In the next video, we will actually create functions in JavaScript, and then we're just going to make this application dynamic. So thank you for watching. I will see you guys next time. Okay, now in this finished version of this application, you can just see that the background image, the background color of this application is at the moment it is light blue. But if just refresh it, it's now changed to some different color. And I've just refresh it again, it's now changed to green. And I've just refresh it again, it's now again changed to some different color. So as many times as you refresh it, is actually displaying some kind of random color. So for application, what we want is that we want a random background color for our application. This is what we're going to do in this video as well. Using JavaScript, we're going to generate a random background color for this entire HTML document. So let's do it. So right in here in this logic.js file, I'm going to create a function which gonna do this in this job. So right in here, I'm just going to create a function, and I will just name this function as a background random background color, and it takes this no argument, and it just gonna come inside. Okay, now in here, first of all, let me just add a comment, and I will just say that get a number between 64 to 256, because what we want is that we want to get lighter colors. So let me just add this comment and just say that for getting lighter colors. So for getting, oops, we can just type lighter colors. Okay, so for lighter colors, we want a number between 64 to 256. And for this, we're going to be using built-in function in JavaScript called random, which is actually inside the math library. So let's just first of all see what this built-in function random is. So for this, I actually have created this new file, test.js, where we can actually see what is going to be the output of this random function that we have actually used inside the math library in JavaScript. Okay, so so first of all, let me just save this thing, and then since we are actually using console.log, so we should be able to see this output on inside this terminal. So now right in here, node.test1.js, and now you can see that this time it actually has provided the value of 0.7. Okay, so basically this random function actually generates a value somewhere in between 0, which is actually inclusive, to 1, and then this 1 is not included. So this one is actually exclusive, and then this 0 is actually included. So it's gonna basically generate a random value somewhere in between 0 to 1. So 0 is actually inclusive, and then 1 is exclusive. So now let me just again run it. So previously it just showed this value of 0.76, and now let's just run it again, and let's just see what value this time it will give. So this time it has given a value of 0.02. Okay, so what if just use this random function with the floor function, which is actually one of the most common function in the math library. So first of all, let's just say that we want to generate a color, and let's just name it as red. And let's just say that we want to use this math function, basically this random function with this floor function that again we have inside the math library in JavaScript. Okay, now in here, what I'm going to do is that I will just say that math.random, and basically I need to use this math.random. And now if I just multiply this value, whatever value it will actually give, so math.random will actually give, let's say, 0.07, and then I'm going to multiply it with 256, and then I need to add 64 because we need a color. Basically we need a value. Basically we want to get a number somewhere in between 64 to 256. So that is why we are adding this number 64. So what we're going to do is that first of all it's going to basically multiply this value, whatever value, random value it will generate using this random function with 256, and then it's gonna basically look for the floor part, and then it's gonna add it to 64. And that way we will have a random value for this variable red. Okay, so now if you just console this variable red, and now let me just first of all save, and now let's just basically execute this code. So this time it has generated a value of 256, but if you just run it again it has generated a value of 223, and if you just run it again, this time it has generated a value of 134. So what it's going to do is that it will actually generate a random value in between 64 to 256. Okay, so I hope that this thing right here is pretty much clear. Okay, so if it is, now let's just move forward to this function random background color, and we want to get a number between 64 to 256, just like we have got right here. Okay, so first of all, let me just copy this line of code that I've written right here. So copy, and I'll just paste it right here. So right here, and now we will just do it for other colors as well. So let's just do it this time for green, equal to math dot floor, math.floor, and math dot random, the random function, and then again I'm going to multiply it with 256, and then I'm going to add 64 because we want a number between 64 to 56. That way we are multiplying it with 256 and then adding this value using this, and then we are using this random function in the math module, in the math library as well, the math library. Okay, and then we are just let's just do it for blue color as well. So blue equal to math dot floor, and then math dot random, and then we're going to multiply it with 56, and then we are going to add 64 to it as well, plus 64. Okay, so now since we have, okay, so make sure it is 64, not 54. Okay, 64. Okay, now what we're going to do is that basically we now have basically these three values in these variables, red, green, and blue. Now we're going to basically construct a color which is obviously going to be random within basically with these three values that we actually have stored in these variables, red, green, and blue. So let's do it. So now my background color is going to be a color that will be made from these three random values. So first of all, let me just minimize. Okay, now right in here, my background color. So I will just name this variable as bg color, and I'm going to set its value equal to basically my RGB value. So first of all, I will just say that my RGB value, my RGB, and then it's going to be made up of first of all my red color, so red, and then my basically first of all I will now have some comma right here. So I will explain why I need to have, basically I'm just doing this thing. So first of all I will now have this comma, and then I will have green color, green, and then again I will have comma, and then I will have blue color as well. Oops, 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 not like this. Okay, and then now I will have this blue color as well, so blue, and then it will actually get combined with this closing brackets. And here we have this opening bracket, and now we will have this closing bracket. Okay, and yeah, then I'll just make this semicolon right here, and then semicolon here, semicolon here, oops, 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 semicolon here, and then semicolon here. Okay, so background color, and then now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set the background to that color. So first of all, let me just add a command, set the background to that color, which is actually this color. So right in here, I will just say that document, and since we're just talking about the entire body, so document dot style dot background. So document style dot background is gonna be equal to this background color. So basically what I'm just doing is that I'm actually just taking the RGB value of red, green, and blue, and then whatever value that it just provide, I'm actually using it in the background. Now, I'm going to basically show you this background, this random background color once we actually load some kind of track that we have inside the array that we have made in the previous video. So once we actually load these songs or tracks from this track list, then we're gonna be basically able to see this random background image, and then we can actually call this function to have this random background color. Okay, so now let's just save it. And now the final thing for this video that I will do is that I will just have basically this HTML file should know about this JavaScript file. So right in here, after this body tag, I'm going to create a script tag, which is actually a JavaScript tag. So script tag, so let's just do it like script, and then the source of it will be equal to basically this file logic.js. So logic.js. Okay, yeah, that's all we need to do. So the next video, we will actually work on loading our track so that we can actually play it. So thank you for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, in this video we're going to be loading tracks or songs from this track list or song list. So for this we're going to be creating a function, and I'm going to be creating this function right here which will actually load the track that we want to load. So function, I will just name this function as load track, and then only argument we need to pass is basically the track index or basically the song index that we want to load. So for this we actually have created a variable, and we just name this variable as track index, and initially we have initialized it a value of 0, because in here you can just see that in the finished version of the application, if you just refresh it, you can just see that by default, it actually loaded my first song. So that is why, since our first song is at index number 0, so that is why we have initialized it a value of 0. And now in here, we're actually passing basically that track index, which will actually load that song. Okay, so now let's just come inside this function. And now the first thing that I will do is that I'm going to basically clear out the timer of my previous song, because it may be possible that, let's say, the user is playing some kind of song, and then in the middle of that song, he wants to load a new song or new track. So first of all, we will just make sure that we're going to basically clear out the timer of my previous song so that we can actually get the timer of the new song. So for this, we actually have a built-in function in JavaScript called clear interval. And the only argument it takes is basically the timer that we need to update or we need to clear out. So basically, we will just basically note down our entire timing in this variable update timer, which will actually keep track of the timer of the current song. So what we're going to do is that we actually need to pass a timer in this built-in function update timer. Okay, simple as that. And now once we have it, now we actually want to reset values as well, because it may be possible that the seek of the previous song is somewhere in the middle, and then the volume is also somewhere in the middle. So what we're going to do is that we're going to basically reset its value because we are actually loading a new song or a new track. So for this, we're going to create a function, and we will just name this function as reset values. Again, we haven't created this function yet, but we're going to be creating it in this video later on. Okay, so reset values, and now since I want to load a new song or new track, so basically right here in this variable current track, we will actually store all my current tracks or basically my current song that is being played. So in here we have created this new audio element in which we will store our current song or current track. So now right in here, now I'm going to basically load it. So so current track, and in here we need to give it a path. So we'll just say that current track dot source is just going to be equal to my track list, which is actually my track list in which I have stored all the tracks, and then basically my track index uh, of the song that I want to play. And now in here we have that property inside our track list called path, because we actually want to go to this path. And actually we have this property right here in our track list called path, which will actually go to that path, and then we'll load it. Simple as that. And for that current index. Okay. Now, since we want to load it, so right in here, I will just say that my current track dot, oops, not current track dot load, and it will actually load that current track. Okay, so now I will just basically load all these properties as well. So we have basically the name and then the artist and then the image as well. So we're gonna load it one by one, and on the first thing that we're gonna load is basically this track art. Okay, so this one is, I think, our track art in which we have this image. So first of all, let's just load it. So for this, we actually have a variable that we have right here. So here we have this track art variable in which we are keeping track of our track art. So right in here, I'm going to be saying that my track art. So track art is just going to be equal to track art. Oops, basically we want to load this image. So let's say that track art dot style dot background is just going to be equal to a URL because we are actually referring to a URL. So URL and then this opening round bracket, and then I need to concatenate it with my track list. So track list, and then I'm going to basically point towards that index number that I want to load. So track index, and then since I'm actually pointing towards the property image, and then I need to concatenate it with this closing round bracket. So like this. Okay, so in here we have this opening round bracket, and now in here we have this closing round bracket. Okay, so now on the next line, we're gonna basically load the name of our track. So I will just say that my track name. So I have stored my track name in this variable track name, and now it's just gonna be equal to my text content. It's just gonna be equal to track list, and then the track index. So track index, and this time we want to load the name. So we have this property in our track list called name, in which we will just load our name, the name of the song that we have in the track list. Okay, and now we will just load the track artist as well. So I have it in this variable track artist dot text content. It's just gonna be equal to my track list, and then the track index, obviously. So my track index, oops, my tracks index, and then we actually need to access this property called artist in our track list. Okay, and now I will just say that now playing, which is actually that variable that we have right here. So now playing, if I can see it, yeah. So here we have this variable now playing, and we're gonna basically say that now playing, it's just gonna be equal to basically now playing dot text content is just gonna be equal to in here. What I wanted to do is that I actually want to load basically this text right here. So playing the song that I want to play of the total number of songs. Okay, so right in here, I will just say that playing. If you want to just capitalize it, you can, but I actually want to capitalize it, but it's totally up to you if you just don't want to. Okay, and then what I want to do is basically the track index, and now I need to increase it by 1. And now why do I need to do it? Well, this is because let's say that I want to play my first song, which is at index number 0. So instead of just writing playing 0 of 2, it will not make any sense to the user. For the developer, he may understand that since my first song is at index number 0, so that is why it might be here 0. But for the end user, he will just say that what the hell is the 0? It should be here 1 because I have my first song in my song list. Okay, so that is why in here we will just add it by 1 to make sure that it is actually, so that it actually makes sense to the end user. Okay, so track index, and now I'm going to basically concatenate it with this thing, and I'll just say that of the total number of songs that we have. So I will just say that track list, and then the number of items that we have. So for this, we actually use this built-in property in JavaScript called length. Okay, and now I basically need to update the timer. So previously we have actually cleared out the timer because we are actually loading a new song, and now I want to update my timer depending upon my new song. So I'll just say that my update timer is going to be a built-in function, and I will just explain this built-in function. But first of all, let me just write. And basically, it will first of all see it will first of all we need to pass it a handler, and handler here will be basically a function, and we actually haven't created this function yet. But what this function will do is that it will actually take the job of updating my seek position. So it will just keep the seek at the right position, and then after every 1 second. So this basically this one is actually in millisecond, so 1000 milliseconds actually means 1 second. Okay, now this set interval is actually a built-in function, and what it do is that it actually basically makes sure that it actually take the job of updating things. And now in here, we actually want to update our seek after every 1 second. And this is what this set interval will do is that it will actually update my seek, and we're actually updating the seek with this function called seek update. And we haven't created this function yet, but I'm going to create it in the next video probably. And then we're actually updating it after every 1 second, because in here you can just see that you just play it, you can just see that my seek is updating after every 1 second. You 2 3 and then 4, so it is actually updating after every 1 second. So that is why in here I've just said that I want to update the seek after every 1 second, and this is actually going to be the function that will actually take the job of it. Okay, so it will actually update it and then store that timer in this variable update timer. Okay, and now basically, it may be possible that let's say that my track ends after the song actually ended. So for this, I'll just say that my current track is going to be I basically want to add an event listener. So add event listener. And now in here, I need to pass this property, built-in property in JavaScript called ended. And I will just explain what it is. And this is going to again call a function called next track. Okay, again, we haven't created this function yet, but we're going to create it in the next video. But in here, we're actually adding an event listener. And what this function, this built-in function add event listener will do is that it will just see if, because it may be possible that the song actually reaches at the end position. And now what's going to happen after it reaches the end position? So after the end position, the next song is going to be played. And and this is what it actually is doing. Basically, this ended property actually, this ended event is fired when the playback or streaming has stopped because the end of the media was reached or because no further data is available. So this one is actually a built-in property, and we're adding an add event listener, and basically add event listener is actually waiting for this property. And once this property is met, and this property will be met when the streaming has stopped, or you can say that because the end of the media was reached, and then once the end of the media was reached, then it's gonna call this function next track, which gonna actually load the next track or next song. Again, we haven't created this function yet, but what this function will actually do is that it will actually load the next track. Okay, and next we will actually call this function called random background color, which will actually load some random background color for our HTML document. Okay, now we'll only create one more function in this video, and that is going to be this reset value function. Now, what this reset function value will do is that it will actually reset values. So let me just create this function, and then it will make sense. Okay, so function, and then the name of this function. Let's just come inside this function, and first of all, it will just say that my current time, once the reset function is called, what it will do is that it will first of all reset the current time text content to 0000:00. And the next thing that it will do is that it will actually say that my total duration dot text content is also going to be 00:00. Okay, and now it's gonna basically set the seek slider value to 0 as well. So seek slider dot value will also be set to 0 as well. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do for this video. In the next video, we will just basically create this function on extract and then seek update, and then we're gonna be basically working on basically what's gonna happen if you just click on this button and then all this button. This is what we are going to be doing in the coming videos. So for this video, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Alright guys, in this video, we're going to work on this play pause button, we're going to work on this next track button, and then we're going to work on this previous track button. Now for this play pause button, you can see that we have this pause icon right here. But now if you just click on this button, you can now see that we now have this playing icon right here. And then when you just click on it again you can see that we have this pause icon right here. So first of all, let's just work on this play pause track. So right in here, I will just create a function right here, and I will just name this function as play pause track. And now in here, let's just come inside this function. And first of all, in here, I will just check that if basically this is actually in a playing mode or in a pausing mode. So this is what this function will only do is that first of all in here, I will just check that if not playing, so not is playing, so actually we have created this variable. So right in here, let me just show you this variable. So in here you're going to see that we have this variable is playing, and we have set its value initially equal to false because initially the song will not be played. Okay, so now in here using this not operator, we are actually changing its value to true. So not will actually change its value to. So initially, if it is false, then you're going to convert it into true. And if it is true, then you're going to convert it into false. So initially it was false. So now this not operator will actually convert it into true. So if that's the case, then it's going to basically call a function called play track. Now again, we haven't created this function yet, but we will actually create it in this video. If that's the case, then call this play track function. Else, if that's not the case, then we're going to call this function called pause track. Again, we haven't created this function yet, but let's just create this function on both of these function in this video. Okay, so first of all, let's just create this play track function. So let's just create it right here. But before it, let me just scroll it down to make sure that everything is visible. Okay, now the first function that I will just create is a play track. So this one is right here, and this function will be called if the track that we want to play the track. So right in here, I will just say that current track in which we have our current track. And now since we want to play it, so we need to call this function current.play. Next, we just basically set, we're going to set its value is playing. Initially it was false, and now we will actually convert it into true. Okay, so now it's playing equal to true, and now I'll just say that my play pause button, basically my play pause button, so play pause underscore button, and we actually want to modify its HTML. So for this, we'll just use this HTML attribute. And now I will just be using the font awesome basically with this attribute I. So actually I need to type in because in here I'm just using JavaScript, and I will just name it a class, and I will just name it a class of then I will first of all use this CSS attribute FA, and then I'm going to basically use the name of the font awesome icon. So play pause circle FA minus pause circle. Need to make sure that I don't do any mistakes. So FA minus 5x. And then we have this thing, and then we actually have this thing, and now we actually will have this thing, and then this closing tag right here. Okay, so yeah, and now let's just work on this pause function as well. So function, and in here we just named it as pause track. Okay, now this function will be called when the user click on the pause button. And first of all, since we want to pause it, so I'll just say that my current track, in which we have our current track, and we want to pause it, so we will just use this built-in HTML function, this built-in HTML media function. And then similarly, this one is also a built-in HTML function as well. Okay, so once it is paused, means that we want to first of all convert its value equal to false. So copy and then just paste it right here, and I'll just change it to false. So false, and I think in here it should be in small. Okay, so true false, and now I will just like here, what I will do is that I will just basically, so first of all, so why not just copy each and everything right from here. So copy and then just paste it because I'm lazy, and in here it will be play pause button dot inner HTML, and this time it will be, instead of fa pause, this time it will be fa played, or minus circle, and then fa minus fx minus 5x, and then yeah, that's all we need to do for this play track and pause track function. And now let's just work on the next track function. Now the next track function will be called in two ways. Either the user click on this next track button, or when the end of the media of the current track is being reached. So for example, if this media reaches the end, then it's gonna basically automatically start playing the next track. So in these two ways, the next track function is going to be called. And in here, if you remember in the previous video, in here we actually have added event listener, and that event listener is actually ended, and this ended actually points when the end of the media is being reached, then you can basically call this a next track function. So this is what this function will actually do, is that it will actually load the next track that we have in the list. So function and then next track, and now let us come inside this function. And first of all, we will just check what is the track index. So let me just first of all type, and then only you will understand, and then you will understand. So my track index, if it is less than my the total songs or total tracks that we have in the track list. So track list dot length, then we obviously need to minus it with one. Then what you're gonna do is that it's gonna basically right in here, what you're going to do is that, oops, why not we have these brackets right here to make sure that everything makes sense for you. Okay, so if that is the case, then we're going to basically need update the track index because we want to move the next song to the next index number that we have in the track list. So plus equal to 1. Okay, and next, what we will do is that if that's not the case, then you're going to basically come inside the else part, and then in the else part, we will just add the track index equal to 0. Okay, so first of all, in here, I'm just checking my track index, and obviously the track index is basically the current index of the song that is actually playing. If that is actually less than the total length that we have inside our track list minus one, because we're actually minusing one because we have two songs, and if let's say that my second song is being played, then this value will actually get, so this condition will actually then not work. So if that's the case, if that condition is true, if my track index is actually less than the total number of songs that we have in the track list, then we want to increase the track index to 1. But let's say if song number 2 is being played, so in here, let's say that the song number 2, actually it is actually song number 3, but for the track index of it is 2. So if this one is played, and now just click on this next track button, then it's gonna basically load the first song, which is at index number 0. So in here, this condition, what it's actually doing is that if it is less than the total number of songs that's in the track list, if that's not the case, then we actually want to load the first song, and that is why we are actually setting the track index equal to 0 in the else part. I hope it is making sense, and let me just pause if it is being played. Okay, so now this is what this next track function will do, and else, and then finally in here we'll actually load that track. So load track, And then obviously we need to pass the index number. So in here we have actually increased it, and then in here we have set its value equal to 0. So now we actually need to pass that index number that we have updated to this load track function, so that so that it can actually load the new track. And this is what actually this function is for, that we have created previously. Okay, so load track with that index number, and then finally we will actually play that track as well. So play track. Okay, so we already have created this play track function right here. And what this function will do is, is that it will actually play that current track. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. And for that next track function, and now the final function that we will work in this video is going to be my previous track function, because it may be possible that after this song, so let's say that we have song number 2 that is being played, and now let's just click on this button. It's just going to go to the previous song. So now in here, what I will do is that I will just create a function for this. So function, and then I'll just name this function as previous track. And this function will be called when the user click on the previous track button. Okay, so now inside this function, first of all, again, I will just check that if my track index is actually greater than 0. So if my track index is actually greater than 0, then what you're gonna do is that you're gonna first of, because we are actually now moving in the backward direction, so that is why in here we actually need to minus the track index by 1. So a track index minus equal to 1. That's not the case. Then what we're gonna do is that my track index, my track index is going to be the basically the last song that we have in the track list. So track index dot list. Okay, so it is not track index, it is actually track list. Track list dot length. Okay, so if my track index is actually greater than 0, then only then it can actually move to the previous song. But if that's not the case, then my track index is going to be the last song that we have in the track list. So length actually basically points towards the total number of items that we have in the list. And basically this, what it will do is that it will actually take that last index, and then we'll store it in this variable load basically track index. And now obviously we need to load that track with that current index depending upon depending upon the track index. Okay, so now I'll just simply load that track. So load track with that index number. So track index, and then finally I will just basically call this play track function as well, so that it can actually play that track as well. So yeah, that's all we need to do for this video. Now in the next video we will actually work on our basically seek, and then there's volume seek as well. So and then in the next video we will actually play our application as well. So now thank you for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, in this video we will be setting up two sliders that control the seek slider and then the volume slider. So here we have this seek slider, and then here we have this volume slider. Okay, so now just open your VS Code, and now in here, first of all, I'm going to create a function, and I will just name this function as seek2, and it takes no argument, and I just come inside this function. And first of all, what I'm going to do is that I will actually calculate the seek position by the percentage of the seek slider and get the relative duration to the track. Now, if it is not making any sense, well, it will. But first of all, let me just code. So I'm going to create a variable seek2, and then what I'm just doing is that I'll just say that my current track, and then I'll just use this built-in property duration. Now, what actually this duration property is, well, it can return duration in seconds of the current media source, or in case or in our case, it's going to return the duration in second of our current track or of our current song. Simple as that. And then actually what I'm going to do is that I will just multiply it with my seek slider value. So seek slider, and then what value we have for the seek slider at the moment, and then I'm going to divide it by 100. And the reason I want to divide it by 100 is because in this bracket, I want to get the seek slider value somewhere in between 0 to 1. So let's say that the value of seek slider is 45, then in here 45 divided by 100 is going to be 0.4, and then let's say its value will be, let's say, 10. So 10 divided by 100 will be 0.1. So by dividing it by 100 we are actually getting its value somewhere in between 0 to 1 depending upon the seek slider position, and then we are actually multiplying it with the current track duration, and again we are actually multiplying it with the duration in seconds of the current media resource or the current song. Okay, so now hope it is making sense. And now in here, what I'm going to do is that I'm just say that my current track dot my current time. So current track dot current time. So current time, and then it's just going to be equal to this variable seek room. So basically this variable seek room. Okay, so now this one is for our seek slider, and now let's just do it for our volume slider as well. So in here I will just create another function and I will just name this as volume. Actually I'm going to name it as set volume. So if you just type it, so set volume, and now just take no argument, and now it's gonna come inside this function. And for the volume, we're gonna set the volume according to the percentage of the volume slider set. So let me just code, and then you will understand. So current track dot again we are using this built-in property volume, and then I will just set its value equal to uh, volume slider. So again, we are getting the value of the volume slider. So volume slider dot value, and then again, I'm going to divide it by 100 because I want to get the volume slider value somewhere between 0 to 1 as well. And now what I'm doing right here is that I'm actually setting the volume according to the percentage of the volume slider set. Okay, so now the final function that we need to work on is basically my seek update, because we need to basically keep track of our seek slider. So right in here, I will just name this function as seek update, and now inside this function, I'm gonna basically check if the first of all, I'm gonna check if the current track duration is a legible number or not, and then I'm gonna basically calculate the time left and then the total duration, and then finally, I'm going to add zeros to the single digit time values. So this is what we are going to do inside this function. So first of all, this function, the first thing I will do right here is that I will basically create a variable, and I will just name this variable as seek position. And initially, I'm going to set its value equal to 0. Okay, now the next thing, oh, well, let me just first of all add a command, because in here in this function, we are going to do 3 jobs. And our first job is to check if the current track duration is a legal, or we can just call it as a legible number or not. So for this, we're going to use this if statement. And I will just say that if uh, not, if it is not a number, if it is not a number, and what it is, so basically, if my current track dot duration is somehow not a number, then what it's gonna do? So what it's gonna do is that it's gonna come inside this if block, and then in here we'll just say that my seek position, which is actually this variable that I've created right here. So my seek position is going to be my current track dot current time, my current time, and then I'm just gonna multiply it by 100 divided by my current track. So current track dot duration dot duration. Oops, just type my current time dot duration. So if that is not a number, then what we're actually doing is that we are first of all getting the current time of our current track, and then we are actually getting the current track duration, and then we are actually dividing 100 by actually this value. And then we are storing it in this variable seek position. Okay, So now in here, the next thing I will just do is that I will just first of all get the volume or volume value property. So seek slider dot my value is now going to be basically this variable seek position. So seek position. Okay, and this is only when this condition is actually met. Okay, so now in here, the next thing that this function will do is that first of all, let me just scroll it down and let me add a comment right here, and that the next job this function will do is that it will calculate the time left and the total duration. So calculate the time lapse and the total duration. Okay, so now first of all, I'm just going to create a variable and I'll just name it as current minutes. So current underscore, well, I just name it like current minutes. And then I will just say that math dot floor. And then what I'm going to do is that first of all, I will just say that my current track dot my current time. So my current time. And since we want to get current minutes, so that is why I need to divide it by, oops, not 100. I need to divide it by 60, not 50, should be 60 because we are actually getting the current minutes. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do is that I will just create another variable and this time I'll just name it as current seconds. And just remember that in here we're actually calculating the time left and then the total duration. So first of all, we're actually calculating the time left in minutes and seconds, and then we're going to basically calculate the total duration. So math dot floor, and then my current track dot current time minus basically my current minutes, my current. So these are some of the very, very basic calculations. So that is why there is no need to explain a lot. And then I need to multiply it by 60 because 1 minute contain 60 seconds. So what I'm doing is that I'm actually I'm just basically subtracting current time from current minutes, and actually so I need to multiply it by 60 because 1 minute contain 60 seconds. Okay, the next thing I will do is that basically I will just do it for duration minutes and duration seconds as well. So again, I will just create two variable here as well. So I will just my first variable will be duration minutes, and I will just do the same. So math dot floor, and it is going to be equal to my current track dot duration. And you know what this duration property actually is? It's actually a built-in property. I've already explained it in this video. And we need to divide it by 60, just like we were dividing it by 60 here. And the next thing I will just do is that I will just say that my duration seconds, so duration seconds is going to be math dot floor and then my current track dot duration. So current track dot my current track dot duration, and then actually I need to subtract my minutes. So current duration minutes, and obviously I need to multiply it by 16. Okay, so this is what we are doing here in these 4 lines of code, is that we are actually calculating the time left in these 2 lines of code. And then in here, we're like actually calculating the total duration here. So in both of these four lines of code, we are actually calculating the time left and then the total duration. Simple as that. Okay, now the next thing this function will do is that, well, it may be possible that we have single digit time values, like for example, those values that are in between 0 to 9. So what we're going to do is that we will just add 0 before them. So for example, if value is 9, then what we're going to do is that we will just add the 0 as well. So that it can actually look more decent. So now right in here, I will just add a comment and just say that adding 0 to the single digit time values. Okay, so now in here, first of all, I will just check if my seconds and minutes are actually less than 10 or not. If they are less than 10, then we're going to actually add 0 before it. So first of all, in here, I'll just check that if my current seconds, so my current seconds are actually less than 10, we are actually less than 10, then what we're going to do is then we're going to come inside this body, and in here what we'll just do is that I will just say that my current seconds are now equal to, first of all, this 0 and then my current seconds. So I'm actually concatenating it, concatenating 0 with my current seconds. So here we have. Okay, now the next thing we'll just do it for duration seconds as well. So I'll just say that if duration seconds is actually less than 10, then what I'm going to do is that I will just again add a 0 before it. So I will just say that my duration seconds is just going to be equal to 0 plus duration seconds plus duration seconds. Okay, and well, it should be this bracket. Okay, this bracket, and then here we have this bracket. Okay, next I'm gonna check it for minutes as well. So I'll just say that my current minutes are actually less than 10. Then what I'm gonna do is that I will just say that my current minutes this time will be equal to, just concatenate this 0 with my current minutes value. Okay, now similarly, we'll just do it for duration minutes as well. So if my duration minutes are actually less than 10, then what I'm going to do is that I'll just do the same thing. So it is duration seconds. Okay, so duration minutes actually. And then I'll just concatenate 0 here with it as well. So 0 plus duration minutes. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. So now we have actually calculated the time left and then the total duration, and then we are adding zeros to the single digit time values. And now finally, we will actually display the updated duration. So now the last thing, what we're going to do is that we will basically, display the updated duration. Okay, so simply I will just say that my current time. So my current time dot text content, because we want to add it now. So, and I'll just say that my current minutes. First of all, we'll just display minutes and then we will display seconds. So what I'm going to do is that actually again concatenate, and then I'll just put this colon right here because minutes and seconds will be separated with this colon. And then I will just concatenate seconds with it. So current seconds. Okay, now similarly, we will just do it for the duration as well. So I'll just say that my total duration dot text content is just going to be equal to my duration minutes and then plus, and then obviously we will have this colon here as well, which will separate minutes and seconds. And in here, we need to put this plus symbol for concatenation, and there it will be duration seconds. Okay, so yeah, I think that's all we need to do for this application. I think we are done with the coding part, and now it's actually time to run this entire application, and let's just see what actually we are getting. Well, it may be possible that I might be getting some kind of errors. Well, actually, this application is not yet done because in here we have these buttons right here. Um, Basically we have these buttons, and now we actually have to tell JavaScript what's going to happen when someone actually click on these buttons. So just come to this file layout.html. So right here, what I'm going to do is that in here I will just say that I will just use this built-in HTML property called onClick. So what's going to happen when the previous track button is actually clicked? So what it can do is that it can basically call the function. And if you just remember, I think we just named this function as previous track. So actually, this on click is actually waiting for this button Let me just scroll it to the left. Okay, so you can just see that we have this button class, and then inside this class we have this button named previous track. And now actually we are using this property on click. And now what this on click is doing is that it is actually waiting for an event to happen. And now what kind of event it is actually a click event. So whenever this button previous track is actually clicked, it can invoke this function previous track. And where we have this function in this file, JavaScript file called previous track. Now, this function will never be called if you do not have this script tag added right here. So make sure that you have this opening and then closing script tag, and then obviously we have basically this file named as logic.js, which is actually the name of this file. So the source of this file will be logic.js, and you need to make sure that if that file is placed somewhere on your computer, then you need to specify that location right here. So for example, if you have a separate folder for JavaScript files, then we're gonna first of all you're gonna do is that you will actually name that file, and then you just gonna name this file. But since it is directly placed in my project location where my HTML file is, so I can actually directly access it just with its name. Okay, so not only that, we actually have to do it for the remaining buttons as well. So this one is for previous track, and now this one is going to be for. So right in here, I will just say that on click, um, on click, and this time we're gonna invoke a function named play pause track. Okay, so we already have created this function in our JavaScript file. Okay, and now for the next track as well, we're gonna do the same as well. So on click in this time, we're gonna invoke a function called next, not text. So actually, I'm very bad in typing on my new laptop. So next track. Okay, so here we have, and now we're gonna do it for slider as well. Obviously, this is not going to be a click event, and here we'll just check if there is some kind of change in slider, and that is inputted by the user. Then what you're gonna do? So right in here, inside this input field, first of all, we're gonna do it for the seek slider, and then we're gonna do it for this volume slider. Okay, so inside this input tag, if we have this class name of seek slider, and now in here, what I'm going to do is that I will just use this built-in property in HTML called onChange. And when it actually detects that event, it can basically call this function seek to. Now, this onChange actually is waiting for an event, and that event is actually change. So whenever it actually sees some kind of change in the seek slider, then it's gonna invoke this function seek to. And we have this function again in this file logic.js. Okay, so now we have for our seek slider, and now we're gonna do it for our volume slider as well. So here we have this volume slider right here, and now inside this input field, okay, so now here in this input field right here, we will just do it for volume slider as well. So on change, and if that is the case, then guess what? It's gonna invoke a function volume or set volume, which is actually the function that we have in this file logic.js, and actually we have created this function in this video, and what it's actually doing is that it is actually dividing the seek slider value by 100 so that we can actually get the seek basically volume slider value somewhere in between 0 to 1, and that is going to be our current track volume. Okay, so yeah, that's all. We are done with the coding part, and now I'm gonna run it this application. But we're gonna be actually running this application in the next video, and then I'm gonna be explaining this entire code one last time in the next video. So if you have any problem understanding any part of this code, then we're gonna basically run it in the next video, and then I'm gonna explain it in the next video as well. So for now, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, so I had executed this code, and I have basically three errors that I first of all need to correct before I execute this entire application for you. And the first one is in my .css file, and actually we do not need this colon right here. And the next two mistakes are inside this .js file, and the first one actually in here I have named it as one in the comment section. So here it is actually equal to, because we are actually assigning it a background color and not, we are actually not passing the function, because in here we are actually not calling a function, we are assigning this whole thing, this background image. And then the next error that I have is actually, instead of background, it is basically background image, because in here we are actually talking about an image and not the background. Okay, so yeah, these are all the two errors that I need to correct, and now everything else is absolutely fine. Okay, so now actually I can execute this entire code, and now we just refresh this code, and you will just see that we now have, first of all, you can see that we have a background color, and now which is again refresh it. Now you can see that we have another color because our background color is completely random. So that is why we will just see different color whenever I just refresh this application. Okay, so by default, song number one is going to be played when I just click on this button right here. And you can see that the total length or the total duration of this file, basically the song is 3 minutes and 14 seconds. And by default, this song is at the sound, this basically sound slider is at the value of 99. Okay, so now let's just first of all play it, and now just click on the play button, and now you're going to see that it has actually started to play it, and it will actually being played till actually this point is reached. Now, at any point, even when this song is being played, I can actually click on this button, which will actually call the next track function, and the next track function will actually load the second song that I have in my track list or song list. So let me just click on it, and now you can see that for the second song, we have now this image loaded. And now you can see that basically this song is named as Enthusiast, and now you can just see that it's also being played. Well, I think that you are hearing this song. I can't hear it because my microphone is being plugged, but I think that you are hearing it on your end. If not, then you can actually execute this entire code in your laptop or computer, and you should be able to listen to this music. And now similarly, when I just click on the previous track, you can see that song number one is now being played. And now just click on the basically next track button. It's going to basically put the second song. And now just click it again. Now you can see that it is actually loaded the third song, whose duration is 3 minutes and 13 seconds. But now let's see what's going to happen after I click basically the last that we have. So now you can see that we have the last song that is now playing. And now just click on the next track button. This time it's just gonna load the first song once again. Okay, so it is kind of a loop. So which is like first song, second song, third song, and after third song, it is going to play and again the first song, and then so on. So yeah, this application is now absolutely ready. I will actually provide the entire code next to this video. Now, let me just explain this entire code one last time. So if at any point you don't understood anything, then you can actually grab the entire I'm going to explain this entire code in this video. Okay, so first of all, in here we're just doing some basic stuff. We're just loading this HTML, and then this we have this head tag, and then the title here we have the simple music player, and then we're actually loading this file style.css that you can just we have right here. And then in here we actually created a div, and now inside this div, and I actually named this div, okay, and actually give it a class name of player, and then inside this div we actually have wrapped our entire application. So and then we have actually this div details, and then inside the details div I have actually basically this whole things again, and again all these things are in separate divs. And then I have this div actually outside this div, which I named as button. And now inside this button div, I have three buttons. And just notice that when these buttons are actually being clicked, they're actually invoking a function. Like for example, when the previous track button is being clicked, so a previous track, I actually mean this thing. So when the previous track button is being clicked, it's just gonna going to load the previous song. So right in here, just click on it. It's just gonna load the previous track. Okay, so this is what this function is actually doing. And then Similarly, for the next track, you can load the next track by calling this function next track. And then similarly, we have the sliders. So the first slider that I have is basically my seek slider. And initially, it will be 0, 0, and then the total duration will also be 0, 0. But as soon as the song are being played, so actually, we would actually change this. We are actually changing these values in our JavaScript file. And then we have this volume slider. So initially the volume slider will be at this position. Its value will be in between 1 to 100. But when I just execute this code, initially its value, the value that is going to be displayed on the volume slider is going to be 99. Okay, and then similarly in here, we are simply loading our .js file. So first of all, let's just see let's just see this file style.css, and then we're going to come to this logic.js file. Okay, so first of all, in the background, initially our background color will be light green, and then actually I'm basically transitioning, so just like I've added this command right here, I'm smoothly transitioning the background color with the space with 0.5 second. Okay, and then next I have the player class in which I'm just giving some kind of styling. Like for example, I have some height and display, and then I'm aligning items in the center, and then my flex direction, which can be in columns or rows, but in here I have said that my flex direction should be columns, and then actually I want to justify all the contents in the center. And now inside this details class, first of all, my display is flex and items, everything is quite obvious. And then I'm just giving some margin, which is 25 pixels. And then my class track art, I'm just doing some basic things. And then background size is going to be covered so that it can just cover the entire container. And then I'm just giving some border radius of 15%. Now, actually, I have actually played with all these values a lot so that my application, so everything is actually displayed at the right position. Now you can actually, now these things actually will work. Now you will actually understand all these things 100% once you actually play around with it and then display things according to your own will. So I have, just like I told you, that I have actually played with these values and I have displayed items after playing with all these values, and after playing so many times, I have displayed all these for all these widgets, or you can just call them as divs, at the right position. And then similarly, we have this class now playing, and then track name, track artist, in which is setting the font sizes, and then we have the button class. So our buttons should be displayed in flex, and then flex direction will not be along column, it will be along row, and then I want to align items at the center. And then I have all these buttons, just giving some paddings, opacity, and then transitioning. And then what's going to happen once I just hover over these buttons? So its opacity is going to be changed to 1.0 once actually I hover over these buttons. Next, we are just doing for our slider. So for the slider container, the width is going to be this thing, max width, and then display, justify content, and align items, all these things. Pretty much obvious. And then we have the seek slider and the volume slider. And actually for in here, we're actually doing it for setting the height, background, opacity, and then we're actually doing some kind of transition. And then similarly, actually, all these things are pretty much obvious, so there is not so much to explain. Now let's just move on to this logic.js file. Okay, so in here, first of all, what I'm just doing is that in all these lines of code that I've selected, I'm actually basically getting all the items that I have inside this file layout.html. So I'm actually using this awesome, actually kind of a new JavaScript function through which we can access different items that we have in our HTML pretty much easily. While in the old JavaScript, it was actually kind of very tough. You can just call it as not tough, but like there are like many things that you need to learn before actually accessing items from the HTML. But now it's pretty much simple with this pretty awesome function which is called query selector. And now you can, with this query selector, you can access items from your HTML quite easily. Okay, so first of all, we have some variables right here. The first one, we have the track index, because initially our first item that we have inside basically this list, basically the song list, is at index number 0. This one is at index number 1. and then this one is at index number 2. So initially our song's first song is going to be played or displayed. That is why the track index is equal to 0. And initially we don't want to play our music, so that is why it's playing equal to false. And now in here we're actually storing the entire timer. So we actually have created a variable and we haven't assigned it anything. So later on we're just going to be basically storing my entire timer inside this variable update timer. And then we are actually creating a new audio element and we're just naming it as current track, which is going to basically keep track of the current track. Simple as that. And now in here, we actually have an array of list. We actually have an array of objects and we have all these songs. First of all, in this object, we have the name of the first song and then we have the artist name and then we have its image. Now, once you just execute this application, make sure that you have your internet connection because all these images are going to be grabbed from the internet from this path. And then similarly, the path of this song is going to be this, where it is actually getting that song and then we are playing it. And then similarly, we have the second song or second track, and then we have this third song or third track. Okay, now our background image is going to be completely random, so that is why for it we actually have created a separate function which I named as random background color. And now in here, in these 3 lines of code, what I'm just doing is that I'm getting a number in between 64 to 256, and the reason we're just getting it from 64 to 256 is that we actually want to get lighter colors. We don't want darker colors. We just want lighter colors. Okay, so first of all, I'm just using this built-in function in JavaScript, math.random, which will actually give us a value between 0 to 1. And remember that 1 is exclusive while 0 is actually inclusive. And then I'm actually multiplying it with 256 and then I'm adding 264 so that we can actually get numbers from 64 to 256. Because it might be possible that this whole thing might return 0 because as I told you that 0 is actually inclusive with this function. So let's say it returns 0 and now 0 multiplied by 256 is going to be 0. So now we are adding 64 because at any cost we want numbers from 64 to 256. So in the lowest case or the lowest number this function is going to return is 0 and I'm adding 64 so that it can actually at least return 64 because we want numbers in between 64 to 256. And the reason I'm multiplying it with 256 is because the maximum number that I want to got is 256. Okay, simple as that. And now these values, that is red, green, and blue, these variables will get completely different random values from 64 to 256. And then we're actually constructing our background color with by combining these 3 colors. So if you know RGB, then we will actually combine these 3 values, and that is going to be our RGB value. And now we are assigning it to this variable BG color, and that is going to be the background color of my application or my document. Okay, so now let's just move down, and now in here we're actually loading the tracks. So first of all, we want to make sure that everything is clear before we actually load a new song, because it may be possible that the let's say that the first song is playing and we want to load the second song. Now the first song is, let's say, somewhere in the middle, in the middle, and at that time the user think that I want to load the second song, or let's say the third song. Then what we want is that we want to clear out the timer of the previous song so that we can have a new timer, so that we can get basically updates about the new update, so that we can actually update the timer according to the new song. And then we are actually resetting all the values. Simple as that. Basically, this is a function that we have created right here, if you can see it. And now we are first of all getting the source of that file that we want to play depending upon the track index. And then we are simply loading it right here, and simply we are loading it. And then we are actually setting the background image with this URL that we have inside our track list. So first of all, we're actually accessing that image that we have. Basically, we have that property in our basically this thing is actually the property that we are accessing. So we actually first of all accessing that property, and if you can scroll it down, okay, yeah, where it is, okay, yeah, in here we're actually loading that, accessing that property, and then we're actually assigning it. Basically, we are assigning the background image for that song, and then we want some kind of text for this variable track underscore name, and that is going to be the name of the song, and we're actually getting that name from our track list. Okay, and then similarly we are doing it for artist, and then similarly, since we want basically initially for the first song, we want here to appear, so just refresh it. Okay, so refreshing it. Okay, so what I want is that initially I want this one to be a 1 and not 0. So that is why, let's say that my track index is 0. My first song I want to play, which is at index number 0, so I'm just adding 1 so that we can have 1 right here. And let's say that we want to play the second song. So instead, we want here to be 2 and not 1, so that is why we are adding this plus 1 to it. And then similarly, the basically my seek interval is going to be updated after every 1 second, and after every second this is going to call a function seek update that we have created at the end of this file. Okay, and now we're actually adding an event listener, because let's say that the end of one song is being reached. So let's say that the end of the one song is being reached. Now, after that, we want to play the second song once the end of the first song is being reached. So, so for this, let me just open my VS Code. Okay. So for this, we actually have called this next track function. When the end of the media is being reached, we're actually calling this function next track. And this next track, you know that it is actually loading the next track or next song that we have in the track list. Okay, and now what this reset function is doing is that it's actually resetting all these values, simple as that. And now obviously we need to call this function load track. And initially our first song is going to be load, so that is why initially we have initialized this variable equal to 0. Okay, so obviously this variable will change depending upon the user action. So let's say the user want to click on the next song or the next track button, then this number and then this index number is going to be 1 instead of 0. Okay, so in here in this play pause track, first of all, I'm just simply checking if it is, so depending upon this variable, so initially we have set its value equal to false. So this not will actually convert it into true. So if true, we want to play the track. Else, we want to pause the track. Simple dimple. So actually, by calling this function play track, we're actually calling this function. We are actually talking about this function, and this function will actually what it will do is that it will basically play that current track, and then we are actually setting its value equal to true, because this time our track is now being played. So that is why we need to set its value equal to true. And then obviously we are actually displaying basically this image, basically this icon, basically right here. It is right here. And obviously it will be minus 5x because we want it to be 5 times bigger. Okay, and then what this pause track function is doing that we have called right here is that is actually simply pausing the track, simple dimple. So whatever this function is doing, this function is doing the reverse of it. Simple as that. Okay, now for the next track, what we want is that we're actually incrementing the track index because we actually want to load the new song. But if my track index somehow gets bigger than the maximum value that we have in the track list, so in here, I'm just checking if my track index, as long as it is less than my track, and basically the number of songs that we have in the track list, then keep on incrementing this track list. But as soon as it's actually greater than my track list, the number of songs that we have in the track list, then I would want is that I want to load my first song. So that is why we are actually setting the track index value equal to 0. Once the track index becomes greater than the number of songs that we have in the track list. And this length function will actually return the number of songs that we have inside this thing. So inside in this thing, we have 3 songs. So it will actually return 2. Simple as that. And then similarly, we are just loading the track depending upon the track index. And then once it is loaded, it just gonna simply play it. So that is why we are actually calling this play track function. Okay, now for the previous track, we are just simply decrement the index. Just so basically whatever this function is doing, this function is doing the reverse of it. Simple as that. And now this basically seek to function, what it's doing is that it is actually making sure that my seek is at the right position. So in here, I'm just doing some kind of calculation depending upon the duration of my current track. So whatever is the duration of whatever is the duration, it's gonna basically do some kind of method. It's gonna do basically this kind of calculation, and then it's gonna basically store that value in this variable seek2. And now that is going to be the current time of my current track. So that is why we're actually assigning this whole thing this value. Simple as that. And now similarly in here, we're actually setting the volume depending upon the volume value. Okay, so next we are actually, so basically the seek update is actually updating the seek depending upon, so after every 1 second, this function is going to be called. And actually, we just show you basically in this function right here. So in here, what it's going to do is that it's going to basically call this set interval function will do is that it's just going to call this function after every 1 second. So remember that this one is in milliseconds. So 1000 millisecond actually mean 1 second. 10,000 millisecond would mean 10 seconds. Okay, so in here, what it's actually doing is that in here, we're actually basically making sure that my time is actually displayed in a user-friendly way. And now in here, what I'm basically checking is that if my seconds and minutes are actually less than 0, then we are adding a 0 before that value. Okay, and next in here, we're actually simply displaying basically my current time and then my total duration. So my current time is basically this value right here, which is at the moment 52 seconds. And my total duration is 3 minutes and 14 seconds. So this is what I have displayed right here. And all these values are actually coming right from here. Oops. I've gone too much. So actually, it is coming from this seek update function that I have actually calculated all the mathematics right here. Okay, so this was the application. Now again, I'm gonna basically give you this entire application in .zip format, and then you just simply download this entire zip application. Then you can extract it into your computer, and then you can just simply run it. If you have any error or problem understanding any part of this application, just let me know through direct message, or you can just email me, or you can just ask your question in the question answer section so that other students can know about your problem as well. And once actually you are done with this application, then share your code with other members. Well, actually, you can just simply change this application the way you want, and let me know what type of application, what changes you have made to this application. You can just let me know about your application through email, or you can just tell other people about your application in the question answer section. And then just let me know as well. Okay, now thank you for watching, and I will see you guys in the next application.